and the sea has been near and far. And I'm like, hello, everybody. Welcome to you all. Hope you're all having a great day. Or none of you. Oh, there we go. Slick Dissident, Mexico. Welcome, Mexico. Welcome. I hope you're good. And so far, it's myself. It's Lily. Lily is a witch of, she'll tell you all about her particular path, I'm sure. But she's a witch. She's also a well-researched scholar as well. Information is her game. She's also very creatively inspired, and she's a gardener of note. We've got another gardener of note here too, the Slick Dissident. We don't hear about what an awesome gardener he is, but I've got a feeling he's really got those thumbs going. I don't. At the moment, I've got one of those thumbs, not a green thumb. Took a piece of my thumb off with a carving knife. So life is a lesson, and the lesson is rein your boy in before he gets to you. Especially when I'm chopping, especially when it's a chef knife, German grade steel, you know. So yeah, Slick is awesome podcaster as well. He's obviously tinfoil hat as well as occult. The Greek mysteries are his forte specifically, but he touches all over the show. He's got fingers that reach far and near into the Sanskrit mysteries, and obviously they're all linked. Of course, there's me. I'm the BushWhisperer. I'm shamanically inspired and a background of Western and Eastern occult. So, without further ado, we're going to slide right in there. We're going to have people arriving over the course of the next 10 minutes, I think. Sorry we're late. It's all my fault, of course. Both Slick and Lily were there waiting for me. I just popped in after my shower. And strange feedback noise in the background. Thank you for that. That should be better, I hope. Is the vocals better? Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to be talking about the black cube, Saturn, the element of Saturn as it is known in the ancient times. There's a big story to be told here. From my personal perspective, I think it reaches into the mysteries of the Alphabetical, which, as we know, Abraxas was the name that was coined by Jung, and involves the creator, the father, that agent of structure that brings the universe into fulfillment because of the product of time. And time obviously is the structuring unit of space as we know it. And so we can consider Saturn as being the creator, if we will, from my perspective. So there's going to be an interesting discussion, and obviously the black cube is fundamental to, Bavarian occultism. I'm sure we're going to get our tinfoil hats on for that. Look at the Hitler crew, what they were all about, with their crystal balls, learning how to make bombs and learning how to use vril power, which was also the mysteries of the black cube. And obviously Saturn having the hexagon on it is where the black cube comes from as a concept. So when you're seeing the flower of life, this is carrying the Solomonic cube. There are ancient occult legends that speak of Saturn being like a sun to the earth. The earth used to move around the bounds of Saturn, and that Saturn was our proverbial sun in ancient times. And we've got the black sun stories. Many of the black sun stories seem to be curled up and intertwined with the Saturn myth. But once again, the cube, the black cube of space. Welcome, Vega. Om Shanti to you too, my brother. Hope you're good. Thank you for joining us. So there's going to be a feast of information here, but I'm not going to get too lip heavy from the beginning here. I'd love to give you guys an opportunity to both introduce yourselves and throw something on the table from where you feel you'd like this conversation to move. It's an open conversation, and those of you in the chat zone, don't be scared to add your opinions, your ideas, your questions. It's an open conversation. Let's flow.
After you, Lily.
Thank you, Slick.
Hi guys, so lovely to be with you again, and honor the time that we will share together. So thank you for being here and for having me with you. I think BushWhisperer always does a really gorgeous introduction for all of us, which is so beautiful. So there's not too much more I think really I need to add. Yes, I'm a witch. I'm a humanist. I'm a spiritualist. I'm an occultist. I have a huge thirst for knowledge, which we all share, which is why we're all vibrating in the same space. I don't absolutely have all the answers, and I'm really intrigued in this topic in particular because I think there's a huge amount that for me personally to learn, and I think it's a really interesting topic for us to open up out to everyone that's joined us, that's watching as well, because over the years I think there are many different views on this, and largely for me the views I've come across when I've traveled and spent time in other countries and different people, different backgrounds, the view always tends to come from the dark occult side when you talk about Saturn and the cube and Metatron and but obviously there's always the polarity, and there's the other side and the light side, and the good that comes, and where this stems from and what level has been inverted. As we know, most things currently in this matrix have been inverted, and part of me, I think, certainly from the witch perspective, the origins of Saturnalia, and what that was originally about, and the peace and love and celebration around that, and how that's been inverted, and obviously, as we know, consumed into modern day Christianity, religion, etc. So for me, I'm really interested to hear, especially Slick's point of view on both sides, as opposed to just the dark occult side, where we know that the current controllers are utilizing the cube for their own means and gains over the rest of the population. But I'd really like to expand on the side prior to that, prior to what I think was an inversion.
Yeah, I've been into the Saturnian cosmology for a very long time. I find it to have been, like you said, kind of harnessed and steered and cultivated into like a scare, a scary dark. If it's dark, it must be foreign. It must be scary. And a lot of that has to do with the black robes, the Saturnian black robes in the courtroom. They give Saturn a real bad reputation. What's up, Indy Sage?
Welcome, brother. Hope you're good. Awesome to see you here, Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. He works with the shadow, helping people to reintegrate their shadow, which is actually a big part, in a sense, of what we're going to be discussing here, as the shadow is the structure through which time is recreating ourselves in the physical world as a matrix. If we want to consider the idea that we are a projected consciousness from elsewhere. Indigo Sage, awesome brother. He's also been through a lot in life, so he's got a really grounded outlook and a solid grounding. I'm sure we've all had a bit of a life tumble. Generally, I find the people that have had life tumbles are the people that have asked the questions that need to be asked. Welcome, Indigo, Indy Sage, and I'd love to give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Glad to be here. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And I really enjoy helping others pass on the gift that I found through practice of self-mastery. And it really helped me so much. I just love to share it with others, and it keeps it fresh for me. It helps me remember my gratitude for the blessings that have come from my self-transformation. And it has a lot to do with going into the dark with the light. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be bringing the light into the darkness of Saturn, cult worship, Saturn, black cube, the hexagon, Sometimes it's articulated by the Star of David. And so I know that there's a big following of the black cube in the Muslim community. In Mecca, they have the giant black cube there. I also know that Saturn has a hexagonal pole on its south pole. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
That's fascinating right there. And I'm glad you mentioned Saturnalia. Saturnalia has become celebrated today as Christmas, which we kind of stole their holiday in this. It was usurped by the Hebrews, which they were good at doing, and so we still have that celebration around that time of the dismal, darkest night of the year, when the sun is at its day, when it's the shortest day of sun. Then on the 25th, it starts to return and the sun starts to come back from the darkness. And so during Saturnalia, it was a multiple day festival, but we still continue to celebrate the return of the sun, which is interesting. I mentioned to my friends sometimes that it's interesting how our day begins in the middle of the night, and our season begins in like the darkest time of the year. But it's been said that sometimes that they chose to celebrate things during the winter times, in the fall, to keep people higher in spirit, because it can be like a cold and darker time. It's harder to find abundance of sustenance in nature if you're in a temperate region. So it's very interesting. We can go into some of that, and I'm really excited for our discussion today. What do you guys think about that hexagonal pole of Saturn? That's fascinating to me. And when you take a cube and you turn it a certain way, it creates a hexagon, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly true. The
And when
hexagon,
yeah,
Saturn is fundamental to the nature of the sun and our solar system, and the reason why the sun is considered the hexagram is because of the sun's association with Saturn. And from a Kabbalistic perspective, very often the sun and Saturn are interchangeable, which is very interesting.
fascinating. I know that Saturn is considered the black sun to many, and that's absolutely fascinating. So there's definitely a strong interconnection there. And I know Saturn, the Greek name for Saturn is Kronos, and the god is known as the devourer of children, portrayed as somewhat like a death character with a cloak and scythe. But he's known to be the father of Zeus and the gods. And Zeus is usually represented by Jupiter, which came later and then replaced the father as the ruler and the king of the gods. So I know also that when you unravel the cube, that you can unravel into a crucifix shape, as if you were to unravel like a dice.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I was remembering something about that earlier. I remember someone talking about this topic with me a few years ago, and that came back to my memory earlier, Indy, actually, that, you know, when you're at school as kids and you make like a paper cube and they get you to fold it out, and you start with it's a crucifix, basically it's a cross. That's how you start, and that's how you make the cube. And so this conversation this guy was having with me, it was so fascinating, because he was kind of linking back that he feels that that's kind of, you know, when people take the Bible literally, and obviously we all know that that's not the case. It's full of metaphors. It's not literal whatsoever. And so the references were back to actually that's quite possibly where the cross, the crucifixion, everything stems from. Jesus on the cross, the left and right side of the brain, where he was crucified with two thieves. He was in between two thieves, and actually the two thieves are the left and right side of the brain, and they link back to Saturn. And it's just, for me, that's really fascinating, that, as we know, everything's connected. But yeah, the crucifix coming from the cube, and the cube, obviously, as we know, is not typically a naturally occurring shape in nature. I find all those links really fascinating.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting, what you say about the crucifix, because essentially what we're talking about when we're looking at the crucifix is an unfolded cube, if we want to get right down to it. And the unfolded cube, when you open it up, essentially you've got 6 points, 6 squares. So Saturn, in terms of the cube, represents, from a Kabbalistic perspective, journeying towards your center, moving inwards. And the 6 faces of the cube are the 6 squares. And obviously the square of Saturn is thus fundamentally important when you look at the magical squares. And Saturn, in terms of its representation energetically, represents the force of contraction. And so the force of contraction was the beginning of the taking of form, because atoms, we've got to sort of look at the 7 principles of Hermes for a moment, because the 7 principles of Hermes are bound in the cube. And they are bound in the cube by all 6 principles standing around the principle of contraction. So within the cube, the principle of contraction is the center of the cube, which is Saturn. And the other 6 principles are the principles that are standing about and around the 6 different directions of the cube, up, down, and in the 4 directions of the compass. So the cross does represent the unfolded cube. And hence, when we look at the flower of life, we can see the hexagram is represented as a 2-dimensional version of this. So there's some very interesting metaphysics being spoken about when we consider the cube, because if you take the cube and turn it on its side and consider it as a revolving thing, you've got the idea of a 3-dimensional hexagram, if you would, which is the Merkaba. But the cube is one aspect of the way in which the 7 rays can form, and the Merkaba is another aspect of the way in which 7 rays can form. So from my perspective, the cube represents the etheric space. And the etheric space is the space in which matter is bound, and it is bound through the principle of time. And time thus becomes the measurement of space. And so space becomes the substance of time. And so the substance of time, being expressed in terms of space, becomes the 7 principles of Hermes, moving through the fundamental principle of cohesion, which is taking form. And so we can consider quite an interesting perspective when we look at this, because from my perspective, Saturn represents the Lord of Time, represents the Lord of Rhythm, represents the Manipura chakra, represents the rhythmic principle that binds the polarity, which is the polarizing aspect of the 4th law of Hermes, to the causal influence of Mars, which is cause and effect, through which the passions are driving us. And so because of the polarization of as above, so below, the firmament becomes a structure, and the structure is expressed through the rhythms of time. And so time becomes the rhythm through which all things are bound. So when we read the Hermetic text, they speak about the lords of rhythm, the lords of time, the lords of the ages. When we're speaking about the Lord of Rhythm and the Lord of Time, we are speaking about Saturn, essentially. So Saturn is really quite sort of fundamental to that aspect which is brought about the contraction of the universe. So we can think of rhythm as contracts. Now we're talking about money. I think we're also going to have to talk about money here. You see, in modern times, we consider money in terms of the moon. Mane. But in the ancient times, we've brushed upon Saturnalia, which was probably one of the most important festivals of all time. But another aspect of the more ancient Saturn temples was they were also where the money was kept. I don't know if everybody's aware of this, but money was kept in the Saturn temples. And so Saturn was considered to be the lord of suffering, and that would bring all the ailments towards oneself of time and the heaviness. And nobody wanted to mess with Saturn. Like, if there's money in Saturn's temple, you don't go near it, because it's the last god in the world you want to anger, because Saturn's wrath is next level wrath. It's the kind of wrath you're going to feel, and it's going to hang with you. It's going to bring the lord of cycles at your doorstep with a scythe. And now we've also got a tarot card to look at. I mean, it's not as simple as that. It doesn't just represent one tarot card, but we can see the Lord Saturn in the card for transformation, the card of death, because there is Saturn wielding his scythe. And Saturn originally, before we considered Saturn as the Lord of cycles and the Lord of time, Saturn was a deity which ruled over putting the seeds into the ground and reaping so it was an agricultural deity. And the beginnings of magic goes back to the field of agriculture. The most ancient scrolls that we can find of magical lore are related very much to the agricultural time and phase. And I'd like to give a shout out to MoonFeather. I meant to do it earlier, but somebody was talking. Hello, MoonFeather. MoonFeather is with us in spirit. She's floating around. She's busy. She's a mom. She's got like 12,000 things to do. She might pop in later if she can. But Om Shanti, MoonFeather, thank you for being with us in as much as you could. Yeah, so getting back to the Saturnian, and thanks all of you for coming. Vega Omega, Mexico, and MoonFeather, and obviously not everybody has been writing on the chat. Please, guys, do feel free to pop your questions, your opinions, and ideas into the chat, because it keeps the conversation alive, and it brings the different ideas into play. And everybody's got something of value to share, whether they know it or not. So getting back to the origins of the Saturnial worship, as I see it, it comes back to the time of sacrifice. In fact, human sacrifice was first started based on Saturnial cults, which was to do with the reaping. And it did start to go into a dark phase, because when we speak about the age of Saturn, that was the golden age. During the age of Saturn, there was no ownership. There was no personal yours or mine, in terms of before we know of Saturn worship as it was. There was the age of Saturn. And this is a very ancient time. And this ancient time of the age of Saturn was a completely, humanity lived in the most harmonious ways, in total harmony with each other. There was no such thing as theft. There was no such thing as murder or any such thing. We lived in a state of peace. So this is before the idea of Cain and Abel came into being. And Cain and Abel was obviously to do with greed and jealousy and murder, and which led to possessions, which led to everything else that has got us entrapped in this world. So when we think of Saturn, we think of all of these fairly harsh rules, because time is all about rules. Time is all about structure. Time is all about how the 7 rays come into being. And we can discuss this at a later stage, how the 7 rays come into formation, which is a really interesting concept based on the 3 principles. And the fundamental 3 principles are the 3 principles of the goddess, or the 3 principles of time, the future, the past, and the present. And so even when we look at the 3 principles of the goddess, it is, the young princess, or the queen, or the hag, which is the future, the past, and the present. The ruler now, the ruler who has been a ruler is no longer a ruler, or the ruler who will be the ruler in the future. So whichever way you look at it, these 3 aspects of the Trinity go right back to the formation of time, and time is the structure through which we can understand these 3 principles, because time is what gives beginnings and endings. And even when we speak of the Tetragrammaton and the God of the Old Testament, speaking about I am the Alpha and the beginning and the ending, that was essentially time. If you are calling yourself the beginning and the ending, you are the structure of time. You are the structure of that which is bringing into concord the sphere of matter, and you're also that controlling function. And I'm sure Slick is going to throw something at the wall here, because from the Enneagram, Saturn holds a very special place, and it's all about that structure of within us which is striving to take charge, take control. So Saturn represents that aspect of the self, which is controlling, which is demanding what is to be. You know, you're paying your price. You're paying the price of Saturn. So yeah, I'd love to throw that at the wall and let you guys see what flows.
Yeah, buddy. Saturn in the Enneagram, it has generally the personality of the number 8, a controller, domineering, with the shadow of lust is the personality profile. But I love how it's considered the 6th planet out from the sun, and it has a 6-pointed crown on its head. That really is fascinating. That is so very fascinating. It's so fascinating that I don't know if I'll ever really believe it. It is so poetic and appropriate in so many ways that I'll always have a part of me that is like, that just can't be true. That just can't be true. It's so inspiring, the fact that there's a storm in the shape of a hexagram. It almost it hypnotizes me to think about it, to be like, man, that is a fingerprint of intelligent design of such convincing proportion that I could just sit there and meditate on a hexagram on the crown of the 6th planet. But in the Enneagram, its personality type is type number 8. But that is a symbol of eternity, right? The eternal uh, uh, infinity, the sign for infinity, when you turn it on its side. But um, I love pointing out, while we're looking at the Mecca, the sacred cube of Mecca, that they do 7 rotations around that cube. And then we have I think it's called Tefillum, is the cube that the Hebrews will wear on their special ceremony. Well, even the Christians have a sacred cube. It's called the Book, and so the Book is a Koob. And when you turn this thing on its side, it has 6 sides to it, and so your cube is your book. And they wrote, and again, it's a black book. They're worshiping a black cube. So all of them, and also it doesn't fold into the cross. So yeah, geometrically, uh, so much more is conveyed in the form of geometry as well as music, and that's something that I'm really starting to marvel at, how those of us who are spatially oriented in our mind uh, have a very close relationship to those who are musically oriented. There's something of a different language that is possible in the different ways that the human mind can think. So I just think that that's kind of the common ground, that, no matter what corner of the triad you're in, you're always going to have that universality of the scales of shape, but also the scales of music as well. And then I love always saying that the book is the cube. The cube is also, in German, the word Bach means a goat, which the goat skin used to be what the books were made out of. They were made out of goat skin back in the day. And also, Bach is a river in German. Um, so I think it's actually more book is a river, and Bach is a goat. And so when you put river and goat together, you get the river goat of Capricorn. And Capricorn is a Saturnian station, to Earth-based part of the zodiac, but Capricorn is I think of the river is information, is the history, is the law, is the Torah, is the whatever your gospel, whatever your personal dharma or gospel might be, is that's your sacred scripture. And sure enough, in Capricorn, we have the high priestess who has the Torah scroll on her lap. And so all these aspects of having your sacred text, your sacred scripture, your sacred book, whatever that may be, is packaged up very nicely in Capricorn, both geometrically and linguistically.
I think it's so interesting, all of the points and all of the links. And this is another topic that we could spend days and weeks and months talking about, because there's so many split offs from it. I think, Slick, you mentioned earlier the fact that Saturn's the 6th planet out, which I'm with you. It just absolutely fascinates me the more we research and understand and find out. And obviously Earth is the 3rd planet out, and Pluto, which I can't even get into the is it a planet, is it not conversation, but that's the 9th planet out, which has apparently the same electromagnetic field as Earth. So when you look at the 369, which is the Holy Trinity in Tesla, and so yeah, for me the divine fingerprint, as you so beautifully put it, is so spectacular and so astounding. And Saturn being in the middle of those 3, being the 6th, is so significant. And that's really where I'm interested in. We were talking earlier about Saturnalia, and BushWhisperer's point was, that was a golden age and a time of harmony and balance and everything as it should be, as it was divinely inspired and meant to be. And somehow we've completely lost balance and kilter, and now we find ourselves in this current matrix situation that we're in. And there's a conversation happening about whether that's influenced by Saturn intentionally, or whether it's being influenced by Saturn because other forces around us are harnessing something from Saturn that as a population we are not aware of or haven't managed to harness ourselves. And so for me, that's kind of, especially the 3 of you here and your banks of knowledge, I'm fascinated to ask the 3 of you in where you think the change happened from Saturnalia and the Golden Age to now this link to the black cube being of control and destruction and worshipped by the darker forces, if you like. And that's prevalent, and we can all see it. We can see it in music videos, we can see it celebrities. There are black cubes artworks placed in every major city, which is obviously not accidental. And that it's as with everything, it's in plain sight. I remember seeing I think it was Adele, the singer. And for those that are familiar, she was quite overweight for all of her career, and she kind of always celebrated that. And, this was who she was. And then all of a sudden she disappeared at the height of her fame, and then reappeared a completely new person. She dropped like 20 dress sizes and looked different and all this stuff. And people immediately noticed that on her reappearance, she's got a huge tattoo of Saturn on the inside of her forearm. And something really similar happened with another singer. I can't remember her name, but she's also got a tattoo of Saturn after a physical and monetary transformation, shall we say. So I'm just really interested in your guys' views and your knowledge on where you think this changed and how, and whether you buy into the rhetoric that somehow Saturn is now the controller of this matrix that we're in.
Well, that's a very interesting question, and I think it comes right back to the idea of the actual matrix having been constructed by Saturn, what we call Saturn. and that the matrix that we can consider is Saturn. Saturn's body has become the rhythm that conducts the orchestra, that makes the matrix what it is. And so, time. Why are the dark forces worshipping Saturn? What is that about? Is Saturn dark? Is Saturn bad? I don't believe Saturn is dark or bad. I think it's like what you do with it. But what I would imagine is that if you wanted to gain magical control over time and destiny and fate and what will be of the future, the only way you're going to gain control over what will be of the future is to, in the present, embrace time. So why would these people be embracing time? Well, Saturn is about limitation. Saturn is about contraction. It's about making contracts, right? The principle of contraction, the opposite of Jupiter. The cohesion of time and space to become matter. And I hope you guys can all hear me well. Is my voice carrying clearly? Is there no background feed? Yeah. So Saturn represents this powerful contracting power that creates the contracts between other things, the rhythm, so that we are all dancing to the same proverbial music, as it were. And so if you want to be able to control anything, you need to first have self-control. And self-control, I think, represents what Saturn represents that structuring and sacrificing for time. In other words, if you want to get control of your body, right, you want to have big muscles, then you've got to have a program. And here we're going into Saturn's contracts. A program is a contract. It is something that you've structured. Saturn is all about structure. So when you get structure, you can achieve something. If you feel that you're unhappy with your body mass and your weight, or your width, health, or whatever, then you go to Saturn and you apply the principles of rhythm. So whatever you do today, you do tomorrow. Whatever you did yesterday and tomorrow, you do the next day. And you do it at the same time every day, and you create a rhythm within yourself so that that rhythm can carry you to where it is you want to get to. So these celebrities obviously understood these occult principles and started to adhere to these occult principles and realized that sacrifices for what you like to eat. Don't eat what you like, eat what you need to eat. Eat when you need to eat. Train when you need to train. Train every single day. Discipline. The discipline of Mars is what carries Saturn's power into manifestation. Mars on its own isn't enough. One needs Saturn because Saturn is the rhythm that will maintain the continuity. And continuity is the structure of the universe because it continues. And continuity is going back to what Slick was talking about, eternity. To continue. Eternity, continuing. Another thing about the word eternity, let's not forget that it comes from the word ether. Ether. Eternity. So the ether that knits everything together. Right? We're back to the etheric plane. I think maybe I'll try and make this short, to go into when we consider the cube dancing and in the form of a hexagram, right? So the cube is standing on a point. Then we can see that there are the 6 points that are structured around the central point. It's a 3-dimensional concept, but you can see it visualized as 2 dimensions as a hexagram. But to realize that a hexagram is a 3-dimensional thing is to give context to the different trinities. So the first trinities to consider would be the apex point, which is Zeus. And Zeus is Zeus, consciousness, Zeus. So Zeus is where the consciousness field comes into emission, the first principle. The first principle of Hermes comes into the pure realm of mind, the pure mental state. And the pure mental state upon the apex is balanced by the 7th principle, for it stands upon the 7th principle of generation. So here's our first polarity. Generation, Zeus. And Saturn stands in the middle between Zeus and the moon, which is the generative function, as we are now sitting with a the moon on one side of the planet and the sun on the other side of the planet at its peak of this lunar eclipse, which creates opposition between the sun and the moon, with Piggy in the middle being Earth. So Saturn thus becomes overly accentuated and empowered by this process, because the polarity is thus structuring the cube, the etheric plane, to be reflecting Saturn's power. And so Saturn is both the center of this polarity, but then we see that the consciousness holds 2 points. So we have Venus and we have Mercury. We have the sphere of vibration, which is how this all comes into being. And then we have the sphere of vibration being held in check by the principle of quantum entanglement on the physical manifestational sphere, Mercury, which is the aspect of how things correspond to other things, and the cognitive power, the pure cognition, the power of movement, which is the vibration, which produces the abilities for thoughts to move from the past to the future. And Saturn is the heart of this polarity once again. So you see that there's a trinity being formed between Zeus and the principle of vibration, Venus, and the principle of Mercury, creating a triangle. But this triangle is thus brought into extension through the sphere of Saturn. When we look from the other direction, we see the principle of generation, which is the bottom of the cube. It's balancing upon the generative function. And then we see there's two principles being brought into extension. We see there's the principle of cause and effect, causality, the martial passion, the passing of ions that produces the cause and the effect that binds the cause to the effect through the station of time, moving through Saturn's influence. And on the other side, we see the principle of polarity, which is rather interesting. So the polarity is the polarizing influence, which is in conjunction with the mercurial aspect, with the Venus aspect of vibration, sound, which is the cognitive function. The way in which Zeus's love comes into the world is through Venus, and it is held in check by the powers of the sun and the solar radiance. So we have a polarity between the principle of polarity and the principle of vibration, held in check by the principle of rhythm. And then when we look on the other side, we have the principle of the quantum entangling principle of all things corresponding to other things, that you can see the grain within a grain of sand, the whole universe, or see within the whole universe that grain of sand, creating a polarity once again with the principle of cause and effect. This is that structuring of the passions, and why it is that Mercury is able to move both through the physical and the more physical elements, through the most base roots of our causal influence of the Svadhisthana chakra, and be able to reach up through the Ajna, which is the house of the principle of Mercury, which is why that color is worn by the ascetics in India, that bright flaming orange, which is the traditional color of Mercury. And why Mercury is the messenger of the gods is because even though it has its place as the structure and the balance between the pineal and the pituitary, it also reaches right down through the polarity of Saturn into the structuring of Mars, which is why the will is found in extension and why Mercury is so important in alchemical works. And the salt is something to consider. When we're working with the salt, this is representing Saturn, the turning of Saturn, the salt of the earth. And it represents the structuring of crystallization, which is the principle of contraction. And contraction produces crystals. So Saturn, crystals are all under Saturn's domain if we want to get right down to the center of it. So this Saturn then becomes the apex that structures a trinity based upon the principle of causality and the principle of polarity. For polarity is how causality is expressed when rhythm is applied to it. And these find their balance in the final seventh principle of Hermes, which is the principle of generation, which is once again expressing the causal limits of the principle of polarity, but it's now being compressed by Saturn into the density of molecules, atoms, and physical forms. So there we can see the hexagram and how the cube of space below the firmament can be considered in terms of the etheric structure of the cube of space, which is in opposition to the astral. Now, the astral is above the firmament. We're talking about pure emotional energy. And when we're looking at it from pure emotional energy, we take the sun, the principle of polarity, as being the center of the Merkaba. Now, this is really, really interesting. So here we are seeing this relationship between the sun and Saturn at play. From the astral perspective, we're talking about the sun, Surya Bhagwan ho gaya. The Vedics, Surya Bhagwan. That's the way it is. But when we look at the powers of Shiva and the Holy Spirit, Kakbushundi, the crow, Saturn's mouthpiece. So we notice this relationship with regards to the spiritual powers being bound by the astral sciences of India, but the Western occult are the etheric sciences. And so we have always had a very special place for Saturn as being at the heart, which is why when you practice the cube of space, which is a meditation where you put yourself inside a cube and you seal the directions and you seal the connections between the directions, and you build 22 archetypal structures of force around yourself to structure a cube. And you enter into a meditation within that center of the cube where you go into your central point, which is Saturn. And from there, you ride the wave of pure rhythm. It's a highly shamanic practice. So shamanic, because you're meditating on the principle of rhythm purely. And so this brings about the awareness of time, the structuring of time, the way in which time unfolds and gives one insight into realizing what time will produce and how to manipulate time and how to change the causal flow of time. And I think that gives us an insight into why so many celebrities that are having access to great teachers that can teach them all these mystical knowledges in order to get what they want from time. Time is like a big teat, and you can milk it. And if you know the secrets of Saturn, you can milk the teat of time and end up the sweetest butter. I'll leave it at that for a moment.
I love this question of is Saturn the maker of the realm? Does it have the archonic dominion? I think that it presumed to at one time have be the ultimate end all be all say all authority symbolically. But I think rebel forces have conspired in our benefit, and the regime of that Saturnian capture, I think it went through a epic collapse at one point, psychically, symbolically, in the occult domain. I think something really monumental happened when humanity broke out of the five visible planets, and that sense of limitation. Once upon a time, they correlated the five with the five senses. And at this point, we actually we know that we have way more senses than just five. But for a very long time, those five senses had a lot of people under a bit of a spell, a limitation of thought, and we have long since broke out of that. But I think that part of that liberation of thought, that it's even a more fractal integration of other ways to see and be is represented in the fact that the next planet out from Saturn is, I'm pretty sure it's Neptune. If not, it's Uranus. I always get the two confused, but Neptune being the next planet of significance, I think is um, mythologically revealing how ancient Hindu influence and Eastern mystic influence really is at the root of what people were calling for so many years the oldest scripture, the only book, the only gospel, the only, the only story, the only whatever, chronology, the only chronos logos, that is the reasoning of Saturn. Well, that all went through a huge collapse when we realized that Hindu mythology is much more ancient. And isn't it so appropriate that the symbol of Neptune is the trident? And what is isn't it Shiva that has the trident, the sacred fork, and has blue skin as well? So this breakout of Saturnian captured limitation on the senses, like you could even say that the ether or sixth sense, is uh, the hexagon shape, and it's like uh, breaking beyond that into another history was too much to keep track of. But I think it is uh, revolutionary. It's yeah, I think it's highly important that we admit that what for so long was thought to be the end all be all under the Saturnian Abrahamics has this much more ancient root that is way more. Um, uh, it's more than just ancient. It's more nuanced. It's more in flow. Uh, it's actually timeless. Is kind of what I think that really is telling us, is that there is a timelessness to what we can know and what we can access. And so, yeah, that was, I think, a big rebel breakthrough. And I don't know when to put a finger on it. Like, I want to say that there was uh that the year zero actually markates a cosmological event. I think that it does go back to the Cleopatras. I think it does go back to the Egyptian Ptolemaic uh, timeline. But I don't think it was just 30 years later that some Jesus guy was sacrificed in the New Testament, and all that story that they give us happened 30 years after the Cleopatra. I think the year zero was a cosmic fall of some sort. I think New Testament events took place around, by our metrics today, what we would consider around the year 1000 to 1300. Somewhere in there is when some New Testament events having to do with food restrictions and culture clash popped off. But I think the actual year zero, 2023 years ago, I think that is the year that something different happened in the alignment of the mechanics of the system that we are in. So that's when I would say there was some sort of fall, some sort of deluge, some sort of changing of thought that was so profound that it's really hard to capture. And before that would be the air quotes golden age or the paradise, whatever. Uh, but I think the New Testament events happened right at around the halfway mark, right around 1300s, is when uh, something else, a new way of thought came around again. And I think that's when the New Testament actually takes place in Barcelona. It gave us a uniform commercial code that we still adhere to today.
Yeah, that is That is very interesting, and I tend to agree. I mean, I don't know the dates, but they definitely slipped in a K somewhere around the line. It definitely slipped in 1,000 plus minus 1,000 years, whatever. They slipped in like apes. Because we know that the calendars were readjusted. We just don't know what exactly. They told us, no, well, we fixed it. Yeah, sure, you fixed it. We trusted you and you fixed it. No, we fixed it. We did it right for you guys. So there's definitely a story there. And I tend to agree that the New Testament, from my perspective, is a lot earlier than what we give it credit for. And another thing is, I think a lot, like there's a lot of evidence with the coins specifically, which is the interesting evidence for me. How the coins just sort of switched, and it's the same coins, and then suddenly there was this huge change of coins, and that's like something that doesn't really lie, you know, because you see, you can't hide coins. You can hide books, you can make books illegal, you can have people murdered, you can kill people if they say the wrong thing, but you know what, people are still going to bury their bloody money, and it's gold that doesn't tarnish. So it's like, when you're pulling the stuff out, you're pulling out the coins, and the coins are talking, and they're telling us a language, and they're explaining to us, hold on, this doesn't add up. That these coins have been doctored. Someone came along later and said, oh shit, forgot the coins. We fixed everything in history except the coin. It's easy, just add a one. Add a one, yeah. So they added ones on some of these coins, but a lot of the coins that had ones added on them, and the coins that didn't have ones added on them, there's a big question there. There's a big question mark, because the gold would have been held for a long time, right? And the amount of gold that's been taken out of Africa and out of the world, out of the earth, is astounding. Like, where did it all go? So it definitely, the story of like you say, a flood or some kind of a catastrophic event must have occurred. It might have been that the flood came later. It might be that the flood came as late as the 1700s or the 1600s. That could be the mud flood that we've seen people digging out buildings from. Could have washed everybody away. All those empty photographs of empty buildings that we've been looking at, and we're like, what the heck? There's all these empty cities, like highly advanced cities, and there's nobody in them. But were they having lockdowns? Well, there's no mention of lockdowns in history. So, and we know what a lockdown looks like. There's always going to be people bucking the system. Everybody's not going to be indoors. Like, my neighbors were getting shocked by their neighbors for walking their dogs. I was like, oh God, no, this is sad. But that was happening. So there's always going to be people that are going to, buck the rule, buck the system. I didn't buck it too much because I was a child. I've got a little boy, so when you're a father, you start making concessions because you got to look after your kid. Who's going to look after your kid if you're not there? So yeah, but I mean, I was able to slip out in the evenings, because I love the evenings. But there's another thing about the evenings. Let's look at the way that time is measured. And I love what you said, Slick, about the timelessness of time. That should be a T-shirt. Yeah. Like, appreciate the timelessness of time, with a big clock in the center. Someone's got to do that. Come on, people out there, make the T-shirt. I'll get one. But yeah. I thought you were going to say something, perhaps. Was that lady?
Oh no, I was laughing and agreeing with your t-shirt. I think Slick could have an entire wardrobe of t-shirts. To be fair, there's some real gold that comes from Slick. So or all of you, in fact. So no, I was thinking about what you were saying regards to the dates, and I agree. And I'm not sure we'll ever pinpoint exact, because it's been messed with and played with so much, and so many changes. And the same as the coins we know on buildings, we've seen where they've added a Roman numeral to make a building knock off 1,000 years. So yeah, I'm not sure we'll ever get there. And I guess to a degree, how relevant is it? I guess it's more relevant that we're aware. and that we're conscious of something has gone on, and you know, the nice old saying is that you can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. So I think we need to be aware, but I'm not sure we'll ever know the dates. I agree with Slick for sure. I feel around those dates feels right intuitively, and certainly, you know, 2,000 odd years ago is when for sure the rhetoric changed. The new message came in, as we know, and the golden age definitely was gone, and now we've been in this cycle for over 2,000 years, and for me, I guess, you know, with the whole Saturn and whether I don't know what, we've all got different names for it, the dark side, the reptilians, the evil forces, the whatever we want to call it. You know, they've clearly mastered the worship and the control to a degree of Saturn, because we can all see the effects of that. But BushWhisperer, to answer your question, where did the gold go? My mind immediately wanted to spit out the Vatican. So there you go. There might be some intuition coming there, but I'm sure that's where most of the gold has been hoarded, along with all the gold of knowledge and books and everything else. But yeah, I think with Saturn and the worship side and the control, because yeah, it is its limitations, its time, its control, its rhythm, it's everything you've both said so eloquently. But clearly there is a real art to mastering that, and I think one side has mastered it far stronger than the other. As I said, we can see the effect. And I'm just interested, there's another view, and BushWhisperer, you mentioned the sun earlier, and obviously again everything's all linked, but there's a view, I don't know how I feel about it actually, but I'd be interested in your view, that some people are taking that there's this going back to the matrix system, I guess, and that this assimilation is it's a fake reality. But rather than the view of it's coming from the dark forces and it's just the Earth grid that's been manipulated, actually the view is that Saturn is the supercomputer, if you like. So the mainframe, and then the power supply for Saturn is the sun. And then it uses the moon as a kind of interface, like a communications module, if you like, or an interface, which then directly comes down to Earth, which is the instrument, if you like, and the simulator, the simulation. And I mean, it certainly for me plays into, there is for sure a huge amount of worship and occult around the darker side. We know that. To what degree, I have no idea. But it certainly plays into this whole matrix mainframe, and certainly Saturn is the predominant player. And so it's an interesting view. Do you guys agree, or what do you think about that in terms of the Earth is just a simulation? It's just a simulation model, and it's actually Saturn and the sun as the power supply that are reflecting down through the moon, which then brings in the conversation about the moon and what the moon is that we had a few weeks ago. So it's just interesting, all these different views and people coming from very different aspects and angles in terms of the impact. And if that is the case, then how do we extract ourselves from that?
Well, I would say if I listen to what you're saying about Saturn being the mainframe, that's exactly what the occult principles are pointing at when we look at the cube of space. It's just different terminology to explain the same thing, but definitely the center. Everything is moving through the mainframe, is the central sort of brain through which everything is processed, information. If we consider that everything is information, Zeus, conscious. So this information field is being structured into a polarity, which is then being directed into the mainframe. And the mainframe codes the information through the principle of rhythm and time. And then this is repolarized and brought back into cohesion through the principle of the moon. So the moon is sort of like the final beaming point to the earth. And that's basically exactly, someone has interpreted the cube of space concept and just put more modern words on it. But I think it's exactly the same as the ancient concepts of the Saturn being the center. And the black cube obviously is quite fundamentally important to understand why the cube is black. Because kala is in Sanskrit means black, but it means time, means dark. And so when we speak about Kali, this is about that structuring deity which has the ability to undo time. And time is Kala. And so we've got the Kala chakra. By the way, how is the sound? Is the sound okay? I was told there was a funny buzzing sound.
No, it's all good.
So yeah, I think what you're saying is totally on point. For me, it makes sense to me, and it doesn't take anything away from any of the other sciences of the etheric plane. I think when we think of like etheric, and we think in terms of a computer, it's probably a good way to consider it in a sense, because everything is information. Everything is essentially a mental projection. And so the mental projection of the mentalist sphere is using these 7 principles to project. This is why shaman, right? Shamanism is all about Saturn. Most shaman don't know this. They don't realize that the principle of rhythm that they dedicate their entire path to is the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time is the governing of the rhythms. And so when you adhere yourself to the path of rhythm, you are technically adhering yourself to the path of Saturn. And Sat. Okay, so you got the Om, Tat, Sat. These are the 3 aspects of the manifestational creation. And the Om is the most manifestational. Tat is the information field. And the Sat is that most abstract. Now we're getting back to what Slick said. The timelessness of time. Sattva. The Sattva Tattva is the outside of time perfect state, which is what we discussed last week. We were talking about that aspect of the body which is beyond time's grip, which is structured by time, structures time, but is essentially the causal body. And so I think when we're talking about this, we're talking about how the causal body creates everything else that we're experiencing here as a Maya. And Maya, once again, is an expression of Saturn's time. So it makes perfect sense to me that Saturn is the mainframe. I thought somebody wanted to say something. You came in India. I thought you were getting ready to throw something at the wall, brother. If you do.
Yeah, I got something to add. You guys familiar with the sigil of Saturn? It kind of looks like you got like 2 angles that cross each other with a line going through it, and it's kind of diagonal. Apparently, that comes from the Kamiya. Let me see. Where are my notes on this? And I actually noticed that the Kamiya, which they're saying that the seal of Saturn and the sigil of Saturn comes from, it's called the magic square. It's the same thing as the Bagawa square, where they get the trigrams from the BC era, from the Green Emperor, the first emperor of China, created this square, and the numbers go in a certain way. The way I articulate it is that if you play chess and you start with the number 1, you go like the knight would move. You go up and to the right to get to 2, down to the left to get to 3. And then 4, 5, 6 go diagonally across the middle. And so if you look at the order of the numbers, it creates the sigil of Saturn from that magic square. And it's an interesting connection that it's part of a Western society, but that has its roots in Chinese culture, where they began their mathematics and language with the Bagua square. So that's quite interesting to me. And, also ties into the fact that Saturn governs time and the timelessness of time. And we see things that are consistent through time that have been here and just have taken on new form. But that's beautiful. It's an interesting cross-cultural discovery that I made. But I love all your mention of the Vedic wisdom. And that's a beautiful thing.
Nice. Yeah. With the magic square, I always think of how Saturn, while it once was thought of as the last of the naked eye planets, it is the smallest of the magic squares, 3x3, which in a fun way is a representation of limit, because there's no such thing as a 2x2 magical square, which is kind of a fun enigma in and of itself. I think if you wanted to do a 2x2, it would have to be a magical cube. You'd have to go third dimensional to make that work out. But the 3x3 magic square of Saturn uses an octothorpe to draw out that frame. You need that internal horizontal lines makes an octothorpe, which sets out the 9 different squares with 8 different lines. And then the octothorpe is a symbol of Ishtara, which is the asterisk and the hashtag. These are almost the same word, really. Hashtara, hashtag, and octothorpe. These 8 pointed stars, which I think is really neat that they give the shape that draws out the mathematical 9. But yeah, I love magical squares. They're really fun. You can. I love pointing out how alliteration, like CC, so many things are 3x3. When you have a C and a C is a 3x3. Therefore, it's calling on the magical square of Saturn. Words that are a D and a D is a 4x4. It's a magical square of Jupiter. And so these are real simple ways that I'm pretty sure Shakespeare back in the day was evoking at least the base 5 fundamental planets using alliteration. Don't try this stuff at home, kids.
Oh, and I wanted to also add that I believe Uranus comes before Neptune. There was a time when they made Pluto not be a planet, and so they considered Pluto and those other planets near Pluto that orbit on a different plane. They started to call them trans-Neptunian objects, or TNOs, which means that Neptune is like the furthest out of the planets that they kept.
Right. You know what that makes me think of? That demoting planets and promoting them, presuming to be in a position to give these gods their station.
Yeah.
That is putting yourself above anything we have a word for. If you're the one who tells a god, no, you're fired. Oh, okay, we need you back in there again. Then you are on some level of dominion that we don't really have a word for. But that's the same thing. There's an echo to that. That is that King Charles, when he got when they put that crown on him, they called him a king of kings. Technically, that is a sultan. And a sultan is on another level that we just don't have words for. Our common speak, our common parlance doesn't attach to these dominions and principalities and ranks and echelons that just go into the very elite class of those who have security clearance well above us. But yeah, he is King Charles III is a king of kings, which is a sultan, which is somebody who can presume to make other people into a king, or who knows what other powers they assign to themselves. But let me say this: that is beyond Saturnian, right? If Saturn is the king of all limitations, is the the black wall, the end all be all. Clearly, there are now authorities beyond that they're drawing upon, and these ideas just fascinate me to no end. But I think it is a something to marvel at, that we're in a day and age where Saturn is no longer the limit of all things. We found all these other planets outside of that, outside of him, beyond him. I think that there's a lot of the Gnostic rebellious movements were generating the ability to think beyond some of the senses and some of the consensus reality of its time. And so I have people have asked me, do we believe that Uranus is really a thing and Pluto and Neptune are really planets? And I think that the fact that we know that there's more to know for generations to come, that that there that's what's important, that we believe that there are new things under the sun every day, that every word out of our mouth is something new under the sun every day, and that we're not stuck in a simulation where that we can't break out of because we can't come into new forms of thought, new habits, and new patternings. So yeah, in a fun way, I think that Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are some of the most important constructs, whether they're fabricated or not. Um, they definitely tell us that there are authorities beyond uh, what the elitists presume to occupy.
Get your salt on. Eh? You got to get your salt on. Very important part of the alchemical process. And it's how we bring it all together, isn't it? The salt is the key. It's very interesting when it comes to exorcism. Ah, I had a lot of salt thrown at me as a kid. Literally. So salt is this magical substance, this crystal, that seems to bind to everything. And it seems to want to bind everything to other things. So you can bind a spirit with salt because it's NaCl, right? So it's got the sodium and it's got the chlorine. So Saturn, in its first role, in its earlier times, was the green man, as far as I've been able to come up with. And once again, as an agricultural deity, let me know if my mic goes weird. But as an agricultural deity, the green man really holds all the cards. And the green man is represented as, you've all seen it in Europe, they still have those wonderful plaques and statues and things above doors and in doorways, where they have this beautiful man coming out of a tree, out of plants, out of a vine, the divine. And so when we think about the divine is literally an expression of coming out of the vine, out of the tree, the green man. And so when we consider this, it does represent the principles of salt. For salt is Saturn, is chlorine. Chlorite crystals are very good for bringing Saturnial energy into the chakras. And even though all those books on crystal will tell you that the chlorite chakra is for your heart, these crystals work on many levels. But when we're working with chlorite, we're working with the aspect of chlorine. And so this is essentially the deep structures of becoming salt. Becoming salt. Nutrition is about salts, the various different salts that our body requires, which is why when we feed plants, we feed them salts, right? All the other elements are essentially the matrix of the various different 12 salts that our body takes in. But sodium chloride has been given to us exclusively. And so we've got to wonder why our bodies are being given more sodium chloride than what they need as part of our dietary structure. I think it causes us to become more defined and structured in terms of the principles of time. All the 12 salts hold different aspects of the 7 rays, which will structure our physical and psychic and spiritual bodies in a particular way. And so there's something to be considered here, I think, when we look at salts. I think we really need to consider it because there's something powerful here. We've also got sodium, and sodium is very interesting. Sodium. So it's about that diamagnetic quality of hamsa, of the out-breath. The out-breath is fire. So we're starting to look at how this is a very interesting concept. It's the binding aspect of fire, where sulfur is the active aspect of fire. Sodium is slightly different. So, and we speak about sod, right? You call someone a sod. It's about binding. It's a binding spell, essentially, when we use this word. And you sod the hoof of a horse. Now, horses are, now this is interesting. Horses are representative of Jupiter in the principle of freedom. But in the principle of personal power, horses were originally, before they were related to Jupiter, they hold a special station in the principle of Saturn as well. There's the mystic nature, and then there's the actual nature. And so the numbers of the mystic and the actual can be seen as the relationship between the numerations of the archetypes and the letters as they represent the 22 arcane structural pictures, both in terms of the alphabetical letters, which come from hieroglyphs, or the tarot. And we can see how the mystic number and the number representatively is a successive structure. And I think when we're talking about the salt on, we're talking about that very physicalizing aspect of Saturn through the principle of salt, through the principle of bringing the chlorine into the body in the most simplest, easiest way, which is quite important. I think we spoke about this before, why the oceans are green, right? And this has got to do with the fallout from Saturn, once again. It all comes back. And also why the oceans are so salty. I think Saturn must be a salty place. And the only other, well, not the only, sorry. There are a number of crystals that do take on cube naturally. Pyrite is one of them. I've got a couple of pyrite cubes here. The pyrite cubes are really interesting. And pirati, the pirates, literally got their name from this. So now we're looking at something like tinfoil hat territory. I don't have space for a tinfoil hat with this load on my head. I'd have to get a customized tinfoil hat. But the pirates, right? The pirates who were the skull and bone wielders, the same skull and bones that George Bush and his daddy and all that crew were like Titus thieves, that were stealing from the kings and the lords, the nobility, in order to fund their campaigns, because they had been demonized when they were the Templars. So the word pyrite has got a very special place when we look at the skull and bones. And so pyrite, we call it Give me a moment. Oh,
I know that.
it's
Yeah,
material. Oh,
I know that pirate starts with the prefix pyre, which is associated with fire, and so they're associated with destruction and fire. Also, the fire of transformation. They can be used to do dirty deeds and take out other principalities when they're used as mercenaries and such. And they're known for bringing down the fire and firing upon their enemies. But I know Rhode Island has been taken over by the pirates in the old times, and to this day is run by the mafia. But it was named by some explorers that were sailing by Jamestown, and they thought it to look like the Isle of Rhodes, which is where it gets its name, Rhode Island. And it's interesting, if you go to Rhode Island, the capital city, Providence, if you're riding down the highway, there's a mural of all the different mafia bosses that have run the mafia there. It's not really well hidden. It's pretty out in the open. And there's a nightclub I used to go to there that was paid off by the mafia, and they're supposed to shut all clubs down in Providence by 2 p.m. or a.m. rather. But this club would go till 6 a.m. And there was a lot of lucrative stuff that would go on there. So it was like a real look into corrupt society, about organized crime, but legitimized and accepted by the government and police. So it kind of shows that they're all work together. But that's how they get us. They tell us that these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, and it's even amongst your own society. Like, these are the bad guys and these are the good guys, but they all really work together. And then you have,
Totally.
our country's the good country, but that country's a bad country. But they're all orchestrated by the same governance at the very top.
Yeah, man. So the skull of Bluebeard. When they finally got Bluebeard, they strung him up post haste to make an example out of him. And they put the skull out on the harbor of Boston as a all pirates be ye warned, and left him out to rot on a pike in the harbor. And then a bunch of ruffians went out there and they harvested him off of the pike and took the skull back to the Green Dragon Lodge, the Green Dragon Inn. And they some believe that they lined the skull with silver, so a silversmith was involved, quicksilver, that's a very mercurial element, and fashioned the skull into a punch bowl. And then all the founding fathers would come to the Green Dragon Inn to commune and be initiated by drinking from the skull of Bluebeard the pirate. I love that story. It is so fascinating because it reveals to us that these founding fathers admired the rebel spirit, that they venerated this pirate, this Bluebeard, this person who took the law into their own hands, this nation unto himself that was Bluebeard. It's very fascinating that they would keep the story alive and even graft their own story onto his story. So yeah, that's a very fascinating little practice that they had going in that location.
That is an amazing story. They actually have the legend of Blackbeard here in North Carolina, out in I believe it's Ocracoke on the coast. He was captured, and he was I believe he was trying to swim away, and they shot him in the water, shot him dead. And so there's a legend now, and that if you go there at night, specifically around certain times of year, even more so, that you will see lanterns in the water, or you can see Blackbeard swimming in the water, trying to reach up for your boat. And they have a whole jamboree for Blackbeard every year, like around the fall, I want to say.
Oh, perfect timing with the music. That was awesome.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, little spooky tune right there. Yeah, oh, I love this season.
So cool. I love myths and legends like that. I think there's something really special around it. And what I find really fascinating in that story is, you know, the cross-cultural, which we see in everything. But really, I didn't know that, Slick. So it's really interesting to me the drinking from the skull, because ordinarily that's something that you wouldn't associate certainly with founding fathers and that kind of, you know, that's not the side of things that they tend to be seen on publicly, at least. And that's much more akin to what we're taught. We know it's not true, but what we're taught is, you know, along the lines of dark arts and voodoo, and, you know, that kind of drinking from a skull is very much, you know, so it's really, that's really interesting for me that they've openly, not only openly that's there as a legend, but they've crafted their own kind of stories and legends onto it. Is really fascinating, and it just shows where the lines get really blurred and really murky in terms of where people sit and cultural traditions and how they get inverted, but where the truth comes from, I find really interesting, because at the essence of that is quite a pure thing, that they were, you know, worshipping, I guess, or respecting what he did and what he stood for. And it was, I guess, a celebration. It doesn't sound like it was something macabre.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, you got people like the Skull Society. That kind of shows you that it's not just that, it's prevalent more so than we think, probably.
Yeah.
And the
whole skull drinking thing, it's so fascinating, and it's so creepy. It's so creepy. You said Blackbeard, right? Was it in North Carolina?
Yes.
That's interesting. I often think that these are mantles, and that they're, you know, kind of like, you guys remember Wesley from The Princess Bride, and how he was he became he was a pirate, Dread Pirate Robertson, and the Dread Pirate Robertson was passing the mantle on to him, and then we find out that he eventually passed the mantle on to somebody else, so he could retire. And I often think that about these pirates, that there's probably 4 or 5 Blackbeards, 6 or 7 Bluebeards, and they're just all going out and terrorizing and benefiting from this shared reputation, this terrible, terrific reputation. I think Napoleon did the same thing. I think there were multiple Napoleons fighting multiple wars, so he could be here, there, and everywhere at the same time, just so that the psychic impact is ensured to last longer going forward through history.
That's very interesting. Sorry about just now. I think my little boy sabotaged my burning tray. He keeps throwing little bits of rubbish. Well, he was earlier throwing bits of rubbish into my ash pot. And some of it was like wool or cotton or something. And I was like, what is that? That's not my resin. I was choking up myself here with something that was burning that really shouldn't be burnt. So I had to clear the air a little bit.
I have to just jump in. Sorry, I've just seen Sean's message to us, or to Gabe. He's heading to a full moon music and fire gathering in the hills of Wales. Well, Sean, if you're still online, please message us, because I'm right on the border of Wales and I would love to know where that is. It sounds amazing.
Yeah, you would enjoy it. So are you close to Whitchurch then?
I'm Shropshire. I'm literally 2 miles from the Welsh border, so I'm super close. So I'm really intrigued as to where he is, because the Full Moon Music and Fire gathering is just right up my street.
I found Whitchurch to be a fascinating place when I was there, and obviously Whitchurch, you know, it's very, very ancient. That's down on the southern border, but yeah, what you were saying about the multiple personalities is very interesting, because there's the same thing that comes up in the Bible, where the disciples come to him and they say, "Master, Master, quickly, you must come. There's an imposter. He's impersonating you in the marketplace." And he was like, "No, no, no, no. We're all doing the Father's work." And they were like, "Yeah, but he's healing the sick in your name." And the master sort of said, like, "Hey, you know, let him be. Let him do his work." So I think this is a repetitive, something that happens repetitively. Sorry, my throat's still sensitive, but I do see that there is this. I'm going to take a break, let my throat recover.
I wanted to mention something about drinking from the skulls. There's 2 sects in India of ascetics that drink or eat from skulls, and they're considered holy men. The Kapalikas and the Aghoris, sadhus, and they are kind of like beggars in our society. They will never have money or buy anything. They will just salvage food, like wasted food and junk food that was thrown away. They'll just kind of eat out of the trash, or sometimes they will eat like dead things that are often rotten, or oftentimes some of them will eat feces. One of the sects actually is cannibalistic. They don't kill people to eat them, but they will eat parts of the body of people that have passed on. Apparently they eat them raw, but they like to eat out of a human skull. That's part of their practice.
Yeah,
The
buddy.
skull
Yeah.
was the
You know,
drinking vessel on Earth. The very, very first thing that people were drinking out of were skulls. And it sort of stands to reason because it's perfect. And so when people were starting to do religious services right in the beginning, they noticed the water was a powerful substance. And then they would want to get their ancestor's skull to drink the thoughts and wisdom of your ancestors out of the skull of your ancestors as a ritual. It's one of the oldest ones on Earth.
Yep.
That's cool.
And so the Aghori Sadhu Babas in India, their name is very significant because the head of Medusa that Perseus is holding up still today has the Algol star, is the eye of Medusa, the demon star, the demon's eye. And so the Aghori are the name of that sect of Sadhu Babas. Perseus is totally a fusion of Eastern mystic legends fusing in with Western Greek mythology. This was the Persians coming into the Greek pantheon, and the fact that he's holding Algol, which is a decapitated head, with that name, is carrying the history of the Aghori. Yeah, and there's a lot of superstition and bad omens associated with the eye of Algol. And it's no coincidence whatsoever that Al Gore went up on stage and told everybody that there's bad omens, the world's going to end, hide your kids, hide your wife. And his name is Al Gore, literally turning people's heart to stone, telling them that the world's going to end, reading bad omens. It's so fascinating to me. He got up on a hydraulic lift to do it. Even that aspect has to do with the springtime, that rising, the crops rising. but also the charioteer is just as co-adjacent to the Perseus constellation. It basically goes from Perseus to the charioteer. So Al Gore riding on a chariot telling people bad omens. It's all star magics, really.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because when you look at Agni. So Agni is the original god of fire, right? Agni. And it's one of the 8 principal powers related to Shiva. And it's the principle of fire, which relates to life coming through fire. So Arg relates to fire, but Arg, slightly different pronunciation, relates to the eye, and Or relates to light in various languages. So fire, from which light comes, agora, and aura is the light that's coming to you from the place. And so it has a sort of mystical connotation to the eye, but the fire, which is the pineal, because the pineal gland within the head produces the electricity from those cells that are like those fish cells under the sea that produce electricity, piezoelectric cells stimulated by photons and light touching the retina. So it produces literally a light inside the head that shines right through and actually shines right onto the pituitary gland through the center of the keyhole shape inside your head, which we know as the claustrum. So there's literally this, and this is the light that comes through the eyes. And it's literally, it's a fire that's being created inside our heads. So it's another reason as to why the agoras have to have a skull to drink out of, because it represents that fire, that light that comes from the pineal, touches the pituitary, and so creates the sushumna, or is the facilitator through which sushumna is achieved between the pineal and the pituitary, when they are working in total synergy, and then the whole brain function is being achieved. The agora is, like you say, it's a lot of superstition, and I've spent time with the agor babas, and also eating the guruji is a big part of that. And I think that does come back to Saturn, because there is a connection with Saturn. Now, in the old times, Saturn had 2 goddesses. What were their names? There were 2 goddesses associated with Saturn. One was baleful, and one represented the abundance of the reap. So that sky of Saturn's that's reaping this, the one goddess represented abundance, and the other goddess represented limitations in its fullness. And so these are the 2 poles of Saturn, if we can consider it, like it does relate. And so the Agor are very much riding that fine line, and have given a lot of time and devotion to the limits. And I've met Agors that have some very weird practices. Very weird practices indeed. Like you say, eating feces and eating bad stuff. This is something that Agors can do. I've known Agors to eat car tires. Wow. I mean, it's going to turn my stomach. Like, but and human flesh in Nagaland is one of the things. In fact, people are scared of Nagaland because of this. A lot of Westerners are very scared of Nagaland because they do eat human flesh there, and like, you might be a tasty morsel running around. This is what they're afraid of. But jokes aside, the Agoras that I've met are actually quite focused on peace. And I think that's what Saturn brings. Saturn brings peace, because it's so solid, it's so heavy, and it's all about the inertia. And when one moves into the solidness and the inertia of the situation, which is the darkness, one is left with no option but to accept. And so the acceptance is the way in which we contract with peace. And if you wish to make a contract with peace, it needs to be through the process of acceptance. For then the contract becomes the extension of peace into one's consciousness field. And I think this is the mysteries of the Agores, what they are sharing with us, which is bringing us back to the skullduggery of this day and age. And obviously, before you can drink out of a skull, you've got to do some skullduggery, right? You've got to dig the skull out. You've got to clean it out. And the cleaning of the skull is skullduggery. And so we're living in a world with the skull and crossbone masters digging out skulls through media. And there's sort of the skullduggery has become the normal Netflix, advertising, music. Gosh, this doesn't even get started. We could write a whole book here about how they're messing with our minds. And they use mercury
the word
yes.
The word Netflix is one letter. It's only one little branch missing. If you flip it in reverse, it's actually skeleton.
Mm.
If you make the F into an E and flip the whole thing in reverse, it's basically the word skeleton spelled with an X. Skeleton, which I just think is really fascinating. Indy, you're not muted, buddy. I'm just letting you know. And Lily, you sound like you had something to say. I want to ask the chat to try to enter an emoji in the chat room that I can't get mine to work anymore. It's the emoji for the Welsh flag. There's a few flags in my emojis that don't work any longer. And I wonder if other people's Welsh flag is working. It's the last emoji on all the flags because it's W, Wales. And I just want to see, and if anybody knows why it might not work anymore, that's a mystery I'm still trying to solve. But every time I push it, I get a black flag instead. And I just wonder, Lily, if you know anything about the Welsh flag and why it's not turning up any longer. There's a couple flags that aren't coming up on the phones anymore.
That's really interesting. I've not. I'm going to just check my phone actually. Now you've said that and see if I have it in mine. But no, well, as far as I know, there's no reason. There's been no change to the flag. The Welsh are, as you know, incredibly proud of that flag. It's absolutely everywhere. To this day, it's on most properties' front lawns. So yeah, no, there's been no change. I'm just taking a look for you to see if it's in mine. But that's very odd that it's coming up as a black flag, given the context of what we're discussing with the black cube. Maybe someone's listening to you, Gabe. No, I have it in my phone. I have the Welsh emoji flag in my phone. So no, all seems to be okay here. I don't know in the chat though, because I'm not logged into YouTube. So maybe someone that's listening can try it for us in the chat.
Okay,
but I was going to just jump on what you guys were just discussing about the skulls and the Agori, and I find it really interesting. I have really conflicting views, I guess, on all of this and linking back, because again, like with everything, there's always polarity, and we've got kind of one view of the physical body is a vessel. It's there's the view of it's nothing other than a vessel, and therefore there shouldn't be any particular attachment to it or worship or anything like that. And then the other side, where actually there's a huge amount of power in that vessel when a soul has passed through it, and therefore comes the drinking from the skull and the worship. And we've seen the inversion of that in countless films. The one that comes to my mind is, I don't know why, but Indiana Jones, and they're drinking from monkey skulls and all these different things. And, you know, you've got the whole scene going on. But I just find it interesting with the Agoras, and it's something, I guess, because you guys seem to have a lot more of a view on it and knowledge, and certainly Franklin been spending time around them. I've never been able to make peace with, you know, to your point about Saturn and coming back to the core of that, and that the core is peace, and, you know, they are generally a peaceful movement. And but then when you see some of the practices, you know, with some of the animal rituals, and, you know, I mean, it's nothing short of horrific when you see some of it, and I have seen some of it. And I guess I have a real conflict over that, and how that can be coming from or driven from a place of peace and respect, if that's where the Saturn link is coming from, given the utter horrificness, I guess, and macabre that surrounds some of the practice. So for me, I don't know if that's a nice link back to the start of our conversation, which was, you know, there's the golden age of Saturn, and now it's been spun into this dark occult control, worship, destruction, limits, you know, death, etc. I don't know if the Agori kind of view is that same contradictory view being played out in a physical form.
I would say that it's the same, like you get some Christians that believe that God's gonna wave a magic flag or a wand, and that he's gonna come down and fetch everybody at a single moment and take them all up into heaven, and all the bad people are gonna stay here and burn in hell. But it's not necessarily a mainstream idea that most Christians believe, as an example. And the same you could say for a lot of traditions. You're always going to get extremists from every tradition. And the same like saying that, okay, like, you know, there are people in Iran that basically want to like put like, you know, bomb jackets on and run into the West and blow up themselves and everybody else. You're always going to find the odd extremists. And I think that a lot of documentaries have focused on the extremist aspects. So some Christians have literally like locked themselves up in churches and murdered themselves as they're waiting for this special moment to come, right? To be elevated. But it's a very extreme idea. And in the same way, some of the Agors are extremist, but it doesn't define the Agors, if that makes sense. Because in India, there is no set where this tribe, this is how we are. There are no rules. So you can find like 50 different types of Agor with 50 different types of ideas, which are all similar. And you're going to find the extremist ones that are doing these horrendous things. But I'll also point out that the same can be said for all traditions. Bloodletting and the use of blood to power spells has been something that many traditions have done, and the extremists from these traditions have used it as a shortcut to gaining a cone of power, because they didn't have the concentration, the impetus, and the dedication to generate a cone of power. They would steal a cone of power from blood in order to power their spells. And this is something that was, I think, popularized. It was popularized after the fall, if I can use the word the fall, as in moving away from the golden age, and that the first human sacrifices started back in ancient times. So yeah, I do agree with you. I also have a real issue with that. Here in South Africa, the Sangomas do that. Not all of them, but there are many Sangomas that do a lot of this. And I have a real issue with that, because I personally don't think that we need to use a cone of power. We can raise our own cones of power. So I'm with you on that. But I wouldn't say that it defines the Agors. It just defines a minority of the Agors.
Yeah, no, I completely align with you there. Of course, there's extremist examples in every race, religion, culture, whatever, even down to someone going to the gym or whatever. That there are extremes in everything. So yeah, I completely get that. I guess I was meaning more where we see I guess using the extreme is a good analogy actually, where we see the extremes play out in cultures and religions in a physical manifestation here. Do we think that's a direct reflection of the polarity of the energy of Saturn that we were discussing at the start, where it can be drawn for power and time and space and rhythm and consistency, but equally it can be drawn for limitation and destruction and death and the two things we're seeing. I guess it's coming back to the wider question of, if Saturn is the overriding force controller to this planet, then it would make sense that it has the polarities that then we see then playing out here in physical form that we're now dealing with today.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, please, like.
Well, I think about one from the perspective of social engineering. If we go for many, many generations where there are less and less hands-on producers of meat, butchers in the community, and we're sourcing from further and further away, so that it's even happening in a factory now, so that we sterilized the karmic debt of food production to such a degree that people just don't see where all this abundance is coming from. We don't see we're not tapped into the true source of the cost of what impact we have. It's only a matter of removing the veil a little bit before we become uh, I'll just say we've become so desensitized from our impact in the imprint that we have, that they don't have to do very much to just reveal what was already there all along. And the next thing we know, we're that much more responsive to the sight of blood or atrocities or the imposition of law, uh, especially when they focused a lot of people's cameras on these atrocities and these signs and these states of affairs. So I think there's a lot to do with that. That to some degree, I often think that like they almost had to give people the video games and these whatever graphic, gratuitous, violent experiences, just so that we don't ever forget that there is a state of being um, that reality can fall back into potentially. And I'm not justifying, I'm not defending them. I'm just saying to some degree, it's almost like if we do forget about the violent potential, the violent monopoly on force, if we forget about that, then it has that much more impact on us just by implying violence. We don't even have to see it. It doesn't even have to be real. It can just be the simulacrum of it. And we all faint like goats. So I think there's a fine balance. I'm not saying it's good that people play video games or that we have, depictions of horror in our film, but I think there is a healthy degree of like remembering our mortality, keeping a fear of God instilled in the next generation, at least enough so that they have a sense of self-preservation, a self-preservation instinct. Yeah, but that gratuitous line is a fine thing to walk.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I totally get where you're coming from. I'm not sure the level of desensitization that is now happening and has been for, I guess, the last at least 1 or 2 generations. They're so desensitized to the horrors and atrocities because of the video games and because of the films that I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think I've experienced a wide enough poll of that generation to be able to answer, I guess. But I don't know, for me, the ones of that generation that I have come across, they don't seem to have a sense of mortality or respect for life. They seem to actually have the opposite because they're so desensitized. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I hope that your view is the way it is. I really do, for humanity's sake. But yeah, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't support it. I don't see it going anywhere good. But at the same time, yeah, it's such a hard line.
Yeah,
I'm not into video games or any of that. But at the same time, I do think that the warrior spirit needs to be passed forward in some incarnation or another.
oh, for sure.
But it is. It's a fine line.
I 100% agree with that, Gabe. Absolutely, totally, because we all have it within us, and previous generations, you know, for sure. If we just remember our parents and our grandparents, certainly our grandparents. I mean, my grandmother was, oh my God, she was like a tour de force. And we often speak about now, you know, that generation, and you don't see that anymore, you know, the spirit and the strength and the so I completely agree that we actually have a duty to pass on the warrior spirit. But I don't know, I mean, I think it was Kilelle, maybe someone posted in one of our groups yesterday or the day before, something a millennial had posted somewhere, I don't know, saying something about they won't ever mess with anyone that's over the age of 42, because anyone over the age of, which made me smile, anyone over the age of 42, like, you know, we were raised outside, we went missing for 12 hours and our parents didn't know where we were and we were fine, and, you know, we know how to handle ourselves, we spent all the time in nature, we, you know, have all these ways to look after ourselves and survival instincts and all this stuff. And I read it and I was like, yeah, and it made me really sad, because these generations now don't have any of that. They're not equipped with any of those skills. You know, if we were out, you know, we were out. There wasn't a phone. We didn't have any backup. You had to, if something happened, you just sorted yourself out. And that's the warrior survival instinct. And it's absolutely innate in us. But these generations are not in the environment to allow those inhibitors, I guess, in the DNA to switch on, to activate, because they're not in the environment that allows that to flourish. And I guess that's my concern. And unless we get them out in those environments, they're not going to learn that from video games. They're not going to learn that from movies, because they're one step removed from it. And unless you immerse yourself in these experiences, it doesn't stay in your memory. It doesn't stay in your DNA. And I was watching something earlier that I guess is a nice kind of link to this now, and I didn't make the link at the time, but this guy was studying, it was linked to a different video, but he was using the analogy of fleas, which, bear with me, I know this sounds bizarre, but there is a link. So, and basically, fleas obviously have an innate ability to jump, you know, something like 42 times, you know, the size of their body or whatever it was, and it was equivalent to us jumping the Eiffel Tower or something. So, and they all have that, it's in their DNA. But in this experiment, they put some fleas in a glass jar, like a normal pickle sized jar, and they noticed that after only 3 days, the fleas didn't jump any higher, even though they could. They didn't jump any higher than the lid of the jar, even when the jar was removed, the lid was removed. And what really interested me, and going back to the generations coming after us now, is that we know that DNA gets reprogrammed and things get handed down genetically. And what was interesting with the fleas was when they examined the larvae and the babies from those fleas that were in the original jar, the babies didn't ever jump higher than the height of the jar. So it's like in one generation that switched off in the DNA, and that's what worries me for our future generations.
I do think that this is a very important conversation, that it does actually relate right down to Saturn being control. And I do think that the powers that be have done exactly what Gab says on one hand, in order to present you with that warrior spirit outlet of the computer games and the films, but in the same time prevent you. If a child gets into a fight with another child, they get medicated. In our days, we got into fights. We didn't get medicated, we got cuts. You know, we got into a fight, we had to bend down, we got beaten, bang, fight done. But we were sort of allowed to fight up to a point, if that makes sense. Hey, Gab, like things were a little bit different, and there were Barneys. Like you got into the field and it was like Barney, and the kids are like banging the crap out of each other. They're coming back with fat lips. The teachers are saying, "What's happened?" And you're like, "No, we were playing football, sir." And you look like that. Oh yeah, we were playing football. You know, that was the whole thing, rugby. And it was, no, we were playing. If teachers catch you fighting, you say, no, we're just training, we're just sparring, we're playing, you know. So, but kids aren't allowed to do that anymore. So it is definitely a way for the warrior spirit to live on, but it's in a false thing. They're giving us this computer game, which is this like place for the warrior spirit to play. But when like real life comes knocking on the door, it's not a computer game. You know, then they got to deal with the hardships of reality, which they're not equipped for. And also the way you say, Lily, you know, the world has become overly protective, overly safe, because it's so dangerous. It's so safe. So this idea that parents have got total communication with their children 24/7 puts the children in more danger, in a sense, because when they grow up and they have to be an adult, there's a huge shift. Like you say, we had to get this transition. Like it wasn't unusual for me when I was 15 to hitchhike, like, you know, 600 miles and go to a festival. And my mother had no idea where I was. And all my friends were out there, their mothers had no idea where they were. And we were partying it up. We were on our own. We were roughing it. We were, you know, we were getting off our face as well. We were doing all sorts of things we shouldn't be doing. But at the same time, we were sort of, it's like a rite of passage. And children don't get that anymore because it's all handed to them. And the drugs they're getting at such a young age, I think, is also damaging the brain as well, because they're getting too much access to too much drugs at a too young an age. And so at age 14, you can decide whether to take MDMA or not. It's just ridiculous. And the computer games, I think, are like obviously really toxic because of the subliminal messaging. Another thing is, I remember playing those shooting games. My brother used to like them, so I played them with him a bit. And I was like, why are we shooting at the Muslims? Why are they all speaking Arabic? Like, what's that about? Like, and why are we the good guys? You know, why are they the bad guys? So there's a lot going on there, I think. And I think what you're both saying is very relevant and important. Somebody fell off.
You know, I like to point out the phrase that they use to describe the cowpoke. Safe, secure is an anagram. It's a phonetic anagram. Secure is sakri, and face is vice. And so safe, secure is just the word sacrifice, scrambled up just a little bit. And this gave everybody a sense, an undue sense of security, an undue sense of nobility, of virtue, of, you know, now I'm noble because I've done my sacrifice. And I think it's really fascinating how these words, their subliminal representation is really what people are hearing more. People hear, you know, the word safe, secure, safe, secure, safe, secure. They said it so many times that it became one of those repeating words that doesn't mean anything anymore. You know, it's just a bunch of sounds run together. But what people were performing as was more coherent to the subliminal message of sacrifice. People really thought they were patting themselves on the back for participating in this group sacrifice. And it is so, so profound to me. How many...
It's so dangerous that the subliminal messaging, as we know, is the most dangerous of any weapon I think that they could and do utilize. And I think, you know, seeing it play out on a grand scale, for me personally, now really close to home, in the video games you guys were talking about, and one of my dearest friends in the world, and she has a son and a daughter, who I'm, you know, like family to, like an aunt, and the daughter is now, she's asking that we refer to them as him, transgender, and it's really interesting because I have a whole view on this, and this is a whole different conversation, not for now. But in terms of the subliminal, I started trying to get my head around, okay, we've seen the propaganda. We know that that's what they're pushing. We know why, and destruction of family unit. But I was trying to understand the mechanics of how have they managed this? How have they managed this so quickly and so prevalently in almost one generation? This is now a thing that's everywhere, that's totally normalized. And I've never seen, of all the things they've introduced subliminally, I've never seen anything take on as fast and effectively as this transgender movement has. So I was really digging into hows and whys and looking at NLP and and it was really interesting what the common denominator of all the, because, and I am going to use her name because she is anatomically a she, Poppy. She's 13, and I noticed that of the number of people in the same school, and then my godchildren who have friends that are also now transgender or whatever, the common denominator amongst all of them is this anime. You know, this Japanese anime, the cartoons and the video games, and so coming back to the subliminal, it's really interesting to me that it's really subtle, it's ultra subtle, but the programming, and obviously, you know, we know that they have got the best behaviorists, the best researchers in the world to deliver these things. But I feel, you know, in terms of where we're aligned, going back to Saturn and control and limitations, consistency, you know, how we combat this level of, like I say, that the pace that this has been executed at and had an effect, you know, how do we, I guess, overcome, or how do we harness that and overcome it? Because it's incredible, the pace, to me.
Yeah, I'll have got to point out TikTok. There's Chronos, right?
Yeah. God, I didn't think of that.
Yes, and there's some sort of law going on around Chronos. It's not only, I think one of the fundamental laws of Chronos is revelation of the method. I think it's required that there's some sort of mark, some sort of disclosure, some public notice that is just symbolic enough that you didn't pick up on it, but you accepted it, and it's always in the front. It's always the on the title. It's the very first thing that you engaged with that that came across your radar that you did. It's always in the very beginning that the disclosure happens. And then you mentioned anime, and we totally. I have to mention the divine twin is often considered your anima or your animus, depending on if you're male or female. And so they literally called it what it is, this supplemental anthropomorphized externalization of the self that we associate with or attach to, which I think that is one of humans' our most powerful skills, is the ability to associate, or to become the hero that you always knew you could be. That is our superpower, but it also is our weakness when we're like, oh, I like something that Kanye West likes, and then they attack Kanye West, therefore my feelings get hurt, or some third hand attribution of power. It can work in both directions. It's a two-sided sword. So I wanted to mention, when you said anime, that is so spot on, that they're calling it what it is. This totem, or a divine twin, a servitor. It's functional in so many ways.
Yeah, I sounds so ridiculous, but I never made that connection until you just said it. And I mean, it's almost to the point where it's sickening, isn't it? When it's, we know they do most of it in plain sight, but that's just absurd. That's so absurd. I can't believe I missed it. It's really sick. And I know I shouldn't say this, but, sometimes I have to say, you have to hand it to them. I mean, the hand they're playing, I mean, I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't, but I can't help but be impressed sometimes with just how incredible it is, what they've managed to pull off and what they are pulling off, and everyone's so absolutely asleep to it. You have to kind of applaud it in a really weird, sick way. You just do.
You're so right, Lily. You're so right. You're like, but at the same time, it becomes playful. It's almost a game that you're like, I'm constantly tweaking these words and just putting a light to them, just enough that we can see the consistency of the pattern that they do. They have a fingerprint, and it's just great that we have a language to bring these things to light. You're so right. I'm like that all the time. I'm like, oh, you slick buggers, you slick bastards.
I know, I feel there's a part of me that's like berating myself every time I do that, but equally, I'm a big believer in giving credit where it's due, and just some of it is just, and also, ultimately, you kind of do have to applaud it for what it is, but also for how deftly that they've pulled all of this off, because the reason that they put it all in plain sight is they have to, as we know, that's their bargain, that's their deal, is because each human being has free will, and the one golden rule is that they absolutely can't circumvent that at all. So the way they handle it is, we'll put everything in plain sight, and then that way we are choosing with our free will to go along with this or not. So, ultimately, we, as we do in everything, we have to take responsibility for ourselves every day and our choices. And so, you have to hand it to them, and what they're doing is just beyond. But equally, people are making that choice themselves. They do have another choice. There is another way that we've all chosen here. It's impressive and just downright sick at the same time.
Well,
but if I
think
don't laugh about it, I'll probably cry. So
I tend to think of it like this, though. Like, considering what a shabby job they've done. Well, and now I'm giving the devil's advocate here, because they've literally had all the coins. So the coins over the eyes, right? They've had all the coins. So it started off with they inherited this world. So they were the royalty. Yeah. And we were the serfs. So something happened in ancient times for them to have total control over us. They had control over everything, and then the money came into being, and then with the holding of the money in your pocket, you gained your freedom from serfdom. Those were the rules, right? And so when money started to be produced, people were no longer serfs. So I don't think they've done anything from my perspective. It's always been like this in our modern, when I say modern history, I mean thousand years. I don't know how many years, but long. And they had us as serfs, where they basically had us working the land, and we didn't own anything. We worked for the lord of the manor, and the lord would control everything. And then they allowed us to have coins, but then because we held coins, we were now having to be answering for these coins. So it's like when you start with all the money in the world, what can you not do? And considering that they started with all the money in the world, and they started with all the control, and they started with everybody being slaves, like, I don't think they're that good. This is my point. They've just changed the language that they're using, and they've made it much more of an occult affair in the way that they control us. But the very fact that we're having this conversation is also, I think, a testimony to the fact that they're not that good. And I think a lot of people know it. I think more people than not are aware of the fact that the government is full of crap, that, you know, the corporations are basically ruling the world, and that it's just a big sham. And somehow they get away with it. I think the only reason they get away with anything at all is because of the financial system. Because people are parents, they feel they need to make sacrifices for their children in order to protect their children. And so what they've done is they've focused on money, resources, and people having to care for their children. And so everybody just sort of turns a blind eye to what's happening because they're trying to protect their kids. That's what I think it is. I don't think that it's such an elaborate ruse. I don't think they've got as much control as what it seems that they have. I think the whole sham rests upon the money thing, and the fact that they've created the scarcity that is so much a part of modern day living is the only reason they get away with it. And to be honest with you, seriously, they could have done a much better job. So I think that's why, you know, the world is the way it is. That's why they had to do COVID. And with what they've been doing lately, it's like they must be drunk or something. This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get your point. I actually do think I have to say, I do think they've done a good job because of the level of control, because everything is built around the capitalism, and that's them. You know, that's their structure, that's their paradigm that everyone's playing in. So I get where you're coming from, and I think, yeah, there are definitely instances where they've been sloppy, and at the moment it's a complete circus. I mean, they're really embarrassing themselves, but that's because I feel like they're at the end, you know, because there's so many more people awake now than there's ever been. We know that we're in the age of awakening. There is so much light being shone on the dark. I mean, it's, you know, it's coming out left, right, and center. It's just incredible. And so many people standing in their own power. And it's an amazing, amazing thing to behold. And so, yeah, they're now literally throwing the kitchen sink. Like they're doing everything, which is brilliant. And yeah, it's going to be a tough ride for a few years because they are throwing everything they've got now. But yeah, frankly, and I agree, they are making themselves look utterly ridiculous at the moment, which is brilliant, because the more they're doing that, the more people are awakening to it, the more people are seeing the circus. So it's just, we're in like a whole cycle now, which I'm just loving. I'm absolutely loving, because the paradigm is massively shifting, and you can feel the vibration of the whole earth increasing. So it's, yeah, I think it's a really exciting time, and it had to crumble at some point, and for us to be here to witness it and be part of it, I think is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I think that's probably why I can appreciate the level of craftsmanship to some of their things, should we say, because I know that it's all crumbling. So yeah, I think that there's always different views, but yeah, for me right now, it's an amazing time for us to be here and to all be awake.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. I think the last generations really had it down. They knew what they were doing. And it's like the modern generation is literally getting drunk. And it's the same rubbish. It's the TV games, it's the Netflix, because a lot of these people are probably being entertained by the rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do totally agree with you that, like, I think, like, in the past they really had it down to a fine art, and so each generation is slacking, and we see it with ourselves. Like, the modern generations are getting more and more slack. I'd love to welcome. We've got a new addition to our discussion panel here, LiberLam. He's a great astrological thinker, truly unique astrological thinker, and very versed in the Buddhist tradition, as well as Vedic, as well as Western occultism. But he likes to tie things together with the astrological knots. LiberLam, welcome to the space. How are you? And thank you for joining us. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Shaman, for your wonderful introduction. Great to reconnect with you guys. I'm so excited for this discussion. I'll just jump in when I see a point. I don't want to interrupt you guys' flow. It sounds like you've already got that going.
Yeah, so bringing it back to the, to the structure of the cube, I think this is exactly what they're doing. Cube, rebuke, to buke, to rebuke, to buke, the cube. So it has very much to do with command, the cube, the command. And so it comes back to what Lily was saying before, with the command line of the central database, or the mainframe. And so there's definitely something to be said about the nature of this fractal reality is being changed. And I think that they got too clever for their own good. They got so clever that they outsmarted themselves. And in the process of outsmarting themselves, they ended up turning it into a circus. Hello, Soraya. Welcome to Soraya. Soraya's come to join our discussion. Thank you for joining us, dear. Soraya is a wonderful occult thinker. She's a poetess and an inspiration peddler. She peddles inspiration, like, in a profound way. And welcome.
Thank you. Look there. Cutie.
Good to see you, Soraya.
Hi. How are you doing? Good.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm good, sweetheart. How are you, Lily?
I'm good. Nice to have you guys here.
Sorry, my brain went numb. It went turned into the space of the cube. So yeah, the idea of Buka. Now I'd love to get the astrologers in here, and I'm sure Slick and LiberLam is going to say Buka. What is Buka all about? There is a fixed star called Buka, is there not?
I'm not familiar with that one. Buka?
Buka, Buka. It might not be pronounced in the exact same way, but is there not one like that? I'm sure I've heard of it. Regardless,
It's not ringing a
there's
bell.
word, the cube and the book and the rebuke and the book, as Gabriel was pointing out to us, is the book is the symbol of the heart, of knowledge. And so the pages of the book, now we're getting back to royalty again. What was a page? What does a page do? A page carries the knight's armor and his sword, no? And sends messages to other knights to say, my knight is challenging your knight. So the pages talk to each other on behalf of the knights. So it's like the go-between for information. And so the cube and the book and the pages for the knights. And the night, Kala, not the day, the night. So we see this reflection of the black cube, fascination with the night, fascination with the stars and the planetary influences that we can see in the evening, and the way in which the polarity shifts at night, whereby the plants are taking in oxygen and putting out CO2. And so our brains are also changing because we forget that we've got lots of micro plants holding our cells together in our bodies, tiny little ones, microscopic plants and all sorts of creatures up to God knows what these things are doing. But we've got like whole trillions of cells. And so a lot of these cells are changing their cycles. So there's a lot of different biochemical signals happening at night. Obviously, our eyes and our pineal gland and, you know, the melatonin and everything that relates to the thalamus is obviously going to be changing as well as the hypothalamus gets more active, bringing about the emotional currents, the astral sense. So at night, I think we can sense the astral currents more deeply. During the day, we can sense the etheric currents more deeply. And so through the astral, we can influence the etheric. And when we influence the etheric, we're able to change the nature of this time and space. And so this is essentially what we're looking at when we look at the black cube and the knights and the pages. And I think there's a lot going on here that relates to control and to the structure of control. And obviously Saturn represents structure, represents the strut of time upon which everything else moves. And without that strut of time, there can be no structure. And so when we're looking within ourselves, structure is what we've been taught in school, is it not? Everything is structure. There's not much room for you to be anything else other than the structure that's been given to you. And so I think this is a fundamental sort of segment for us to understand. And once again, the sheg, mint. It's like the cement that glues everything together. The time is what glues the segments together. And so when we start to consider what this black cube represents, it represents that facility of control upon us as well from the outside, as it expresses the facility of control that we have towards our surroundings through the 7 rays, through the 7 principles that are binding the 3 fundamental states of being into a cadence through which the 12 expressions of the 7 can become a replication of 4 bandwidths of the 3 fundamental principles that are being expressed in such a manner. And so we see how the cube is this sort of translation point from my perspective, because the cube contains both the 7 and it contains the 22. Like, there are 22 relationships on a cube. There's no mistake or no coincidence that there are 22 major arcanas, that there are 22 pairs of chromosomes, other than the male and female. There are 22 chromosome pairs that carry actual books of information. So we can see the cube as being like a very profoundly powerful symbol that carries so much vast information. And the fundamental vastness of this information is what codes and recodes the entire structure of this paradigm that we call reality, whether we consider it a matrix or a sphere of life that is a projection from the consciousness field to manifest this physicality that we're experiencing here. And all of you, we've got new people arriving. Welcome. We've got Wild Food. We've got Ronan. We've got, it seems like there's more of you arriving. Do smash the like button. And it does help us move along, get some exposure to this conversation. I think it's something that people really do want to be considering, because Saturn has been given a, shall we say, it's been given a very two-dimensional face. And I think it's definitely, there's so much more to the Saturn, to this cube, to understand why they use this cube to control us. It contains all the information that is the structure of reality.
I think
What
what you were just saying about the structure, it's a nice link to what we were talking about earlier with the matrix, and where we were talking about the paradigm that we're in. And it's really interesting. I just need to, I've seen the messages. I know that Ronan's here, and apparently Ronan's kindly going to translate from the British. So I obviously need a translator. So thanks for that, Ronan. And also, Indy wasn't wearing a shirt when we started, but as you can see, he is now. So Ronan, always causing pranks and games. But nice to see in the chat. But yeah, going back to the structure, and it was something actually, Franklin, that you put in the invitation out for the round table when you were explaining the topic that we'd be discussing, and you also made a reference to the underworld. And for me, that's kind of where the structure comes in and the control. So definitely whoever they are, as we said earlier, have brought in and are utilizing Saturn for the structure and control, and that's the paradigm that we all find ourselves in here. And then you were talking about the astral side, and for me, that's where the real power is for us, and where, you know, we know that they do a lot of their practices, and a lot of the occult takes place under the cover of darkness, and that's not an accident. You know, there are reasons for that. And in the structure that we're given, in the paradigm we're given, we're taught the opposite. In, you know, stay inside when it's dark, don't go out, it's dangerous, don't do this, that and the other. And so for me, there's a real separation between what they're doing and how they harness the actual power to keep the structure and to keep the paradigm intact, versus where we are, and actually the understanding and the awareness that we should be utilizing more. Because, you know, the dark, the underworld, it's got all these negative, bad connotations, but actually for me, that's an important part of us creating our own structure and helping shift the paradigm. And I think that there's still a block for many of us on this side that are awakening, that there's still a sense of fear, there's still a sense of disconnection from the power of Saturn on that side of things, with the underworld and the connotations. And yeah, for me, that's an area that I think we should explore a little bit more, that we haven't yet, in terms of the cube and the control and the structure.
One thing I wanted to add in is, from like an astrological point of view, we have the Grand Cross, and that, I think that gives us insights into the black cube of Saturn, because, you know, a Grand Cross isn't just defined by the squares, it's defined by the opposition lines at the diagonals. And I think the cube of Saturn is the same. You know, we have this black color, and Saturn represents the strict teacher. So it's like, once you've become immersed in Saturn, ideally, it brings about this transformation within you where you've kind of navigated your shadow self. And I think about the black cube as kind of representing where that shadow self and shadow integration side of things is being limited at all sides, uniformly by oppositions. You've got the up down, the left right, and the forward and backward. So it really is kind of like that's like the picture that I have of a kind of geometric matrix. And at least in like my view of things, I think this represents the axial shift in human consciousness, where historically we went through a kind of transition in the way that we interfaced with the world, where at one point we were just the absolute consciousness. There was still ignorance, there was still a spiritual life to be had, but it wasn't this complex ignorance that we see these days. It was just like you had a more simple sense of self. So deconstructing that and working at your spiritual life was a different game. And I think that this post-axial period of human development really is defined by more stubborn limits, in the sense that it's like we're not just navigating our spiritual life, but also this matrix of delusions, which forms a dark cloud around it, making it such that we can't even see the walls of our imprisonment. We can't see these opposition lines at all of our directions.
Nice, man. Yeah. To kind of weave on all of that, to bring the page and the esquire back to the knight, the metaphor of the courtroom. The esquire is your shield bearer, so they are putting the armor on your left arm, and the page is the one who is holding your sword. So they're literally putting the weapon, the offensive weapon, on your right arm. But this is also your defense attorney, is your esquire, and your page is your prosecuting attorney, or technically it's your papers that you would serve somebody else. Those are your pages, and those are your weapons and your implements to express your art, what you want to see done in the world, what you want to see manifest in the world. And so these metaphors that I'm using they expand and contract all the way up to an actual king who would have their prosecuting cabinet members who would go on the offensive. And then over here, he would have his whole other team of defense structures in place. But we all have sovereignty dissolved onto our heads as of King Charles I. We are all kings and queens ourselves. And so in our own ways, we have esquires and pages that we can all put to use, right down to whatever art that you make, whatever songs, whatever literature or podcasts that you put together. Like all of those things are your executive branch, yeah, I think it's really fun to kind of boil these things down all the way from like a chessboard and the things of children, and then expand it all the way out to governance and government and kings and queens, practicing the art craft of the statecraft of being ambassadors, culture makers. And I was thinking about the word sub. Is it really SUB? So I'm thinking about the word subject. One of the many dances in law is to not be the subject. You don't want to be the object, or you don't want to be the one being subjected to scrutiny. And so you constantly don't want to be on the dotted line. You don't want this to be about you. You want it to be about somebody else in the room. It's like hot potato. But that word subject is fascinating to me. Eject means to throw or to cast. Magically speaking, the word ject is really where magic and law fuse together. But I'm thinking about the word sub, S-U-B. What if it's also the C-U-B, the cub? Is it the cube? And if it is the cube, does the word subject relate to casting the dice? Because the dice is a cube, and to eject is to throw. And so if you're making yourself the subject of a legal trespass of any sort, are you rolling the dice? Are you taking your chances? Are you hoping that fortune is smiling upon you? I just think that that's interesting because in so many ways, we are constantly desubjugating our thoughts, not being the subject of these terms of these conditions that the social engineers put in place. But I think that a lot of what we do linguistically is remove ourselves from that two-dimensional fictional realm of playing at all, especially with these cheaters and liars.
Yeah, I think the subject is interesting, and again, we could do wordplay all night, couldn't we? All of us, and I think that's really interesting for me because I agree, it's all connected, and I think there's definitely a play there on cube, but also the sub itself. It's obviously, we know sub is under, submarine, subcutaneous. It's under. So you're under the rule of them, but you're under the rule of Saturn. You're under the rule of Saturn in their control, in their power. So I totally agree with you, Slick. The whole thing plays in, and none of these words are accidental. And I think probably that's what keeps us suspended part in the matrix, and we know that all words have power. Everything is spell casting. The terminology, I think all of that goes into keeping us in this Saturn suspension that they have rolling. We've got, a lot of us are awake and we have our own power that we're standing in, but as a holistic paradigm, I agree with you. I think that's really interesting, and I think if you pulled on that thread, so much more would come out.
Yeah, another thing, sub. In India, in Hindi, you say sab hoga, sab kuch milega, sab hai. Sab means all, right? So the word sab means all. So when we consider all, it does represent the cube, because the cube of space represents all that there is that's manifesting. So it's the etheric plane is that quantum entangling field that we experience reality through. So all of reality is coming through the etheric plane. So when we speak of the cube, we're speaking of the all. And when we speak about sub, we are speaking about all as well. So I think that's quite a really good observation, Gabriel. Making because we think of it as being underneath, but instead of being underneath, a better way of considering it would be that which supports all. And when you think of it as the support for all, then it is the source of all.
Yeah, it's in reverse. It's bus, and bus is often, like in Latin, refers to what is hidden or what needs to be sought out. Buscar is the hidden things. But I kind of like seeing it as cube as well. That's something linguistically that I don't do. I don't see the S as a hard K sound. And I think I should more often, because there's a lot of philological reveals that come out of taking that fun liberty. It is a stretch, but it yields results. So yeah, I like sub being the cube, but if it is the cub, the cube, the CUB or the KUB, isn't it fascinating that it is the baby bear? It is the little cub that is doing the closest ring around the North Pole Star. that it's the cub. It's not the mama. It's the little cub that does the circle around the pole star, which has an interesting little indicator to that Saturnian cosmology and the idea that Saturn sat at the North Pole. I mean, it's in the name of the planet. Saturn is north. It sat at the north. That whole cosmology just never fails to unpack in our language in so many ways. And I think that even the tradition of headhunters and people who drink from skulls and all the John the Baptist malarkey out there, I think it is actually ritualistically keeping the story of Saturn at the North Pole, going through a fall, becoming a scapegoat, and being thrown out into the wilderness. That hence it's at the furthest edge, the furthest ring of the visible planets. So it's at this cliff's edge, and then the goat gets thrown off the edge of the cliff. Well, that's where Saturn is located, cosmologically speaking, from the visible planet's perspective.
Somebody asked a question about the black goo, and of course, Ronan came and threw out through the black goo at us. It's quite relevant. The what holds everything together. But the black goo, well, where it first became well known was where was that war that Britain was fighting? The Falk, what's that country? What's that place called? The
Falkland Islands of Venezuela.
Falkland Islands, yes. I think it was the Falkland Islands, close to the Falkland Islands, where they discovered the black goo originally. This must have been some number of years ago, probably about 30 years ago.
1982, my birth year, I believe.
And so there was a war being fought there, and I believe that the war was possibly a cover-up for what they had discovered, which was this black intelligent substance that was coming out of the ocean. And it's oil, but it's not oil. It's a black goo. It's physical, but it's also etheric in its substance. And they noticed that this black substance could have powerful effects on the consciousness of humans. Some kind of a life form, shall we say. But somehow fundamental to this planet as well.
They brought it to
living inside this planet. So that's the stories that I've heard about the black goo. And this was many years ago. I haven't followed up on that. Last time I even thought about the black goo was probably about 20 years ago. But there's definitely a very interesting correlation with the black goo, the black cube, because what holds the faces, the squares, these squares, what holds them together is the substance in the center, which is contraction. And you can consider the black goo as being the product of contraction, squeezing. Like I like to think of the center of the galaxy, a big black hole, and it's the principle of Saturn, contraction, right? And it's contracting so much that it's squeezing the universe, and it's squeezing all the life out of the universe, so that the water has to actually radiate away from the black hole. So obviously water with its diamagnetic effects is the only thing that actually moves away from the center of a black hole. Mind-boggling as that is, water can even flow uphill. So it has a way of reversing gravity. And so this black goo is like possibly another form of diamagnetic polarizing intelligent substance. And so there's something to this. I mean, I can't claim to be an expert in the black goo, but I've remember seeing a lot of speakers talking about it. And yeah, so the people that first started mentioning it might have been, I can't remember if it was Project Camelot or if it was Amash. But I know both Project Camelot and Amash were discussing it many years ago, and they had a lot of people that were involved in the Falklands War coming to talk about what they'd witnessed directly. For those of you that want to go and find the old discussions, they still be out there. They're probably better sourced than the modern ones, because the modern ones will be lots of sources that are discussing those original. And there was actually a big story with a lot of the scientists that died in very, very mysterious ways. That all the scientists that worked on these projects in the Falklands, they died. So there's some interesting correlation to go and look at there.
You know, I want to throw down 82. If it was an 82, that is the periodic atomic number for lead. So right there we have the Saturnian call sign with the 82. The fact that black goo rhymes with black cube. That's really fascinating.
Oh, that.
Right. The fact that it's black, obviously, so highly Saturnian. That is really fascinating. And then the Falkland Islands, yeah, that's really something too. And Venezuela just went through all kinds of upheaval. In fact, they've kind of went they kind of went dark. They're out of the news. I think there was a lot of revolution going on behind the scenes, and probably even behind the scenes behind those scenes. I think there's probably a lot going on with Venezuela lately.
There's a connection with the black goo, and those of you that aren't sitting down should be sitting down. DMT, and a lot of the DMT that's available. I don't know. You see, what Ronan's mentioning there is exactly what it's about. It's got to do with the ways in which entities from the astral realm can communicate directly into the physical realm. And this black goo seems to be some kind of an intelligent modulator through which this alternative life forms can modulate. And so there is this communication potential with black goo. It can be used also in communication technology, as far as I know. So it's like a mystical substance that people don't really understand much about. But when they discovered it, the government was like, "Hold on, put the lid on this." And obviously, the US and Britain and Europe, they all got involved. Like, this is, you can't hide this stuff. Because these guys have got like cameras everywhere, from all over the show, looking and listening. But the idea that these beings from the etheric realm are using this communication. Now we need to look at the eighth sphere. And the eighth sphere is often attributed to Saturn, which is quite interesting, but a combination with Saturn, Mars, and the moon. So if you consider a triad that's been formed between Mars, the moon, and Saturn, then you start to get an idea of what we are talking about in terms of the eighth sphere, which is reflected in the Kabbalah as the Duat, as the abyss. And the eighth sphere is where the Araman and Lucifer have found themselves after that great, terrible war, where they were cast into the etheric womb of the earth and trapped there. Obviously, there's different stories expressing different ideas. This is something that I've got in BushWhisperer Series 1. I think it's about halfway through the series, and it's called The Creation of Evil. And that is basically going into this. It's a bit of a 30-minute monologue. I'll save you the monologue. Try and give you the short notes. But the idea that these beings were cast down, we're talking about the giants, and we're talking about the parents of the giants that were basically cast down into the etheric sphere of the earth and trapped there, and so were able to influence humans. And so this is why Zeus had to be embodied in a great life ritual by the person we call the Christos, in order to have the blood purify the etheric womb of the earth, so that human souls were able to transit through it without being stuck there and having to wait. Sort of like the difference between a circle or an intersection. Yeah. And you know, London is full of circles because they are far more practical. They keep traffic flowing instead of like everybody stopping and waiting for the lights to turn. We used to have to stop and wait for the lights to turn. Now we can just, you know, slide through on a circle. It's a little bit like that. I think we don't have enough circles here in Cape Town. It's like everybody has to stop and wait for the lights. It's so annoying, which is why I don't leave my home. I stay here and I walk everywhere where I can. I've decided I try and make my world as simple as possible. But there's definitely something to this. There's definitely something to this idea of the black goo. Yeah?
The rings of Saturn, circles. Rings are contractual wedding rings. You're establishing a contract. And it's in part due to the idea that for a long time we didn't know that there were rings of Jupiter. So a lot of our mythology is based on the fact that the rings are exclusively Saturnian. And so rings are definitely an association with Saturnian lore and Saturnian worship. And so it ties into circles. And the cycles is one thing, but circles is like going in a circle. It's like circuitous. It's like you're not going anywhere. And that kind of makes me think that you could also associate with the black goo opium, like the opium of the masses. Like, obviously, they use this black goo in the media. They allow it to be in the media still to this day. They could have covered it up completely if they really wanted to. But they use this information to keep us guessing, to keep us poking at things, and probably distract us from something else a lot of times. But I also wondered if you guys saw any association between the cube and the letters QB. Like a quarterback that orchestrates things from behind the veil or the line of blockers. And it's kind of like the Saturnian cult orchestrates things from behind the line of organized religion and science. It's kind of like the Saturnian cult orchestrates things from behind. I'm getting an echo.
Sorry. Sorry, that was me. My bad. As soon as you said QB, I was like, started floundering.
Yeah, so I wonder.
QB is an 82.
82.
It's totally an 82. And there's the lead again.
Yeah.
Nice. Sorry, I just had to throw that in when I heard you ask about the QB quarterback, right?
Yeah.
But it's because Q is 17 reduces to an 8. B is number 2, so there's an 82 with the lead, the call sign for lead.
Beautiful. The synchronicity is all there. It's like tying everything together. Just Franklin's mention of the circle kind of brought it all together here. We're tying things in. And I know I've had a couple friends recently that are very skeptical about the cabal and the secret societies and the Orphic rite of the sacrifice of children and infants. And like, that's not real. And honestly, I wish I was in their place, because when I found out that it was real and I looked into it and I found out the horrendous nature of it all, you know, I was traumatized. I had to cry for weeks and had nightmares. And it's just very, very difficult to understand the true nature of the Saturnian cult and its dark path. And you have to sometimes wonder, is it like the occult is demonized to keep people away from being intrigued by it and investigating it? Is it being demonized and portrayed differently than it is so that people don't understand what it is and look into it and want to be a part of it? I always wonder that. But at the same time, you have these whistleblowers that sound sincere. And they come out talking about being witness of infanticide and vampirism of the infant blood.
Yeah.
It's sad.
These are super heavy and really important topics. Like, we should do a couple rounds. Everybody should chew on this one. Like, what does it mean to see the world in a way that you actually hope you're wrong? The information that we take in, we're actually hopeful that it's not true. We don't want these things to be the case. We want to be wrong. But the people that we're talking to, they want their information to be right. They want what they want to, what? So like so we don't really have any motivation to be correct. We don't want to be correct. We want to be proven incorrect that it's such a different way to consume, to perceive the world, isn't it?
Very much so. It's very, very paradoxical in that case too, in the sense that, like, if you're really trying to be adamant about something, or you're being defensive, it implies that, or you're being boastful, it implies that there's some insincerity there. You're trying to embellish things. You're really trying to put things in a better light than they might even be, because you're trying to really lift them up. But if you have that like place where it's like, I don't even want this to be real, but this is what I've learned. This is the knowledge. This is the information. And then people get defensive. It almost shows that they have the intuition that they know there's something to that, and they need to keep their worldview safe and keep their walls up and guard themselves from that. I feel like we all have deeper intuitions than we let ourselves know in the subconscious, and we play games with ourselves. And sometimes I think that might be a thing.
Yeah, man.
I'll second that. Yeah.
I've seen some associations, Cronus and Saturn, with Janus.
I just want to take a moment to quickly welcome Kilelle, Kiano.
Welcome.
Welcome, Kilelle. Kilelle has joined us. Kilelle is a numerologist and an occult thinker. He's been here a little while. I just didn't want to forget to introduce him because it wouldn't be cool. Kilelle is such an amazing thinker. He does these wonderful grimoires for people. He's very much connected on various different levels, spiritually, and a profound thinker, very grounded. And I think he's going to shed a lot of light on Saturn today. Welcome, Kilelle. And please don't let me stop the flow of what was being said. I just didn't want to forget.
Love, peace, and power to you, Franklin. Everybody, I have been listening. Sorry I am late. I don't want to stop Indy's flow. Y'all were just having a wonderful, wonderful dialogue. So I definitely want to contribute, but I don't want to stop the flow. So please continue.
Actually, that gave me a little time to look into it. Apparently, Janus is one of the moons of Saturn, the fifth or sixth moon of Saturn is Janus. And Janus is often portrayed as holding keys on a ring. It opens doors, which is very Saturnian in itself, the imagery of that.
Right. Yeah. I want to share a secret. I'm having a synchronicity right now. I'm looking at the Zoom StreamYard. I'm looking at the StreamYard screen. And you know what I'm seeing? Down on our control panel, I'm actually seeing planetary correspondences here. Okay, and they're actually really kind of telling. So the symbol for the microphone, that right now it says the mute button, the symbol for the microphone, that's the symbol for Pluto. That's the planetary sigil for Pluto, is the microphone. It's it's labeled MUTE, mute, which is interesting because Pluto is a very mutable element, having to do with like renewal, destruction, turning things over. And then the next symbol is the camera symbol, which is kind of universal on other apps and platforms. It's reminding me of the sigil, the planetary sigil for Uranus. Uranus kind of looks like a Starship Enterprise. It's like a a straight line with two parallel lines, and then a circle as the head of the ship. And you could actually take that glyph, turn it sideways, and put it in this camera. And then the settings button, or the which is always just a cog, that's very Saturnian. It's not the sigil for Saturn, but it is very Saturnian because it has the word set in the word settings. I'm actually seeing planetary glyphs in the buttons for the app here. And then the present, which is it's a square with a plus sign in it. That's very Earth oriented. Usually Earth is a circle with a square, or a circle with a plus or a cross in the middle. And then Leave Studio is the red button with the X in it, which makes me think of Mars. Do you guys see that? That there's actually all of the buttons on the StreamYard are actually planetary. Isn't that fun?
Well, that's why we have something called branding, right? You can see
I'm
the
going to
same
take a
thing
picture and make it.
Cairo, or even
And then
as you mentioned earlier, the TikTok. If you look at the symbol for TikTok, that is Capricorn, right?
Damn.
Invite
Nice.
is Mercury because it's got the cross, it's got the circle, and it's got the crescent. But they've been taken it apart. And it's in Vite. Vite means life, vita, life. And in is the life that comes from within, which is thoughts, the inner life, which is Mercury, which is interesting. Well spotted. And Kilelle, you've come in at just the perfect moment because we were talking about the black goo. I don't know if you were following before you got here, if you were busy, but we were talking about the black goo as a translation for consciousness moving from the etheric space to be able to commune and communicate and affect those on earth. And now we're talking about the 7 deadly sins as like beings, what we consider the 7 deadly sins. Could they be beings that are affecting us? You know, greed, envy, lust, all of these. In ancient times, they were considered to be a being that was affecting you because it's a living consciousness. Each one of those spheres is a living consciousness. So through the etheric, these different interfaces are able to interact with us and fill us with the harmonic resonant frequency vibration of that being in order for us to reenact the presence of that being, because we're a chain of life expressing the continuity of singularity through the multitude of being, if that makes sense. Sorry if that sounds a bit loopy.
No,
But yeah,
I'm sorry. There's a lot there. There's a lot there, Franklin. I've been listening, and the black goo. The black goo is much realer, and it represents much more than morbidity, if that's even a word. When you understand the idea of burying dead in the earth, right? Feeding the bodies back to the great mother, essentially. Well, this is what the black goo is in the Matrix, right? They break down the bodies and then feed them back to the other cells growing. This is a reflection of the black robe of Saturn, right? The black robe that the judges wear is actually the robe of Big Mama when you actually think about it, because we're talking about the time keeper, which is Saturn. Saturn comes around like the father and enforces the law, but the law is laid down by the mother, which is why we live in a matrix, right? So, you know, your father is harsh and your father's going to punish you if he comes around in the Saturn return and sees you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. But he's only enforcing the law of the mother, right? So this is an aspect I feel Lily was touching on earlier when she was speaking about the inversion. Everything here is inverted. It's very easy to tap into that cognition of when you chose your life, and we can argue whether that happens in the womb or if it happens before. But light touches the egg at the moment of conception, right? So it's kind of like a boom in the mind. This is representative of cyclicity, but it's also representative of choice. Saturn gives you the opportunity to express that. How you choose to see it is going to be touchy, depending on what square you want to stand on. Slick spoke about the animus earlier. If you look at the Assassin's Creed video game series, and I think they made a movie also, they step into a machine called the animus where you get to relive all your ancestors, right? But this is through a time matrix, and the matrix that they show you is a triple helix, right? For anybody who may be familiar with the game, that's showing you the manipulation of DNA. So there's so many roads to go off on. I don't want to go off on a complete tangent. The last thing I'll say before I shut up is the book, The Ringmakers of Saturn, shows you the supposed flight of the Voyager 1 in Saturn in 1980. There was speculation of other planets having rings, like Indy was speaking about. So that's a very good book to check out.
Yeah, I believe it was Ingo Swann that discovered the rings of Jupiter through remote viewing, and then science caught up with him and built the technology to be able to investigate it and confirm. Which also confirmed remote viewing to be real.
Yes, indeed. And we all know that all of the governments of the world employ that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I work under the tutelage of one of his pupils, who was actually, they made a movie about him called Men Who Stare at Goats. And his name is Lynn. I think they used a different last name in the movie. But Lynn is an amazing teacher for remote viewing, and
I thought you were going to say George Clooney.
George Clooney is the actor that plays the role of Lynn in the movie, and they're like Jedi warriors of the military. It's very funny if you haven't seen it. It's a very entertaining film, but it's also very informative and history based, which a lot of people wouldn't consider or don't know. But yeah, remote viewing is very, very impactful. A lot of the people that do controlled remote viewing work with the military or the government or intelligence agencies to help look for assailants or murder weapons or operations, various objects. But it's pretty incredible to be able to go through time and space with your mind. And with controlled remote viewing, you keep statistics of what your information turned out to be like, and if you're really like set on finding colors to be right or locations that are pretty spot on, the government will hire you for those particular jobs. So, but it's pretty fascinating stuff. The fact that he discovered the rings of Jupiter is beautiful.
The word remote viewing, when you take the T in remote and the V in the word viewing and you switch them, it becomes remove tie wing, which makes me think that remote viewing is just removing the tie down angel wings of your Merkaba and setting yourself free. Remove the tied wing, and then you become angelic.
Yeah, it really feels like that too.
Well, George Lucas channel.
I think you went on mute, Kiano. There he is.
So
Back.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, say that again. Oh,
Yeah, you were muted.
and he was George Lucas depicted Yoda lifting the TIE fighter, the X-wing fighter, out of the swamp. Yeah, I
Exactly.
think they were kind of, yeah, they were indicating this these abilities from beyond. What up, Ronan?
Welcome, Ronan. We've got Mystic Ronan joining the
Looking
crew.
good, brother.
Always looking good, brother. Got your beard starting to coming into play there. I like it. Ronan, Mystic Ronan is shamanically inspired, cool character. He's very much down to earth in his ideas. He's also got some tin hat ideas to share with us, I'm sure. And he's got a wonderful show called The Ronan Experience. Definitely worth checking out. You just click on my recommended channels. You see all the Cats Here channels recommended. We're waiting for Kilelle to put his content out, but he will be soon, I get the feeling. And we're waiting for LiberLam to put his content out, but both of them are in my recommended channels. So yeah, welcome, Ronan, brother.
Yes, what is going on, everyone? Yeah, I got my feet on the ground and my head in the clouds somehow. I don't know how that works, but yeah, have you guys touched on the relationship with X and Saturn? Has that been discussed already and fleshed out? And I also don't want to detract from whatever flow you guys are in. But I have some
X,
ideas on the X, but I think I'd
That's a
rather
good.
listen to
That's a
what
good one.
you guys get. It's definitely related. And I have some ideas, but I want to hear your guys'
Yeah,
thought.
buddy.
Again, please don't let me detract from.
Yeah.
Please.
well, it's
No,
interesting
buddy,
that
you just threw some fuel on the fire.
we're interesting. Just
That's what
I'm
I'm
going to
here
say something.
for. Let's go. Let's get this fire Let's get this fire ablaze, guys. Let's go. Go ahead, Franklin.
About
I apologize.
the pirates, the pirates. All pirate maps have got an X on it because X marks the spot. So it's a well-known thing that the pirates were very much interested in this X. Obviously, X is a reference of the cube, if you want to get right down to it, because the cube is binding the four directions of space, right? But it's holding the mystical aspects in tow. So the three mystical aspects are being reflected, but the four fundamental directions are being expressed, which brings 7 back to 6, with the center being the 7th. And X is quite an interesting concept because on one hand it relates to the cross, right? The Tower cross, which is an old symbol for Saturn, which is also a T. Now this is quite interesting. So the T is the cross, but when the cross is in motion, it's an X because the cross is. So it's got connections with what we know as the swastika, the revolving cross, is mystically reflected in the X as well, obviously. And then the fact that it's number 10 means that it represents the 10 Sephirot, right, of the Kabbalah. So now this is the mapping of the etheric zone, as opposed to the 7 chakras. We're looking at the Sephirot. And so Des. Now, Des, I think, was one of the goddesses associated with Saturn. Am I right or am I wrong? there might be some bookworms out there to like collaborate the final thing. It's been a while. Des. So Des that became December is related to this as well. Obviously, the beginning of December is Capricorn. I mean, the December runs into Capricorn. So Capricorn starts at this point, which is quite an interesting concept. There's also a point with des, as in desolate, as in disturb, as in descend into the underworld. So this cross with the number 10 has got a lot to say. I think in terms of the numbers, I'm sure Kilelle's going to jump all over that with a number pattern. And then another aspect of the cross, I think, represents being cross, being angry. And the anger represents Rudra, which is the first personality of the Holy Spirit, the first and primal form of Shiva, which is that anger. It relates to being able to tit for tat, to balance through the power of the goat. And you know, there's an old saying, if something got your goat, it made you angry. So there's this connection with, there's a lot of subtle connections coming with the X, and those are just a few off the top of my head. But let's throw it at the wall. Let's get it all out there.
Double crossed, obviously, right? That's not good. And then just you mentioned Cap. It's funny that you mentioned Capricorn, and that Cap is also related to this topic as well. That's where we get like capital and all words that start with Cap are related to Saturnalians and stuff, Saturnians or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I just want to throw that in there. Please, got my friends, continue. And I have more on the black goo because that goes deep, and I believe that is a weapon against humanity as we know it. But we can talk about that later.
While you guys are talking about the X, I saw in the chat the guys made some relevant observation. We were talking earlier about the video games and that whole situation, and a couple of the guys have put in the chat about the Xbox. And there's a really nice link, obviously, there, the Xbox, and apparently the first Xbox was black. So there's another, I'm just throwing it out there. There's another X for you.
The Xbox and the Nintendo GameCube.
Yeah, Nintendo Cube. I forgot about that.
Everywhere you look, you will see Saturn.
And Xbox has 2 X's in its name.
Yep, yes. And box.
Yep.
Like it literally says X, and then it says box also. Like the cube, you know what I mean? Like
totally.
Like you just the 2 X's, totally. And then also the actual. I mean, it's right there. We know they show us, my friends, what they rock with their brands, like Kilelle touched on, and their logos. By the way, hi Lily. How are you?
Hi. I saw you mentioned earlier that you were translating for me. I did. Yeah. So thank you.
I'm here for it, but so far I haven't been needed very much.
Okay.
Except roundabouts and traffic. For Americans, roundabouts are also like traffic circles. But here in America, we believe in we need to either go or stop. There's nothing in between. We let the lights dictate our actions. Which that's a whole nother decode. But yeah, go ahead.
Vago Omega he's on fire. He's just put, which I totally forgot about as well. Sega Saturn was another console. I mean, it's all there, isn't it? Like we were saying earlier, everything's in plain sight. Everything.
if you look at the largest sports gear manufacturer, that would be Nike, right? But the Nike swoosh is the ring of Saturn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nike itself is the god of war, right?
Well, it's the goddess of victory.
Victory, yeah, but victory mostly comes after war.
Hey, right.
It's
That's right. That's right.
not hard to think about, so.
So, Kilelle, what do you think about? They obviously there's these people that are running things. They have their brands. They have the biggest corpse rations around, and they show what their Ra Legion is. They show the legions of Ra that they run with. They show their allegiances. You know what I mean? There's no like they can call themselves whatever, they're Abrahamic, this or that, but they're obviously a part of a cult, or they're Saturnalians. They're into Black Chronos and all that. They're into all that. Are they? I mean, what do you think, Kilelle? Are they just? They're psychos running the asylum. Do we just? It's great that we have these decodes that we can notice, and it is empowering to not fall under their dark magi spells. I call them magi of manipulation. What's their deal, bro? Like, what are we doing with these crazies, man? I know it runs deep, and it's nepotism involved as well. At least on the humanity side, we can track their parents to an actual, like, if you look at when, was it Rothschild? Like one of the first Rothschilds, one of the first like Rockefellers. I believe it was in a very similar date in the 1500s. Is when these people, I use that term very loosely, were brought into existence, and that was around the 1500s, and that's when a lot of things changed for the worse. And they also, like I was listening to Expanding Reality earlier today, and you have like big pharma, but then they were talking big calendar. You have big calendar out there, so they own time, Chronos. They own like all these things. When he said big calendar, I thought it was hilarious. But anyway, what do you guys think about that? Or Kilelle, what do you think? I know Kilelle knows this stuff.
There's so much to be said. Ancestry.com, which is a sham, by the way, is used to track your bloodline, not tell you where you came from. They were bought by BlackRock, but BlackRock is kind of a double entendre. It represents a sacrificial stone, but it also represents the black cube of Saturn. So if you enter this realm and you don't remember who you are, right, then it's the law for you to be deceived. There's an interest for anybody who may be familiar with the old TV show Highlander, Duncan MacLeod, right? There's an episode that shows you, excuse me, his origin, where he runs into someone from the clan MacLeod, and he's essentially abandoned because he realizes he doesn't know who he is. So he begs this Highlander to tell him who he is, and all he knows is his name. And he rides off, throws him a sword. He's off to fend for himself. But because he doesn't remember who he is, he adopts that identity, right? And this happens multiple times over the course of his life. Excuse me, as he gravitates towards other immortals. So you're being told the story of DNA here. You're being told the story of spirit. how you literally can find your vibe tribe, right? Naturally. But it's also telling you to study. When you look at the evolution of Duncan MacLeod over time, when you look at religion, for example, when you see the past lives, when you see the spirit reincarnate through Moses, through Joshua, through Elijah, through Jesus, who they tell you are all related, right? All of the same seed, but then there's just different seeds, there's different branches. But ultimately, we're talking about the same tree. So they're ultimately playing back to the video games, right? They're playing on your amnesia. You are drawn to yourself always, whether it's sports, politics, video games. This is just showing you the current iteration of where we are in life. That was me, Lily, who posted that meme about being 42. I'm 42 at the moment. We know 42 is a very important number when it comes to the Kabbalah. But it's sad because past the year 2000, and this is no shot at anybody, it's just the truth. I understand what it truly means to be old, right? Because when it comes to what we call hip hop, I'm not paying any attention to the youth, right? Because I don't want to hear drill. I don't want to hear this or that. But this is what's being pushed in the mainstream. The underground is giving me life, especially when it comes to the youth. We got to understand that what's underground can never be shined upon. That's why it's underground. So, again, we're going to go back to the ultimate status of knowing thyself, because you can't be exploited when you know who and what you are, and you are everything. But if you don't realize some of your negative auspices, they will be used against you, and you'll be, drawn in, and then you'll point the blame at any and everything but yourself, because we must take accountability. No one can know you like you know yourself.
Kilelle, I have a question for you. I have two questions for you, man. Do you think the black goo is in relation to carrying on that consciousness from one avatar to another, so that they don't have amnesia? Is that a thing? And also, is there a war between factions when I think of Cuba being Cuba? And it's funny, square, it's everywhere. Like Lily was saying, we could be here all day with the words, but Cuba and there being, you get into like the Phoenicians, etc. Is there warring factions in on those levels to control this realm? Because what are your thoughts on that? Because I'm always curious about that. And it's obvious the people that are running the show now, they want to destroy this place. They want to their land, sea, and air, everything within all the planet, and you name it. They want to turn this into like that Matrix, like the movie. He pulls out that thing. He was in Dreamland, and it's tons of black goo and imagery there. And then he gets, and you guys touched on this earlier in the show, looking at the reality. And yes, we want to be wrong, Slick, right? We want things to be roses and frolic and tulips. But the reality is, it's a lot of other things at play. Dark forces. I don't mean to be dualistic in thinking here, but there's obviously people really trying to do a lot of damage. Is that based on a warring faction? And is this based on way back? We get into that Enlil Enki or whatever mythos you want to get into. Is that somehow related to what's been going on, or is it really just one? I don't know. I don't even know how to formulate the question, Kilelle, but I definitely want to hear your thoughts on some of my ramblings just now. If any of that, if you correct, if that made sense.
Enlil is Yahweh, right? That's who we would call Yahweh. To your first question, most definitely, black goo. If you understand that your blood is not your own, right? You chose your bloodline, you chose your parents, you chose your hurts, you chose your joys, your victories, everything in your life you chose, but your blood is not your own, right? Someone had to give you that. That came from Babylonian blood rights, especially because we do not remember who we are. That is on purpose, right? When you look at the idea of generational curses, the only way that they can be lifted is by someone who has absolutely no idea that they have been committed. And this is why you can have generations stacked upon you. This is the black goo. This is the literal sustenance of the matrix. And we can take that to the subconscious level because true light comes from darkness. So we can base it on a war between branches, but understand the idea of the micro and the macro, because ultimately, when you look at Freemasonry, for example, Freemasonry is based in, and a side note, there's a movie that just came out called Killers of the Flower Moon, which is based on a true story about the formations of the FBI and the slaughtering of some indigenous people due to oil being found on their land. You can download the book free from my Telegram if you don't have it. Save yourself some money. But in the movie, there's a scene that did not happen. It is a embellishment. And I'm not pointing this out to save anybody, especially Freemasons. But there's a Freemasonic scene inside of a lodge where Leonardo DiCaprio is spanked with a Masonic paddle. As far as I know, according to tradition, Masonic paddles do not exist. And again, I'm not trying to save the Masons, but they're showing you this in between two pillars, which are positioned in the wrong position according to the layout of a lodge, which is identical to the layout of a church or a courtroom, right? The pillars would be towards the entrance, not in the center of the floor. So they're showing you him being punished by his parents for tenets that he does not understand, right? Now, that took the work of possibly a master mason, or at least someone initiated of the third degree, but I'm pointing that out to say these are the principles of your mother and your father. Honor your mother and your father. This is talking about the two pillars of Freemasonry, right? This is micro and macro. So it will literally be a war between two sides, but the war is ultimately between your own polarities.
This is interesting conversation, and there's a lot to unpack here. You mentioned Cuba, so there's two things. I want to comment on this, and then I want to deal with someone's question, because it does actually come back to this, which is on the screen. Take a little trip with me. But so the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? So Cube and miss the aisle. The crisis is that they missed the aisle. So what's being said here? What aisle was missed? So I think there's quite a lot to be unpacked with the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was a big story. I think it won't be what it seems. Now, another point of reference is when we are talking about this original where the black goo was discovered, which company was involved? Marconi. Now, who is Marconi? What was Marconi doing? We're talking about radio. We're talking about TV. We're talking about utilizing the goo in the technology to be able to control people's minds through the radio and the television, because that was what Marconi's contracts were all for. That's going right back, 40, 50 years ago. BBC had a big stake in this, actually. There's a lot of interesting history with regards to the BBC. And the other kinds of towers that they have. Now, I used to sense these towers being turned on and off I'm quite sensitive to electromagnetism. So I could sense when they were turning on the machines. And these machines they've got like a 6,000 mile range. And they're putting out VLF frequencies because ELF is illegal. It can stop your heart. But these VLF generators are like basically the equivalent of HARP in London. In UK, they've got it. Not in London. It's like, I think it's about 350 miles north of London, 400 miles. I remember plotting it on the maps, and we got an idea because I could feel where it was coming from. So, and when it was turned on and off. And so because of the direction, we were able to use a compass to look on a map. And of course, we found the base. And of course, the information was available. And it was 13 towers that were 200 and something meters high each, generating extremely large frequencies that had a range of 5,000 to 6,000. Was it miles or kilometers? I think it was miles. Then they used it for bouncing radars so that they can get curvature of the Earth. Apparently is what they use it for. But so there's a couple of things to throw into the story with the black goo, and its association with Marconi, and Marconi's association with developing all radio towers and the transmission of what was before the internet, mind control. Then, and now this, take a little trip with me, mentioned why is he getting all these synchronos? Okay, so yeah, we're talking about the same topic. So what is synchronos? City. You see, time is bound in Kronos's brow through his heart. And when the heart and the brow align, we see synchronicity. So it's when we are starting to remember who we are, when we're starting to get a rending of the veil beyond what we were used to, the synchronicities come more and more and more. And obviously you'll see it everywhere. You pick up your phone, it's a synchronous number. You know, somebody will phone you, it's at that time. Everything will just work in according to these patterns. And so this is essentially what Kilelle was talking about before, was, you know, awakening to who you are. The first thing you notice is numbers. You notice how the numbers are coded. And so these coded numbers is sort of the subtext of reality, if you will. The subtext in the way in which the code that runs through the mainframe of Saturn is being put into context. And it's when you're starting to see the glitches in the matrix, as it were, the metaphor for the film. I hope that's useful. Take a little trip with me. But it's a sign that your ESP is awakening more. And the more you see the synchronicities, the more your ESP is awakening. And it's a vicious little cycle until it gets quite like trippy. And you end up taking a little trip with me. So that's
I got something to throw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got something on the numbers coming alive. I think this is an important adventure for everybody. I started to get really into the numerology, and it was very invigorating. And you're right; it's like a layer of communication that was always going on. You're tuning into it, and you're learning this language of number. And it's very exciting. I often say that we are that if you have a social security number, then you are from the priest class, but it's an outer circle. It's not the inner circle. It's only a grade of initiation, and they're called the matematikoi. It's the outer circle of the Pythagoreans. And because we live by number, we believe numbers, and we validate our entire system with numbers, because you know those the fiat bills, they have numeric code on them. The word code, CODE, is the same numbers as LOVE. So the love code, LOVE would be 3645, and code is 3645 also. And so the love code is intrinsic to the realm, and you're just switching on. So it's like a type of language that you've always been speaking, and now you're gaining context for it, and you realize, um, I've pointed out before, but if you flip to the back side of your birth certificate, those numbers are horizontal, or no, they're lateral. Excuse me, they're vertical. They go up and down. They don't go left or right. So those numbers are lateral thinking. It's not the usual form of thought. It's actually hieroglyphic. The fact that the numbers on the birth certificate go up and down and not side to side. So I wanted to throw all of that synchronicity in there.
And
Nice.
also back to what
And
Kala was
I
also.
got someone that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Continue with
Well, I
what
was
you're
going to
saying.
go on about the X, but what were you going to say about Kilelle? Nice.
What he was
Earlier,
at is,
the X was on the.
yeah, you do. Please do.
Okay, yeah, we got a little lag going, I can tell. Well, we were talking about the X earlier, and I just wanted to kind of put that flow all together because this was part of my path going into numerology, took me to the X, the biggest X there is. And so it started with realizing that tax day, we are ATX. We're at a sacred X that is the neck of the Analima, the big eight of the heavens. And so we are paying our earning tax to Saturn. So your earn tax goes to Saturn on 4/15. This is the day that the Titanic sank. This is the day of a great many events. Assassination of Lincoln, the Civil War kicking off, a whole lot of sacred ceremonies happen around this Passover, this initiation of Passover. So that is the first day that we're crossing the X of the Analima, and that is 415, where we pay the TAX. Now, TAX spells out 216. T is a 2, A is a 1, X is a 6. 24 reduces to 6. So we're at the X where we pay the TAX, and that's 216. When you go around the Analima and you cross the X on the other side, that is 8-27. It's the end of Vulcanalia, the beginning of Vulturnalia. The whole last week of August is a bunch of pagan holidays with all of the elements observed, including the carrion vultures coming to eat the scraps at the end of the holiday. Well, that is 8-27. 8 times 27 is 216. So I think I'm getting that right. Yep. 8 times 27 gives you the 216, which spells TAX. So the biggest X there is the gigantic Deus Ex Machina. This is the big X machine in the sky. These are the mechanics of, I call it the sword of fire. I think that the Analima is the sword of fire that turns in all directions. I think it explains a great many things. It's the biggest code there is. I call it the occult, meaning the alt as in big, Ak as in 8. It's the big occult in the sky. But that is the X of the Analima. And a lot of people would say that this, because it's the largest X that there is, that all other X's are answering to this X, to this agreement. You're agreeing that, yes, okay, there is a fundamental truth that tomorrow the sun is going to come up and the sky is going to be blue. you're actually kind of agreeing that there are certain mechanistic, reliable truths that are going to come up again and again forever and ever in perpetuity. And that's what you're signing next to when you sign a contract. When you sign X on the dotted line, you're kind of making yourself a subject. You're going to roll the dice, a pair of dice, and you're going to say, okay, I agree to the God machine, and I'll pay my dues to the God machine so that I can be here and have history shine favorably on me for paying my dues, for being here and playing my part in making the world go round.
Beautiful sharing, brother. Beautiful. And that X, there's another aspect to it as well. I think it all ties in. Like we talk about the Xbox. It's when you lose your girlfriend, you get an Xbox because she's now your ex, right? And when you get an Xbox, your girlfriend will become your ex. So either way you take it, it's your Xbox. And
nice.
Another thing with X, it represents the past.
I'm going to be quiet.
Bringing the past back to a certain extent. And so when we're talking about the eighth sphere, since we're talking about this cabal, we're talking about the worship of the eighth sphere. If you want to worship the eighth sphere, you have to worship the past. Because it's what was. It's a structure that was, that is no longer, but wants to be. So the whole idea of the X then represents also that which came before, but no longer is. So there's a very subtle addition, added layer of information bound in this X, which is quite interesting because it is the cross of time. The future and the past are crossing now. So it gives you an opportunity to travel through time. X is traveling through time in a sense. And it also does represent two letters, a K and an S. Yeah. So there's something to consider as well. S is the movement and the energy. And the K, well, K represents that, well, it could be a C. Could represent the hand or the back of the head for the movement of energy being from the perspective of to create change or to be the product of change that has been realized. But what was it that Kilelle had said? Let me try and rummage through my brain. I think he was talking about the way in which they are using their symbols. He had a better word than it. Their ciphers that they use. And we've entered into this age today where the amount of NLP around us is just, I think it's greater than it's ever been. There are logos everywhere. Today, I was making a comment when we were walking through the penguin sanctuary about how these children were inadvertently advertising some corporation on the back of their t-shirts. You can't escape logos. It's everywhere. It's literally, you cannot move 100 meters without being exposed to a lot of logos in the real world. And if you're on your computer or your phone, well, then it's just even worse. So this recoding of information of the numbers as they are being presented to us are being hidden behind these logos. So we're constantly having numbers broadcasted at us, which are going to give us coordinates in time. So the numbers are the coordinates of X to plot where you are on the timeline. And the eighth sphere does represent going to an epoch before. We're now in the fourth world. So then in the world before this world, when things were reversed, this is why do they have to reverse things? Why do they have to invert things? Well, the eighth sphere is inversion of here. because the eighth sphere existed in a time when everything was inverted to what it is now. Simple. It's got to do with in the night, things are inverted to the day. Everything's opposite. Electromagnetism is opposite. The plants' cycles are opposite. The metabolism is opposite. Everything moves contrary. Even the way in which light and sound is experienced is a complete different experience of the night and the day. So I think that there's something to be experienced in the nature of this X when we look at it in terms of also understanding that it represents our potential to move through time.
There's another X I just thought of while you were talking. I was thinking about what we were talking about earlier with where we started 4 hours ago, which is unbelievable, with Saturnalia, and Christmas obviously then superseded, was hijacked, and we refer to it as Xmas.
That is really on the spot, hey? Because once again, what exactly is this mass about? What is mass other than another word for Saturn?
I think atomic is in there also in reference to that topic. I just want to add on to Slick's mentioning earlier in that world, in that all caps world. You also have put your X, it's all like, remember, like signing a document, it's kind of like X here, or like if you something related to X and signatures, right?
If you couldn't write, a lot of people back in the day weren't taught to read or write, and if you couldn't read or write, you could sign your name with a cross.
Put your mark here. Yeah, Lily, it'd be like, put your mark here.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then next, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's wild how that whole system, and then you tie it into the mythos and the symbology, how this affects our experience it's incredible. My mind is blown, all the connections. And it's really how the tapestry of this, this veil or whatever, this realm we're in is how it operates. And somehow this group, or not this group, but somehow that group, that the Saturnalian types have learned the code and have used it to their advantage. It's wild. Mind blown.
Ronan, you were saying earlier, Ronan, you were like, what can we do? What's a good way to fight back? And I made a little note on my notebook here. I was thinking about one thing that we do that is really very constructive is neologisms. It's making up new words. And I think that is really using our creative capacity to change literally the form of the language of the WYRLDS, the worlds. We can make up new words that serve us, that serve our perspective, and one that I love right now, I'm going to start using very carefully. You got to be careful where you pop this one off. But I love democracy theorists. Democracy theorists are very dangerous. So yeah, take that and pass it on, but pass it on only to crowds that you can walk out of the room without getting in a fight.
Well, I refer to it as demonarchy. And that ties back to what Franklin was saying, where 51% of the masses can sway and affect the rest of the masses and arcing over you in its true form. Now, obviously, we know that that's not how democracy works, and it always devolves into tyranny. You know what I mean? It just happens. But yeah, the masses can be moved and swayed, and the herd, the hived mind, you know, um, that's why these words that we speak slick, and we can decode these root words and make our own spells, our own spelling. You're right, is very, very powerful. I do my best when I'm doing my writes, when I'm writing to you guys or anything. I try and play that as much as possible, to kind of regain some of that power and not use their spells, but create our own spells. Absolutely. But slick. But when I'm in their jurisdiction, I use their language. You know what I mean? But when you're in my house, better realize we might spell the word sun a little different and use it in the context we want. We might mean, these words that mean have like 5 different definitions. It's incredible. It's a language of its own, and when you become fluent in this, it's incredible. It is empowering. We're not just being silly, and I know most people hear us and they know, they get it, but like others probably think we're just being silly, and that's another. And we are being silly. That's why I'm a silly goose. I believe ridicule and it is a very powerful tool against naming and shaming the what I call the bisexual interdimensional lizards. You know what I mean? The psychos in charge. So yeah, it is empowering. Lily, I think Lily gets tired of it sometimes. She's like, "We get it. You're playing the word game."
No, I love it. I think, I think, yeah, we all have to do it, and we do need, words are so powerful. No, I like it. I think it's funny. I like when you start messing with people. That makes me laugh. I don't get tired of it. I think it's funny, and I think we have to keep a light sense of humor about it, and who cares what other people think? We're very fortunate that we're awake enough to be able to be aware enough to create a different language for ourselves. So yeah, let's just go with it. But no, Ronan, continue. I love it. I don't get tired of it. I think it's hilarious for the most part.
It's interesting when we look at language, how it's changing right now before our eyes. And even the fact that wicked means that's wicked, man. Huh? English lingo. If something was wicked, it's good. If something is sick, that's an American one, isn't it? That's sick, man. That rocks. So if it's wicked, it's in, and if it's sick, it's in. So we're literally being taught to use words in a very detrimental way with positive inflection. The same with the word, and I've said this before, curse words. We all like to say the fuck word, right? So what is this word? Well, you've got the fakira. So who's the fakira? Yeah. This is a very ancient lineage, and it's the lineage of devotion. I mean, you'll find it in different languages. You'll find it in Vedic, Sanskrit. You'll find it in Arabic. They're going to give you different ideas, but I reckon the Sanskrit is probably one of the oldest. And so the fakira it's like a priest that goes through a long lineage and is very much in a state of self-control and a self-realized being. And when we speak about it in terms of the Arabic, it also relates to somebody who's like a practicing priest of some sorts, right? Bringing that priestly knowledge into the sphere. So we've basically used that word to represent 6, which is a word that relates to wisdom and spirituality. So you can see how this is not new. The fact that children are saying like it's wicked when it's good, and they're teaching themselves to like completely, what does wicked mean? Well, you play cricket, right? You take a wicket, right? And when you take a wicket, he's off the playing field, right? So when a candle is being wicked or wicked, and there's the wicker man, right? What's the wicker man? So this is relating to dying. So wicked relates to death. So we're using the word that relates to death, which is once again going into the gateway. Saturn might not be representing Hades, but that blooming scythe in the hands of Saturn has got something to do with the transformational tarot card of death, and what takes you off of the playing field is time. So it's because of Saturn's time that we get removed from the field in order to have to travel through Hades. So there is a very powerful connection with the black cube and death, even though it's not obvious and not direct. It's an agent of death, shall we say. And so we can see how these words that relate to the black cube, like wicked, right, are being twisted to become positively inflected. The same way that the word from the Fakira word has been put into all of us to the point that we don't even know where the word comes from anymore. And we think that the word just means to have sex. But actually the word is from sacred. Right. So it's sort of like taking something sacred and inverting it and turning it into something mundane. So the people are using this sacred thing, they will forget that there's these ancient lineages on earth that have been kept intact for thousands of years in order to preserve knowledge. My grandmother had some kind of knowledge like this that had come through our Shanahan blood lineage. And, it's a bit sad that I never met her, because she was a very interesting woman. She was a midwife. It's not what she did for a living, but she had the ability to read babies and tell you what the spiritual gifts would be and what they would be able to do in their lives, which is quite an ancient skill that we've lost. And I think this is what's language is being used for us to get raped. And somebody mentioned this, Kilelle mentioned this, and this actually brings me right back to what Kilelle was saying about how that corporation that was bought up by BlackRock, which was, I forget the name of the company, but the company that you get your details from, your birth and your ancestry. And I was pointing out that that was a tool that was being used by those that control the cube to be able to plot our ancestry so that they can study our ancestry, maybe in supercomputers, to get an idea of what kind of propensities we're likely to have. Because we do tend to copy our ancestors in the way that we live, which is rather interesting. So it all comes back to the same point. Everything's being used against us, but fundamentally, I think the language is the key. And the way they've changed our language in modern times, the spelling, oh my God, I think we really need to stop spelling words the way they want us to. We need to actually go back to spelling words like the Phoenicians did, phonetically. I think there's something powerful in that, to look at the way we used to spell our words in the older forms of English and actually revert to that. I think there's going to be some power that we will regain from changing the way that we spell our words, because they've taught us to misspell words. So the spells don't work for us. But when they spell the words for us, they know what they're doing. And Slick's always onto them. And he always says, well, I have to change the spelling. It's because they've changed the spelling for us so that we can't see.
Yeah, buddy. uh, I love being willful with letters and bending them to my command. That is definitely a fun form of magic in prestidigitation. That word farquera makes me think of the term lingua franca. And lingua franca is a term that means the universal tongue. And at once it was French, um, but the English is now the lingua franca. But it's more accurate to say the language of the foreigner or the language of the free in choice. The Franca is also a free to choose, freedom to choose. But that's what I think about with the word faquira. And then I wanted to share a translation, or no, a definition. People should look this up in different sources and get all the different definitions for the letters SIC. SIC is kind of a stenographer's or a translator's note, and it is put in academia. It is used generally in parentheses. And what it means is that this translation, or this copy, this facsimile of data is conveyed to you exactly the way it was given to the messenger. And even if it's misspelled, it is misspelled on purpose, accurately. Even the inaccuracies are intentionally conveyed in this translation. It also involves misinterpretation and arcane descriptions are also acceptable as translations to anything that has the word SIC imprinted next to it. Misinterpretations and arcane definitions acceptable. This is fascinating considering how many people went and got their nose scraped and then came home and said, I am sick. I now identify as being SIC. And mistranslations may have been conveyed in that information process. And so I just think it is really fascinating how ancient this SIC, which is a translator's, the translator is washing their hands. They're literally being like Pilate when he washes his hands from the trial and he says, I'm karmically absolved. Well, when they put the letters SIC on something, the translator is karmically absolved from any mistranslations. I think it's really saying, nice, yes. I think it's telling us that there is a cipher at hand, and there's plus ultra information underneath this information, and you should look closer. Because when John Wilkes Booth jumped out of the booth, what was he yelling out of his mouth? He was yelling, sic Cipre Terranus, such to every other tyrant. So he was making a fascinating call sign. So I just wanted to put that on the record that everybody who thought they were sick might not have been SICK. They might have just been SIC. They might have had some bad information in the sequence. Also, I think I got a boogie.
Thank you for joining us, brother.
Yeah, man.
It's been totally awesome. Thank you for sharing and putting your wonderful content on. I hope you have a great day and rock that. Is that a shirt or a jacket? Is it a waist jacket or a shirt?
Slick, you muted.
I think it's llama. It's my llama hoodie. This has been fun, y'all. Happy
So there's a
Saturday.
llama. There's a llama walking around without his jacket on.
I think we left a little for him. I
Oh,
hope.
cool. I know, Slick. I know you got more. I know you got more in the holster on this topic, man.
Yeah,
We got to
I'm glad
continue.
you. I'm glad
Yeah.
you brought up. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the X, man. The Deus Ex Machina. You know, the fact that so many things fall back to the 10. You know, that's a tithing. The one ownership is 9/10 of the law. Well, that other 10th is the part that you know, that you sacrifice, you give away. Yeah, fascinating sacrificial energies, all having to do with the X. That's a good weave, man. Power weave.
That's what we're
I
all
love you
about. Power
guys.
weaves, y'all. Go ahead, Slick. Sorry, brother.
Nice. Yeah, big love and respect, everybody. Big ups to everybody in the chat. And thanks for having me on this Saturday. I look forward to seeing you guys again next Saturday. Let's do it again.
Big love,
Love
Slick.
and
Take
love,
care.
brother. I hope
Peace and
the
power,
move
Slick.
goes well.
Peace.
I
Have
hope
a
you
wonderful
find
day.
a beautiful place.
Peace.
Bless.
All
Thanks
right.
for being here. And
Much respect, everybody.
Guys, while Slick's leaving, I'm also going to bail out now at over 4 hours. What an amazing conversation. Huge love to all of you. And like Slick said, hopefully catch up next weekend or as soon as we can. But massive love to all of you. Franklin, again, thank you for bringing us all together. A gorgeous conversation and big love to all of you.
Thank you, Lily, for being here. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for adding. And I pray you have an absolutely wonderfully charged, sweet sleep, unless you go and rock and boogie your butt off. Whichever. Enjoy yourself.
Huge love. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Lily.
Bye,
Peace
guys.
and
Adios.
power.
much love.
Shall we get back to the black goo?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Indy. Indy's like, yeah, let's go.
Because I think it's really much a big part of the whole Saturnian story. And this Marconian. So I was brushing on it. This Marconi were basically doing the research. I can't remember how many scientists there were, but there were like about 20, 30 scientists, and they all died of mysterious bloody. These scientists were dying like slipping in the shower, and I mean, come on, they all died. It's clear that they were removed. Yeah, it's clear that they were assassinated. If you go and find that, there must, hopefully Google hasn't hidden it. You must be able to find the information. But this was the Marconian research on that island that we were talking about, the Falklands, which the whole Falklands War was about. And the Falklands War was one of those weird wars. What was it about? Oil, yeah, essentially. But very, very, very deep oil, deep under the sea. And so there's definitely, I don't believe that Black Goose story is a wife's tale. I do think it's very much part of the parcel because you do get ectoplasm, and ectoplasm is a etheric substance. And so why could it not be that ectoplasm could be bound in oil? And if ectoplasm were bound in oil, you'd have some kind of a different kind of a goo, which I think is definitely food for thought. So, Ronan, you said you had more to add.
I lost that train of thought, but if anyone else has anything on it, I'm sure it'll shake some things loose.
Something to think about when it comes to black goo. If you look into D-Wave quantum computers, that is the energy source that they use for those. When you understand what it is they actually do, they're not connected to the internet. For them to function, they have to be at what is the coldest temperature of anything on Earth. They have to pump it with liquid nitrogen consistently. So when you understand how dense in time a quantum computer has to be, when you understand the amount of calculations it's able to do in a nanosecond, not just a second, you can understand why we have so many of these systems in place. When you look at the Kaaba in Mecca of Islam, for example, Islam is such a large power in this world because you have consistent attention being paid to it, right? That is a conduit. It looks just like a central conductor on a motherboard for a computer. It's no different. So we only need to remember that to kind of assuage that power a little bit. If you look at the temple of Luxor or the temple of Amun, it's the mimicry of the not only the body of man, but the pineal gland and the Holy of Holies. So, again, we're back to this idea of a micro and macro. The black goo is essentially subconscious blood.
That's another way of looking at what it can represent on the energy plane. So when we're talking about blood, we're talking about life. When we're talking about subconscious, we're talking about the secret life of our thoughts. And so we're talking about those beings that can influence our thoughts through the secret life of our thoughts, in a sense, which is quite intriguing. I do really think that it might have something to do with ancient legacies. Like all that gold that was mined, where did it go? Who mined the gold? And why? How were human beings subjected to fall for the nobility story? How did that start? It causes us to ask these fundamental questions, I think. And you're talking about quantum computing as well. That's quite interesting because quantum computers, as far as I know, from what I've gathered, they don't have any moving parts. So the information is carried in electromagnetic fields, which technically means they're carried in parallel universes. They're not carried here. So we are using what you could consider a subatomic space to process information using magnetic fields that are oscillating really fast. And so these subatomic spaces have almost an infinite potential of variables when we start to compound upon spaces. So it's literally a way to affect reality, because we are tuning into subatomic space's energy field and putting bits of information there and retracting it back. I think that we're going to discover that quantum computers are not just about information, but about coding reality, which is quite a mind-blowing concept, to think that you can build a computer that can recode reality directly. And it sort of makes you wonder about what these quantum drives were for the crafts that are able to jump between different realities. Because I've had experiences with this, and it does seem like there are different kinds of crafts that can literally blink in and out of existence, but they went somewhere else in a pop.
Apparently, some people are connecting the black goo with graphene oxide. Just wanted to mention that.
Yes, it's they're definitely cousins. Indy, for sure. 100%. They're now spraying it. There's also in the past have been claims of people with Morgellons disease, or not disease, but skin things where they have this black goo spikes coming out of their skin, from the spring. So it's like they want to, we are pests to them, especially with our independent free spirits, free will, which is constantly under attack. And especially when you start off with the radio towers, and then you fast forward into the technocracy and transhumanism, and then you throw in, they're now talking about they're spraying the quote unquote vax in the sky to get to those hard to reach places. That is yes, that graphene is a part of the black goo, 100%. That's why you'll see a lot of these politicians, celebs they need to go to the hospital, or you'll even hear them say they're taking Antarctica visits. And they're gone, and they come back, and they are so wacky for the first few days, like and they go in public, their whole eyes, the whites of their eyes are all black. This is demonstrated by these, at least the ones that we see in public. You see them with black eyes. That is, in some cases, a rough ritual where some say that they actually receive this black goo, which this is some of the, but by the way, this topic is some of the most sinister topics that anyone can ever come across. It is very difficult to grasp and believe. And like Slick was saying, we don't want this to be true, but if you connect a lot of these dots, you'll find that. And even with back to the letters, even the letter G and goo, and that's related to the letter C. I mean, the letter G even looks like a 6, and then the lowercase g looks like an upside down 6. Like, put them together, you have in 69, right? And then the letter G in some cases comes from the letter C. It's loosely related, and the letter C is its own bit of a hijack into the weave, putting their spells into the weave. So this is some really deep concepts, but it doesn't seem so far-fetched when you look at these actions and you don't look at these things as isolated incidences. I heard someone say, it might have been Mormon or Rishi, or someone said something about they said something about those who believe in coincidences are easily manipulated or something like that. And everything's connected, right, Indy? And so, yeah, the goo is so sinister, bro. And it is related to Saturn. Oh gosh, I was gonna hold on. Oh, I had something. I was gonna say another connection with Saturn. Oh gosh, related to this topic.
Black Sun?
Black Sun. Who said that?
Indy.
How did you know that? I was gonna say that.
The black goo and the Saturn, it's like the connector. I don't know.
Bro, I was going to mention it based on the eclipse. That's the reason I unmuted my mic. Based on the eclipse tonight. Some say the black sun is Saturn, or the third sun is Saturn, or they say the old sun previous to this sun is actually Saturn, like a dimmed out old sun, like a retired sun. And I can't believe Indy just said that. How does he know what the heck where I was going with that? We're mind melding, bro. Mind meld. But anyway, that's what I have on that. I mean, we have an eclipse tonight. I believe it's related to the black sun, and which is related to Saturn, which is related to black goo. All this is so I'm good for. I'm gonna rest my mic, but thanks, guys. That was awesome.
Yeah, David Talbot had the electric universe theory. Suggests that we used to orbit around the two stars, Jupiter and Saturn, as a binary star system. Before we got swept up by the sun, it changed everything around. But yeah, the Saturn and Jupiter are still technically stars. They're like brown dwarf stars, kind of, or a step down from that. But they emit frequencies from their poles, like microwave frequencies from their poles, and they mostly consist of hydrogen and helium. So they also think there's a binary star to our sun that's enshrouded in a nebulous cloud That'd be like probably just a little bit bigger than Jupiter or Saturn, which supposedly collapsed. But their light was a different light, and according to the electric universe theory, that the flora really flourished in infrared light, and they had more darker pigments. And he suggests that the green pigment is like a real stress response to overload of UV that they have to tolerate now with our current sun. But luckily, plants created the ozone layer through blue-green algae so that animals could come out of the sea. Because before that, without the ozone layer, there's too much radiation here.
I like what he said as well about retired, because it brings you back to the inversion principle and why, the principle of the black sun as like a retired sun, and this brings us back to Araman and back to the Luciferian conspiracy of the two polarities, and these two polarities have reached their maximized potential, where people are either existentialist to the point where they don't believe that there's anything other than what you've got and that they want to have robots to live forever, or occultism is grown, and like books like Aleister Crowley have sold off the shelf, and other new age chaos magic ideas have become sort of a, what can you call it, a mainstream almost information pyre for many of the younger people. So it's definitely this phase we're going in, and we're definitely getting closer and closer to some kind of a D-Day, if you will. And I think it's why there's so much pressure on those that are running the show to try and catch up and quickly push us into the corner that they need us into, because we're getting to a point where we actually are very much self-contained, which is, I think, perhaps not a normal situation to have been in, especially in the last sort of 30 years. I would say I get the feeling that we've been very much more placid in a sense. So there's definitely some kind of a big crunch coming in. It's why we've got so many people that are unfortunately so brainwashed. But what can we do?
I wanted to ask some of you guys, what do you think about what Slick was saying about Al Gore giving these like ominous warnings and such to people? I feel like he was just trying to be real and like help us deal with our situation so that it doesn't get bad. And I feel like the people that are causing the problem are those who are climate deniers that don't do anything about it and let it continue to escalate. So to me, Al Gore was like the one who was trying to help.
Bro, he's not helping. You don't believe that, right? And first of all, what's his last name again?
What?
Gore. Talking about gore. He's talking about things get gore. I'm sure that's not by accident. Am I right? He's not trying to help anyone, right? Like, he's connected with the people we were talking about, right?
I would, when I look at the situation, I would say the truth is that we are hurting the ecosystem, but the only thing that we will hurt is ourselves through the ecosystem, because it will survive us and it will outmaneuver us. But when it comes to the whole conspiracy of global warming being caused by humanity, then we've got to take our hats off to ourselves, because we've done a damn good job of making Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter change temperature to the same extent that the Earth has in the last 100 years. So whatever we're doing here is affecting Jupiter and Saturn. So we're definitely not causing global warming. So there's definitely some kind of nonsense being peddled on one side. But on the other hand, there are issues. And I think
I gotta chime in.
Bring a lot of awareness to the fact that we're not living in the right way, which we aren't. with regards to resource management. But at the same time, they use that against us. It's like they tell us what it is we need to know, and then they use it against us to tax us and to turn it into a taxation financial rape that they can then use to generate more of the problem that it is we're supposed to be talking about reducing. I mean,
I got a chance. Oh, I'm sorry,
real
Franklin. I'm being rude.
the oceans. I mean, we're really reaching a tipping point with the oceans. Once we've depleted enough of the whales and we've got the carnivorous plankton overtaking the phytoplankton, that will terraform this planet faster than anything you can imagine, and we're actually very close to that. So it's a double-edged sword.
All right. So what I was going to say was, I don't resonate with the we part of that. I resonate with during the prohibition. I'd rather have my oil or my not oil, correction, my fuel for my automobile come straight from vegetables that I grew in the backyard that I can ferment into alcohol and make a whiskey car. Prohibition was brought by the Rockefellers to bring the phoniness of peak oil to burn the earth's oil, the earth's blood, the earth's second largest fluid. Speaking of black goo, the earth's bloodline or blood. I do not own a factory. I've never stopped anyone from using true renewable energy, meaning you can make it for free in your own backyard. They poison the land. They force me to use their vehicles and their energy. They make alternatives illegal. They murder the people that promote free energy and provide real solutions. Also, they tell you of global warming. Global. We're not on a globe. And we're not warming. It's getting colder. They don't tell you about the last mini ice age, which ended in about 1850s. Started around the 1400s. And the sun cooled, the earth cooled to some of the greatest temperatures, lowest temperatures ever recorded prior to us operating in our current fashion. So I am not involved in that. The Gores are the ones that are involved in that. I just want our mindset. That's my mindset. If I try to do, I don't want their energy plugged to my house. That's illegal for them. They'll enforce it. I want to have my own free energy. They'll force it. They'll destroy it. So the cycles of this realm happen. They pollute the land, sea, and air, and humans and everything in it, and they do not allow any other energy, no other competition of at all. So there's my tinfoil hat on that.
I want to add on to that, Ronan. The platform that Al Gore used to speak that inconvenient truth, because that's that's what it was called, right? An inconvenient truth. They actually gave him an Emmy for that. He won multiple awards for that. That should
bravo. You know, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like that should be enough to tell you what BS it actually is. It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about coming into this world with amnesia. Because if you don't know who you are, you don't know how this realm actually works, you can look out your window and think that you're actually seeing nature as opposed to a world that has been stripped of the majority of its resources and your connection to it. When you talk about the idea of the ice caps melting, I want you to get a glass of water, fill it up with ice, and then fill it up with water. And watch it as it melts, because as the ice cubes melt, the water will not spill over the cup. That's not the way it works, right? We use water to measure in building. That's literally where level comes from. So we haven't had rising sea levels ever. When we talk about the age of Aquarius, we're talking about emotions, we're talking about knowledge and spirituality representative as water rising in the mind. When we talk about Atlantis sinking, we're talking about a mentality that we have largely gone away from.
And I want to apologize to Franklin. I wasn't trying to be aggressive. I just like to. I'm passionate about some of those hijacked information and hijacked technologies, and including we are hurting the planet. You know what I mean? So that's all. I wasn't trying to be rude, bush whisperer, or aggressive with that, and just want to throw that out there. What do you think, Indy? You started this. You started this.
I appreciate your feedback on that. I was trying to see, like, how people feel about that, and I'm glad, we all have different opinions on that, and we're bringing it to the table so that we can hash it out, see what's up. I feel like there's truth to a little bit. Everything's half true. Like there's some component of damage that we're doing to the environment. Whether the sea levels are rising or the temperature is rising is debatable. But I feel like the decimation of the natural environment and like the gridding out of society is kind of pushing animals into the periphery, and it's become difficult for a lot of wildlife. Of course, they're going to bounce back when, if we make things too difficult for ourselves and perish, they'll be fine. But I don't know. I feel like Franklin's onto something. I feel like there's definitely a rising temperature across the globe, and it may be from something in the solar system, which is also affecting other planets. The idea of increasing weather extremes definitely resonates with me. And so as to whether it's getting colder or hotter, it seems to be that the globe's getting warmer according to this information that we see. But can we trust this information? Probably not. I know that there's people that are trying to make money from this whole process of like climate awareness, environmentalism. And when there's money involved, there's definitely corruption and greed, making things suspectful. I would love to try to investigate this more and try to come up with some facts on what shows the globe getting colder. And I really love the idea of Kilelle's experiment with the glass and the ice cubes. That's beautiful. That's something anybody can do, and that will give people understanding and knowing that what we've been told could be a lie. And so I really appreciate the opening of eyes that you guys have helped me usher in. And so that's good, because we all know that there's a veil that's been brought over our eyes. And I feel like Saturnian worship is either primarily responsible for that or deeply involved. So it's been great that people can actually see through that veil and help others find the light in the darkness. This has been a really powerful talk. And as you guys mentioned earlier, there's so many aspects to the Black Cube and Saturn worship and all the associations that we could do a whole other show on Saturn worship, secret societies in the government, world banking system, military industrial complex. Of course, there's like the oil and diamond industries as well, which are a large part of it. But I think somebody was saying earlier, I think it might have been Ronan, it seems that these people have figured out the code of Saturn and are able to use it against the collective. This makes me wonder, was there a time when we were ruled over by people that had compassionate intentions for the collective, a time that's been lost from our history, a time that was the herstory, perhaps, of the golden age. And it's been said that during those times they didn't really need the words that we conjured up later, because there was no contrast to the love and compassion. It was all just pure oneness and love and understanding relative to what we have now. And so the Taoists would write that it was a time where there was no need for love because there wasn't anything other than love to distinguish it from. But when there was, it became a time when we started to need words to refer to the things of good. But I find it interesting that the Hindu philosophy suggests that we are like going towards like an end time of like utter chaos and like living hell, destruction, pandemonium, and then wake up from the dream of Maya as Brahma in the womb in multiple cycles potentially. That's fascinating to me. A lot of other cultures suggest that there will be an end time where things will be ascended. And so, I mean, ultimately the Hindu story does go to an ascension after the destruction. And in Christianity and Judaism, they believe that the bodies will rise. In Judaism, they say that the bodies in the coffins will live again and rise up from the grave. Whereas, and why they don't believe in cremation, and the Christians, they will suggest that those who are alive who have not ascended will ascend and vanish during the rapture among some Christian sects. But these are all like fantastical ideas. And when does that time come? I think a lot of people have established that that time has already come and gone. But it's very powerful propaganda to move the collective. And it was said earlier that if you believe in miracles, it's going to be easy to control you, or coincidences, perhaps. It was said it's going to be easy to control the masses. They fall for the BS. What are you sipping on, Franklin? You got coffee there?
New miracles. New miracles.
Drinking a matcha myself. New miracle. Oh, go ahead, Franklin.
No. Please continue. I didn't catch the first part of what you were saying. I've only been sitting here for like about a minute or so.
Gotcha. Yeah, I sat with a priest a time before at the bar when I used to drink, and he spilled the beans to me about the stories about what the real story behind the miracles are. And like, it's kind of like talking to a magician about how he does his tricks. It's like when you're doing the show, they don't want the people to know what's happening. But if you hang out with them after the show and give them a little booze, you get loose lips and start talking and spill some beans and let you know what they know. You know, it's always interesting to consider. But I was told that through the translations into different languages, some of the miracles became part of the story. Like from Greek, they say that the word for virgin that they used refers to sex out of wedlock, which there's no word for in Latin. So then it became an immaculate conception. But I'd love to speak with some Greek folks that have read the Greek Bible and see if they have a different understanding of that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they've changed it in the whole canon now. But another one was that when Moses parted the Red Sea, he said that Moses had knowledge of the sandbars and the sea tide aligning with the moon. So he was able to predict the high tide coming back to wash away the chariots as they escaped across the sandbars. And the people were completely baffled and astonished of his wisdom to be able to understand the timing of that, because the people were more familiar with the flooding of the Nile aligned with eclipses, which were very hard for them to calculate, especially for the common folk. So, and then let's see, there was another one where Jesus turned water into wine. He said that he would pour a little bit of wine at the bottom of a pitcher before pouring the water into it, the wine could oxidize and purify the water. So the people would get sick from drinking water in those times. And rich people would drink wine to prevent themselves from getting the diseases and exposure to the different toxins in the water. And he went on and started to explain the miracles to me, which is fascinating. But since those times, I've read on that Paul, who originally was a Roman soldier, Saul, that defected and became a disciple, embellished a lot of the tale of Jesus' story to align with the prophecy of Christ, which he only really met the prophecy, according to some of the research I've done, on the fact that he rode into town on a donkey on a certain time and day. But
that donkey story has come up and it keeps coming up.
He underwent a ceremony where you get given a pufferfish poison and you get paralyzed in a coffin or a grave or a sepulcher for 3 days, and then get given the antidote and reawoken and be spiritually reborn. But other stories say that he was put on a mock crucifix and then brought into the ceremony. And other stories still will say that he was never put on a crucifix at all, but he was actually exiled because he never committed a crime that was punishable by Hebrew law. And they changed certain words in the Bible, like when they were saying in the current Bible story, "Who shall we execute?" What they actually had said in the older Bible versions was, "Who shall we let go?" And the people were chanting, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." So it's a very different story when people are chanting, "Jesus, let's let him go," or "Jesus, let's kill him." You know, because I feel like Jesus kind of was an inspiration to the collective. He was somewhat of a rebel against the tyrannous rabbinical overlords. And so I feel like the people were on his side and they wanted to save him. And by saving him, they ended up having him in exile. And we went back to Kashmir, where he was the shepherd of the lost flock of the Israelites in Kashmir. He was known as Isa. But, you know, I guess this has not been confirmed, but the stories say that things are a little bit different than the stories of organized religion lead us to think. So it's always good to question things.
How does one trust? Okay, I got a couple things on how does one trust these texts when they've changed? I'm talking about the Mandela effect. We know the Bible, the two bull, the Taurus, has changed. Now, if you apply, and many books have changed. That's just something to kind of chew on, think about, food for thought on that time and the literal books that people have grown up memorizing. And I know you were on a different thought pattern, Indy. So forgive me if I'm digressing. But yeah, there's a Mandela effect where that book changed, and people who have memorized it have went back. I'm like, go open the drawer in the book that's in your drawer. What does it say? And they go, wow, it's changed. So that's something to think about when we are relying on some of these scripts. Cheers.
I wonder whether the whole Mandela effect is something that was made up in order to explain miracles to people so that people don't think that they're experiencing miracles. As a way to shut people down. Because I do remember in South Africa, like this whole thing is because of Mandela, right? That's what it's named after. But I do remember that when I was here, there was conflicting information put into the media about Mandela at the time. That's why people remember it differently, because there were different news bulletins going out with saying different things, literally. And I bet you if you go back in history, you're going to find that there's a pattern of this. I'll give you another classic example. How did Nicole Kidman's father die after he was being fingered as a pedophile and a rapist? He went to China and he died in 3 different ways. There are 3 different news articles for how this guy died.
What?
And there are 3 different stories. And you'll find that as you go into history, this happens from time to time. And so it's like these clever people have put out more than one bulletin. Now, they used to be able to do this easily in the past without us cottoning onto them because we didn't have the internet. But when we started to get the internet, we started noticing, hold on, what's going on here? So I think it's going to be harder for them to be able to maintain the Mandela effect these days. But this is why they are controlling it with Google AI system. Because Google AI system will give them the control to reinitiate the Mandela system program. And I believe the Mandela system program has got to do with basically making us doubt what we're seeing, making us doubt our own senses. Because we got given 2 different bulletins about Mandela, one a little while after each other. We thought he was dead, and then he wasn't dead. Turned out they'd lied. But now this whole thing is actually naming a Mandela effect, which is quite funny, being a South African, having been there and seen like that particular story. So I wonder how much of it is basically, now this does actually tie into what you're talking about, I think, with miracles. Because you mentioned the Immaculate Conception. Well, there is a story that a woman is able to have a baby without being impregnated and actually able to, and it has to do with the evolution spiritually, that she can actually impregnate herself. It obviously takes a woman that's a high initiate of the mysteries, highly evolved spiritually and psychically, so in tune that her body is able to generate a live egg cell. What a concept. And because we carry so much information within our genetic structure. And in the event that this happens, then the child would obviously be different. So I believe it comes back to a time in the past when the knowledge and the sacred mysteries were maybe better understood, and possibly women were able to actually achieve this. And getting back to miracles, what miracles are, mirror. I think that the human consciousness field is able to subjugate the etheric plane, because the etheric plane is a manifestation of the consciousness field. So the moment the consciousness field is extended and the mental plane's influences are pushed hard and consistently, the etheric plane becomes programmed by the astral plane, which is the translation between the mental plane and the physical plane. And so the physicality can be affected by consciousness, and these siddhi are well documented and well known. So possibly what we call miracles are just the siddhi in action. And the reason the Mandela effect was created was for those people that are experiencing the siddhi, and with the siddhi, there are effects that can change time. There are time siddhi as well. Possibly they don't want us to believe what we're experiencing, and they want us to have an easy way to explain it all. I mean, I can't say for a fact that's what it is, but I do have my doubts with regards to the Mandela effect, the way it's been touted. That's my 2 cents worth.
Okay. Has anyone been to church since they were a child? And has anyone memorized the Lord's Prayer? Now,
I did it recently.
Yeah. Now, go check the book. If you memorized it since you were a child, because it has changed. The version, King James version, the words on the page have changed. Whether we call it Mandela effect or not, the actual words have changed on a book supposedly written in the 1500s. They've changed. They've also changed from lions lay with lambs to wolves lay with lambs. So things in books have literally changed. Now, yes, there's the celebrity stuff, like actually Mandela and actual Nicole Kidman, and there's all kinds of strands out there. There's literal other books in entertainment, but the actual King James Version Bible has changed. I've called people that I've known, this was years ago, I said, recite the Lord's Prayer to me. They recite it because they memorized it, every single word since they were a child. I said, now go look at the book in your drawer, your family Bible. They read it, and it was different. It went from those that trespass against us to something about debtors. So we're talking about the human experience, those who have literally, so this is not just a mind game. I recommend anyone who, if you haven't memorized it, ask somebody you know who has memorized it. You know what I mean? And then you'll see the difference. So that is an actual thing, and that has to do with, some would say, time being messed with. And then also to go back to just mention a thing about the temperatures of the ocean. There were whistleblowers from NOAA, which is a U.S. organization, NOAA, who keeps track of the data of their little meters out in the ocean, in the Arctic Ocean, etc. Their bosses told them to change the data. So like Indy, you touched on, can the data be trusted? I will tell you, it cannot be trusted. That same logic you were, and there's a lot to that, Indy, but yeah. So and by the way, try and find those whistleblowers online, that information, it's almost impossible to find. Maybe you can use the Wayback Machine or the archives to find it. Now, if you apply that same logic that you were using, Franklin, to based on the Mandela effect, apply that same logic, honestly, to the warming or cooling. That, in my opinion, is the propaganda, the changing of the thought process to make people think over and over again, how dare you? Thank you, Greta. Another actor, Kilelle. How dare you? The hockey stick, Kilelle, am I right? The hockey stick graph, right? The famous hockey stick graph. That, in my opinion, is the mental deception and hijack, the changing of the data manually. Now, the Mandela effect, the information changed in some other way that it goes beyond my comprehension. We're going into a grand solar minimum. You know how they invert everything. They tell you we're going into a grand solar maximum, when in reality we're going into a grand solar minimum. Again, check the last mini ice age. Lowest temperatures ever. Massive die-off. This was from the 1400s to the 1800s. Has nothing to do with what we're doing now. And I just want to share that, those little bits of info.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Look, I'm not saying that they don't have a lot of magicians and that those magicians can make small differences, like words on a page. I believe that that's possible to be done, but I don't think it's necessarily something that's happening. I think that might be something that's being done, and it is possible for such changes to be achieved by a group of people working on it. So let's say you've got lodges all around the world, and you've got like hundreds of thousands of wizards, and they're all doing the same rituals on the same days, and they're all doing blood, many of them doing blood sacrifices on those days. Like now we get back to the blood sacrifices. What's all these blood sacrifices of the children? What's all this about? What's all of these contracts with these beings on the etheric plane? What's the black goo all about? Maybe one of the things they need to do is to make us believe the Mandela effect. And maybe they make contracts with beings on the etheric plane to change a piece of text on a piece of book all around the world. And they do enough blood sacrifices, and they do enough of the actual work to create the liberation of that city to cause that effect, so that we've got that piece of evidence. But that doesn't now mean that we need to believe everything else. I think the Mandela effect is a very broad thing that's being explained to us about the nature of time and space the way it is, where what could be happen could be explainable just through practical occult means, which doesn't mean that it's the way time is or the way time moves. It could be that it's a group of magicians making it happen. I don't know if you see where I'm coming from with that. So I'm not saying that it is or isn't true or not. I'm just saying it doesn't, to me, mean anything specific in terms of Mandela effect. Though that word, I think, is being given like a very broad spectrum of meaning, which basically means that a lot of what you thought you believed was wrong. And if they can make you believe that what you thought you believed were wrong, it makes it easier for them to change the present in terms of magic, in terms of using their rights and their powers. So does that make sense? It's like a way of engineering a consensus belief. And by engineering the consensus belief, there are less minds restricting one's ability to freely manifest magically from a sorceress occult perspective. What do you think about that?
Well,
Okay.
what does the magician need in order to pull off his magic trick? He needs your attention, right? So if it's possible, and we know it is because we're just talking about ones and zeros, we're just talking about binary code, right? If it's possible to change something in the future or the past, well, it needs your attention to notice it, right? So if we are collectively not noticing the cycles of time that we're in collectively, then something needs to be done in order to trigger the consciousness of the so-called masses, right? So this is why we have the manipulation. This is why we have the magic and the dark magicians of Saturn and so many other different sets. But this is largely because we are not paying attention. We are not looking up. They can only do what they do because we're not paying attention. When we actually pay attention, then the energy must change. It's like, again, going back to the idea of coming into this realm with amnesia, they're literally poking God with a stick. You know what I mean? You're going to get a what we call a nuclear reaction when the attention shifts. If we don't do it in a timely manner, then the earth will do it for us. And this is why you see the temperatures rising, as Indy was speaking about. When Kundalini spikes, right? If the body is not prepared for it, you get what's called spontaneous combustion, right? When you have a body and it has a virus, the body will turn up its heat in order to burn the virus out. Well, we could argue that this is what's happening.
That's a wonderful point about the attention, because it's at tension, and it's the tension between the strings. And so we were discussing the cube. Now we've come a full circle. The polarities of the cube between the principles of pure mind, principles of generation, Jupiter and the moon, the principles of Mercury with the principles of cause and effect with Mars, with the principles of Venus, with the principles of the sun, which is why Venus and the sun's often interchangeable, which is why Saturn and the sun are often interchangeable. Saturn sits in the middle. So whenever we are producing tension, we are working in the sphere of Saturn, the black cube. What a concept, because tension is what represents contraction. And tension is how contracts are forged, through the tension of intention between two parties, and listen to that, two parties need to have intention in order to be able to contract toward each other.
Tension.
Yeah. 10. Of course. It's definitely the glue of the matrix. The glue of the matrix is this tension. And this tension is the string that polarizes through Saturn's black cube. So black cube Saturn is how all of these changes can be achieved, by manipulating the 7 rays, which are the substance of matter. I also do get the sense that there are a lot of people coming into the world that are possibly quite psychically gifted at the moment. Somebody fell off. Who was that? Okay. So that obviously adds spanners to the work. Yeah. Their work, their plans. Because it's when we've heard about these crystal children and the indigo children and such for the last 40 years coming to this earth, and it's very true that there are a lot of these really gifted, profoundly gifted children that have been coming and are coming and will be coming. And so it does sort of mean that reality can wobble a little because of all these new ESPs coming into the world, when they had rid the world of many ESPs in the past. And it keeps making me think about these baby incubators. Yeah. And just exactly how these baby incubators, did I actually read the Lord's Prayer in the Bible? I read the whole Bible, but did I actually read the Lord's Prayer specifically and focus on it? It's an interesting question, because I had already known the Lord's Prayer before I read the Bible. So when you know something, neuro-linguistic programming is a very powerful thing. Like, one can be neuro-linguistically programmed to think that one is reading something that one isn't through the act of neuro-linguistic programming. I mean, Darren Brown has pretty much showed people how this works. So had all the pastors been correctly brainwashed, they would have put into people's minds that they were reading something other than what they were reading. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, that there are a lot of ways that this could have happened and could have played out for this one particular situation. But I definitely think that the attention is the key to the situation, and it's what they've done to take our attention away is to produce tension through entertainment. And so entertainment is very much tension generating, if you think about it. Which are the most popular films? Are the thrillers, the horrors, the ones that create a lot of inner tension emotionally and mentally. And so the whole entertainment industry is basically about producing a particular form of tension between Saturn and Venus, which obviously detracts from the tension between Saturn and Mercury. And if the tension between Saturn and Mercury is being detracted from, it means that we're not likely to be able to have a handle on our cause and effect. So the causal system starts to become out of control. So it does mean that reality can tilt. And this is where I would come back to the point that reality is a quantum experience right now. So we are quantumly regenerating our whole reality field around us in this real moment. And so it's not really hard for us to regenerate the past if we so choose to. But at the same time, that regenerates the present in a big way. So this whole quantum shifting thing is a real phenomenon from a shamanic perspective and from various different occult perspectives. But I think they're trying to make us believe that it's far more simple than what it is. I don't know if that makes sense, the way I'm explaining it. Because it's quite a phenomenon, this quantum shifting idea. And I think they've got us sort of looking for loopholes in the clouds when we should be digging for bones in the earth. That's my take on it. Can't hear you, Indy. Is it just me? Can anybody hear Indy?
No, I thought he was trying to fix it.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
I hope you can hear us, Indy. If you can't get your mic to work, just
He probably has to go in and out.
Yeah, I have to do that sometimes as well. Then my sound just pops off. I can't hear you talking. And this is now coming from his end. That he can't be heard. He's back. Welcome back.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right, great. Now I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about? Probably a million things.
we were talking about basically the Mandela effect on one hand, miracles on the other hand, black magicians basically changing the course of reality through the tension of intention and attention, and how it is that Saturn falls in the center of this whole concept of attention, because it is the representation of tension in terms of contraction, and tension is how contracts are wielded. It's a tension between 2 points, which becomes a dance, like a string that does this, and that's the contract between A and B.
I love that. It's an emphasis on the number 10, because to me, 10 is like a false number system. We all had a 60 base number system originally in Mesopotamia, and then we still have a 12 base number system for our clocks. Mine's had a 60 base number system. But I feel like when there was the dumbing down of humanity with language confusion, that they imposed a base 10 number system. And so detention, intention, tension, all of these things, like, to me, also imply that we're being duped and conned and led astray through these aspects, like a black magician would do. Which brings to mind the idea of Rene Descartes in his meditations, considering in his first meditation that there could be a dark magician that's given us a simulation world. He said it was like only a dream, and one mind is real, but all the other minds are imaginary, because it could be the simulation of a deceiver, an evil deceiver, I think is the words he used. And that kind of ties in with the egregore, like it being a black magician as an entity that's like the body of collective mindset, which ties back to gore, egregore, which has very dark connotations, like carnage and such. But how many of you are familiar with the story of John Dee receiving silicon from the angels when he worked with Edward Kelly on the tablet, and in exchange for the silicon for information storage, he was told that he had to offer up human sacrifices in exchange. Similarly, later, Crowley went through a similar process and spoke to the fallen angel Iwas and was given gifts for humanity at the expense of human sacrifices, which he must somehow orchestrate. John Dee was associated with the exploration and imperialization of the Americas, and I believe that they've kind of started to usher in like human sacrifice with America as the military strong arm of the establishment, as part of the human sacrifices that are to be made in exchange for computers, which was given to John Dee as silicon, which some people associate with have been given to us by the aliens. But I don't really necessarily distinguish between aliens and angels. I feel like they could be the same beings, by different names. Many races of them, much older beings. I feel like humankind was created 200,000 years ago as a slave race by some of these races of what we consider to be the gods, or the devils, or the demons, or the fallen angels, or the angels, or all the names, the Nagas, the Asuras, all the names that they've been given. But there's so much more to be discovered. I just feel like it's interesting when we hear the words as above, so below. We usually think as above in the cosmos, so below here. You could also interpret that as above the surface, so below the surface. As if, referring to the chthonic realm or the underworld, which some people associate with like as a figurative place, or when a spirit is buried, when a body is buried, that their spirit is in the earth, has returned to the earth, which was kind of the old way of seeing things during the matriarchal times. We would go in and through the earth and then return back to the surface. But now our idea of death is that we ascend away from the earth, up and out, and then come back in. But I think that there is some merit to the idea that there is potentially an underworld society. I don't know necessarily that the earth is hollow, or that there's an inner earth sun. But I feel like it would make sense if there was a way more advanced breakaway civilization of gods who created us, that they would understand after enduring the great cataclysms that they had gone through, that they could create a sanctuary in a place within. But I know the military is making all these deep underground military bases, and by the end of the 90s, they had over 166 that expanded from the Americas over and through Scandinavia, and also through British Isles, I believe. But now, I mean, they were moving along pretty fast then, and it's been a couple of decades since they killed Phil Schneider, primary whistleblower on the Dumbs. And I would think that they've probably got a really expanded grid of underground roads and cities for the military. My uncle
They
actually
actually
confessed to me
sold one.
about that. Oh, what were you saying, Frank?
They
Go
sold
ahead.
one in England a while ago, by the way.
Yeah, because I know in the
The
British
last
Channel they
weekend,
have
they
that
actually
big
sold
tunnel.
one out and they started selling real estate.
Wow.
And it was an entire city underground. Everything, roads, power systems, communications, farms, everything.
Wow. So I guess, yeah, sometimes when they get old or something, I guess they try to pass them on. Like when their technology gets found out and decrypted, then they give it to the public. But right now they have like hologram technology, like Iron Man in the air, 3D. Uncle's told me about this stuff. He gets drunk sometimes. He talks about top secret things he's not supposed to say. He worked at Fort Canaveral in the Air Force for many years.
If you use the example of 9/11, there's been video footage and documentaries that come out every year since, and you'll notice that they get chopped down more and more. But there's original footage that you can still see where one of the planes, the wing and the body goes behind a building just before impact. If you look at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, there was no plane wreckage. When you look at the Pentagon, there was no plane wreckage. When you look at the time it hit, 7 minutes after the hour, when the Pentagon being 77 feet tall, like there's obviously there's this code interwoven there, but we can't believe our lying eyes at the same time. If you remember the Matrix, for example, Neo, not only could he see the code, but he could write it, right? But there was a golden code. When you looked at Seraph, who was the guardian of the Oracle, her bodyguard, when Neo looked at him, he didn't understand what he was seeing because his code was made of gold. Because he was alchemy, he was able to change things. Neo adapted this power when he came out of the Matrix and was able to shut down the machines, but he shut his body down. Right. So there's a lot of symbolism about physiology being conveyed here.
You went dead, Kilelle.
Got muted.
Your mic muted.
Oh, I finished my point.
Okay. But that's interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting piece of information that they did choose to put out there. And that golden code, I think, was what our discussion last week was about. The golden code, which is preceding this code, which is the causal influence, the causal body, which moves beyond this body, which is unchanged, unfettered, but is the extension through which this body finds its means, which is very interesting because a lot of these spiritual ideas have all been sort of well carried in these films, these pop cult films, extremely well carried. And the idea of life and death, that's also very interesting because I suppose this does tie back into the Samadhi mysteries of when one goes past a certain point, one doesn't come back. And sort of tying back into the fact that this world is by essence an illusory state of being, which is quite fundamental, I think, to understanding the nature of miracles, in a sense. It's like you've got to be both dead and alive, don't you, to be able to do miracles at the same time. Which might seem like a weird concept. But what we consider dead is, I would say it relates to the past. You've got to be both in the past and in the future at the same time in order for the present to become. I thought you were going to say something, Indy. Yeah, and the other point that I wanted to get back to, and Ronan, are you still with us? Or are you doing yard work? And if so, can you hear us? Or maybe we'll hear from Ronan just now. I'm still sticking on this black goo story. because I think that there's something very profound in this black goo that we're going to discover. And I think it does relate very much to the essence of what has happened to us. You know, I think this black goo can be used to change reality to an extent. And I don't put this past quantum computing, you see. What we call the Mandela effect could be quantum computing also having an effect. Because quantum computers can literally, I believe they can rewrite reality. Because the idea is that they're existing in parallel universes. All the information is being recoded in parallel universes, but their scale of information could be enough to recode this reality in a sense. And so it does sort of leave us at a point. And I can remember long ago when we had bigger bodies, I don't know how long ago, but the stars look different. We were able to recode our universe and take a step out of our old universe into our new universe, and that step would involve us having translocated our bodies through galaxies without a craft. And so we used to have these abilities, but in order to actualize these abilities, we had to be able to basically construct an entire star map in your head, which was all the fixed bodies and moving bodies in your galaxy, which would be quite an undertaking. I mean, one would have to be able to do a sum like 32,922.6292525 times 37.254559 divided by 37,295, square root this, multiplied. You'd have to be able to do sums like that, you know, instantly, in order to be able to equate the kind of movement of the planets. And we had different brains. We had different brains. There's no doubt about it. Our bodies have been changed. And so that memory, we were taller, we were bigger when we had those like very extreme abilities. And it makes me think, Kilelle and Ronan and Indy and all of you, if we're all here, and LiberLam, welcome back. You've dropped off earlier. The story about these babies and these trains, I think this is something we really need to revisit, because it does come down right down to the black cube conspiracy and to the nature of the black cube controlling time and space, using us as a vehicle through which time and space can be affected and controlled, and having to re-engineer our bodies. And so this, in Kilelle, we've touched upon this in conversation, and you've shared a little bit with me, but I think there's probably scope for this. All of these orphan trains, you know, did they re-engineer our bodies? Did they take something away from us? Is this much more recent? Did the Nephilim come like more recently? Did something happen very recently and they've re-engineered our bodies? Because we've still got the structures on this planet right now from giants. Were we all giants on this planet? And they wiped us off and gave us these little bodies with these brains that can do much less than what they used to do. There's my thought to the panel.
Definitely, and I'm here, and I'll be quiet, Kilelle. But last one thing, they have been genetically modifying humans that we see in the last 3 years. So this is happening in real time. So they have been known to do this before and to change the answer is yes. In my opinion, Franklin, in the past, they've done it in the past, and they're doing it right now before our very eyes. Not only with the poison darts they want people to stick in them, but they're literally spraying it across the. They've admitted this is not a theory. They've said that's what they're doing. So they're literally, it's happening now. Go ahead, Kilelle. I just want to throw that in there, my friend.
There's a lot there. When you understand what DNA terraforming actually is, they've been doing this for a very long time. Notably, we can go back almost 100 years to the polio vaccine, right? And we can see how they began terraforming people. When you look at, especially those who have children, look at the amount of vaccinations they want you to have if you take part in that system compared to when you were a child, compared to when your parents were a child, right? They keep going up and up. I saw an interesting video a couple of weeks ago talking about chicken sandwiches and how they had 50 ingredients and 40 plus of them were chemicals. You see what I'm saying? Like there's an agenda being pushed there. It's not about feeding you. When you understand that you have these resets that can be timed, they can be focused. The same way you triangulate a signal off of the firmament or off of the what they call the ionosphere, you can bounce and send energy. It's the same with cycles. It's the same with emotions. So when you have to repopulate, when you look at the idea of narratives, from American classic literature like Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, Anna Green Gables, so on and so forth, Oliver Twist, on this idea of orphans pulling themselves up by the bootstraps. Why would you push that narrative? But when you look back at so many immigrants, especially here in America, in the West, the majority of people's grandparents are orphans. So it's not a conspiracy theory. Someone wants to argue that fact. You only need to look at Time magazine or look at the World's Fairs, because the adoption papers and the diplomas are very real and they still exist.
And look at Pinocchio going to Donkey Town, bringing all the kids in there, turning them into donkeys, sending them on back in the urban centers, breaking up the extended families, isolating the young adults in the urban centers with all the corruption there of the substances and the loose women and such, trying to destroy the fabric of the family, the extended family, and the sacred connection between the family members and the elders.
Dude, Pinocchio goes dark, bro. There's some dark scenes in that. When the guy says they take away the kids and then they come back all grown up or something like that, meaning some really dark things that I don't want to mention, but you guys could imagine, I'm sure. And then you even get into the Pied Piper. If you guys remember, yeah, he was taking rats away, but eventually he took kids away. And I also want to add that with the terraforming and the people, I will again point back to this recent 3 years ago. This recent 3 years, they've emptied and turned entire cities like New York City and other ones into ghost towns.
What?
They have done this. So when we look at past, ruins and cities going, how did they remove people from these cities and then repopulate them, which is what you guys were talking about? We've literally seen this happen in the last couple years. Ghost towns, some of the most populous cities in the realm. So in the past, same thing. In the past, take away kids. I've told the story my mom told me when she was in London and during World War II. They sent her and her younger brother, she was about 8, and sent her and her younger brother on trains to Northern Ireland for safety. They stayed there for like 9 months with a whole bunch of other kids, no adults. This was coordinated like via the church and stuff. So imagine all the kids being removed from the city because of a war, and then luckily she was returned back to her family, her parents, and imagine they just massacred her parents. Let's say they massacred all the adults in that city, and then you have a bunch of kids and they could just ship them off to America like they had already done previously. And then then it gets even dark, because a lot of people will, in some cases, even today in this case, would gladly sell their kid for $1,000 in some places. So you can take kids, especially in a war zone, kill all the adults. Imagine all those, what you see migrants going into Europe and going into the States. They're all men. Well, what's going on back at the home front? All the men are gone. Imagine that. But that happened previously. You could just, all right, we're going to take all these kids. Now get into the weird where you can just have kid making mills. You know what I'm saying? You can, then you get the Cabbage Patch. Then you get real weird Cabbage Patch stuff. But really, you could literally have, in the dark recesses of this realm, baby making factories like cattle. Then of course we hear of a more realistic type of way. Not that that's out of the realm of possibility, but you have famines, etc. In places like Ireland, and then they just put all these kids on boats, ship them across, send them on trains all across, and repopulate these cities, and offer them up in newspapers and stuff, like Kilelle was saying. So imagine you're a farmer. You go, I'm going to order some kids in the old school Amazon style. You order them, you pick a good strong one, good healthy one. They ship them, they put them on a train, deliver them right to your front door, just like Amazon. You're not going to give a F about that kid. You're like, all right, grab a shovel, get to work on the farm. And of course, eventually they'll be a part of a community. But that's very real. Like, the farmer's like, great, I could use some more hands. And you could just buy cheap labor, quite literally, and have the receipts to prove ownership. Shit's wild, y'all. And that's why I'm always referencing this last 3 years.
There's
and there ain't no follow-up on their well-being. Kilelle, I don't know, you were talking, but then you stopped. But by the way, there's no follow-up on the well-being of these purchased kids from a back of a magazine or postcard. There's no, are you taking good care of them? There's no tracking them. They don't have their VIN numbers quite yet. Their social security numbers stamped, their QR codes as property. So anything can happen to them. And that is how the Americas were populated. You know what I mean? Those that weren't already conquered and murdered and enslaved, then the new batch comes in, the new breed comes in. And again, with the polio and all that, who knows what they were injected these kids with and geoengineering them with prior. Anything's possible. You had all kinds of alchemists, dark alchemists back in, from John Dee all the way through the 1700s, 1600s, etc. Like, doing all kinds of crazy shit. And they could have done it on these kids. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to add to what you're saying. This is still happening now, because I'm here in Cape Town, and you know about that Google was selling children in boxes to pedophiles, and Facebook was helping advertise these children being sold in boxes on Amazon and through other Amazon type Amazon was the biggest one. I think there were a few involved. Yeah, it was in Cape Town where the children were being shipped through the harbors, through the airport. It was Cape Town where they actually discovered the boxes full of children, literally. And they don't know how many children had been moved in this way. And this is just one of the ports in the world. And Epstein was, I mean, he was in jail because like this is real. This is stuff that's been happening in the last 15 years. And there are a lot of children that go missing in the world, actually. And so we don't know where these children end up, but we do know that they've got these underground cities. Now we start linking up the dots. They've got all these underground bases, underground cities, underground God knows what, and all these children that keep going missing. And when you start linking up the dots, so we're just supposed to believe that there are that many pedophiles in the world. Like, really? Well, that's what we're supposed to believe. There are that many sick, twisted people out there that want to have sex with kids. I mean, I get that there are some of these people, but not like to the scale of what has been happening. I don't know. I think and Kilelle, I don't know if you were going to say something.
Well, to answer your question, unfortunately, yes. You know, they essentially run a lot of institutions when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, when it comes to childcare. When you understand, here, take the example of Elvis Presley, right? Elvis Presley was a known pedophile, right? They're still making movies about him. This man made a movie, I think it's called Harem Scarum, where he had a song called Hey Little Girl, where he literally sang a song about marrying a little girl to a little girl that he was dancing with, right? And it goes so much deeper than that, especially when you look at the narrative of that movie. Look at It Happened at the World's Fair in 1964, where he actually had cell phones and children tracking capabilities, which Disney uses to this day. And more children go missing at Disney every year, increasingly so, and no one talks about it. The largest sex rings ever captured in history have been in Disney World. You know, and of course they don't talk about that because the media is bought and paid for like everything else. The whole idea, going back to this idea of incubators and trafficking children, look at the term return to sender. Elvis also had a song called Return to Sender, and look at where that term actually comes from. You used to be able to ship children. And, you know, if they got sent somewhere where they weren't received or could not be cared for, they didn't get returned to their center. They just kind of got lost in the mail. That's also where that term comes from. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. I wanted to speak to what Ronan mentioned about the last 3 years. This goes into timing and cyclicity. You got to ask yourself, what is it about these last 3 years, almost 4 now, where they had to get this? You know, remember when these vaccines were first being pushed? You know, they had to, what was it called? Operation Warp Speed, right? Like a Star Trek reference in order to get them pumped out. And I think they created so many millions of batches within the first, 9 months, right? 9 like birth, 9 like completion, which was the fastest time in history due to Betelgeuse, the star in the top left quadrant of the Orion constellation, going supernova. What does that mean? That means that it's emitting a kind of light that's going to do something like gamma rays, because it penetrates every molecule in existence. Even lead won't stop it, right? and it activates something. So you're talking about a timing code that can be slowed down with the vaccine, but not stopped, which is why they had to come up with a vaccine and then another one and then 2 doses and then a booster and then a pill. And if you're stupid and you keep taking it, then that's on you. But they're telling you what they do is not enough. If they have 1,001 methods to destroy your conscious and divert your attention, then obviously it's not enough.
Just
I have
to
something.
respond to
Oh, go ahead.
something that Tina said, Tina Martin, let me get it back. Tina Martinique. Um,
But
the fact that when I was talking about the fact that our bodies were bigger, that's just part of the parcel. It's not just about the body. It's also that the brains that our bodies have were better developed in order to be able to process more bits of information.
they said our eyes were bigger too.
Yeah. So it's not just about the body, but one of the extensions is that the body seemed to be bigger, but the brains were able to facilitate so much information so much faster. And obviously that information being able to be moved gives you more quantum potential. And quantum potential is magical power in order to change things.
Many of the giants involved in the mound building had elongated skulls, so they definitely had very profound mind power, very large brains. They were first said to be the shamans and taught people about the stars, agriculture, how to work with the animals, understand their messages. But later, as they were hunted away by invaders from Europe, they potentially became cannibalistic, and some say they have become the Sasquatches.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
That's a very interesting point Tina brings up in the chat. But when you look at what we call nature, the prime directive, we have to ask the question: is what is trying to be conveyed here? When you look at what was that movie? The Interesting, Curious Case of Benjamin Button. When you see someone born old and essentially they grow younger, or when you see someone who rapidly ages, right? What is nature trying to show you? It's showing you the process of how we went from being giants into our current form of shrinking. On top of the fact that our air canopy has changed, the quality of what we breathe and what we eat has changed. You know, with every deficit and every lack, every crumbling budget that we have, I only see chemtrails increasing all over the world, and I never see an ad for who flies those planes. You know, it's a level above the military. So that's just something to think about. But this is, you know, and this goes back to what Rona was speaking about when it comes to the vax being sprayed. It not only pollutes the air, but it goes into the soil and it goes into the water. So one way or another, in multiple facets, is going into your system.
If any viewers want to check that out, you can look up geoengineering or climate engineering to find the truth about what chemtrails are. And I've heard that they use strontium and barium, which block the potassium and sodium channels to our cells. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe that's just an inconvenience.
So let me throw this at you, Indy, in that same vein. There's also massive amounts of aluminum as well. So what's the point? And yes, and then that falls down. Now, let me ask everyone, what do you know what thermite is made of? It's very simple. It's aluminum powder and rust. When you mix those two things together, they are so flammable. You can drop some of that. You can drop that thermite right on in a tank, and it'll burn right through and go right all the way through. Now, if they're spraying massive amounts of aluminum in the air, and that falls down, we've seen all kinds of. Anyone that goes in the woods, you've probably noticed a lot more tree diseases, tree issues, at least here in the Americas. Now, you have an accelerant, a flammable accelerant, sprayed across everywhere. All you need is some rust. There's some rust out there to accelerate that, just random old cars. Now you have the whole place on fire, which we've seen massive amounts of fires. Where do these fires come from? Why are they so the propaganda machine, the fourth branch is like, oh, I don't know. Well, it's all these strange fires happening like as we speak. Well, a lot of that spraying has to do with it. What goes up must come down. So not only is it's multifaceted, it's nonlinear warfare. All of these like Kilelle was mentioning what's the message trying to be conveyed. In most cases, it's multifaceted. You had what was happening in Maui. Those people are getting removed. You have what just is now happening currently in Acapulco. Those people are being removed. Just like the law enforcement in Maui blocking supplies, the law enforcement in Mexico is blocking supplies to Acapulco. They don't have water, electricity, etc. The same thing. Now, chances are they on a smart city list? Probably. I don't know. I didn't look it up. But that is forcibly migrating people in multiple ways to get out, to leave of that area. They have plans for that area. They're going to burn you out. They're going to starve you out, Holodomor style. You guys remember, because the same people that took over Russia, by the way, it was the Bolsheviks, and then the Bolsheviks got destroyed because they were being used as puppets. Then those people that took over Russia did a straight Holodomor famine blockade of Ukraine and the areas around Ukraine and literally starved people out. Then you have at the end, when World War II was over, you had the U.S. round up all the Germans and had a real death camp. Just put them all in. We're talking tens of thousands of people. Just guard the perimeter. No food, no water, and they died from the elements, from true starvation. That's happening still, and those same people that ran those operations are running it now. So you combine the long list of atrocities that have happened and are still happening because they have an agenda. They also have target dates. They've named these target dates: Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050, you name it, right? No gas cars, right? That means you ain't gonna have a car. You're gonna have batteries. There ain't no electricity, right? So that just means order out of chaos. Create chaos. They destroy you. They take over. If they can't genetically modify you or enslave you, they kill you. And that's what's been going on. This is spirit. That's how it's manifesting in our, what we see with our, mundane senses. But this is also happening on the spiritual level as well. It's all kinds of wildness, man. And then you get into that. What happens when you transition? Or maybe they're even trying to block that transition to higher experiences. Maybe they want to recycle your energy and trap your energy. I can't prove that. That's something I don't have receipts for. Those are just thoughts, right? But that's very possible too. Please expound, Franklin, on that one, because I'm more
That's exactly what I was sort of pointing towards when I was talking about them re-engineering our bodies, changing our brain structure, changing the dimensions and the quantum potential of our bodies, so that we're only able to use a small percentage of our potential spiritually here now compared to what we used to. And in that way, they make it easier for the veils to be pulled over our eyes. And in the process of the veils being pulled over our eyes, it's easier for them to use their spells to lock our minds into cycles of Saturn's cube. Because Saturn's cube is the cycles of time, right? So they're using the spells of Saturn's cube to lock us into cycles of time so that they've got us here, so that they can recycle us through this reincarnating structure in order to feed off of our energies and maintain their eighth sphere, which is supposed to be falling into the ocean, proverbially speaking. So I think that you're hitting onto something there that's quite profound. And I think it's the reason why we only use about 7 or 8% of our brains on a good day, as we see it now. And that's the brains that we've got now. We're using 7 or 8% of the brains which we've got now, which is probably 7 or 8% of the brains of what we used to have. So when we consider the true potential of what we're using 1/100th of what we had as a potential, maybe, if that makes sense, or less.
I think one of the most profound things we could do for our brain is to like be able to stimulate ways to have interconnected thoughts that connect different parts of the brain, which normally wouldn't be able to interact with one another. And women have an extra edge on this kind of thing because they have more wrinkles in their brain typically. And so that can be done with psychedelics in studies. It shows that psychedelics allow people to make connections with things that normally wouldn't be able to be there. Which allows better like creativity sparks sometimes for writing and artistic things and such, painting and such, sculpture. But that can be a fascinating thing. But the piezoelectric energy of the neuronal system is pretty miraculous. It's all the light that travels through us. Helps us find our way. Light within.
And I see people in the chat talking about the chemtrails here. I do think that part of this whole, what should we call it, black cube conspiracy, if we must, because it's exactly what we're facing. A group of people that are worshipping these ancient principles and using these magical principles to control money. Obviously, contracts involve money, and they've got us contracted into these financial arrangements that we are sort of losing. And here's another point. Like, I think that everything that's been given to us is part of the problem. Like Bitcoin. Bitcoin's been given to us to make money, right? So what has Bitcoin achieved? How much of the world's resource of energy goes into Bitcoin, electricity-wise? And how does that affect the price of fuel?
I'll chime in on this.
And how does the price of fuel affect the price of everything else we buy? Can you see the vicious circle of the way everything works? Like, even the thing that's there to save us puts us deeper in the hole on one level, or puts a lot of people deeper in the hole. So it's like the structures have been sort of put up here for us to trip over our own heads. And now I know South Africa's got a deal with the Bitcoin to put up the biggest solar farms ever here in South Africa. I'm not sure how far they are in starting to process this, because we've got the best potential for solar generation of electricity apparently anywhere in the world because of the intensity of our sunlight, especially in our semi-deserts. But it's still like the amount of resource and energy it takes to make a solar panel is apparently quite a lot in terms of actual energy spent. So it's a very interesting situation we're in. We're using this old school technology where we could be using something possibly different, which has been hidden from us. And we know about it because the principles that Tesla was teaching is not that induction of electricity is possible. And now that we've got these new stoves that I'm sure a lot of you are using, which are they called induction? Yeah, they're called induction stoves, right? They generate a field. And through that field, the electrical potential turns into heat when it's in contact with steel, which is a very interesting concept. Sorry, you wanted to say something, Ronan?
Yes. Be careful of that narrative because it's been given. And I say this, and I'll show you how with crypto. The current financial system is fiat currency. And if you want to talk about the environmental impact compared to Bitcoin and fiat currency, how many wars have happened based on fiat currency? How many wars have happened to back the petrodollar? How many deaths? What's the environmental impact of that? Now, crypto, and Kilelle can attest to this. Hold on, someone's driving by. Hold on a second.
Are you still with us, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Hold on. Okay, sorry. So, I don't know what the last thing you heard, but basically the environmental impact of the petrodollar, wars, death, bombs, uranium, depleted uranium, et cetera, the war machine, war. Now we have crypto. Kilelle can attest to this. I sent him money. Went from me directly to him. No middlemen. No PayPal, Venmo, no bank, no nothing. No one stopped us. No one censored us. No one, nothing. Now, the problem with Bitcoin is it got hijacked by the powers that should not be, but we pivot. We have privacy coins. It uses now this is freedom. This is censorship-free money in a digital age. I know other people have other ideas, but I'm sorry, the barter system doesn't work when I want to buy something from Franklin, who's in South Africa, and I'm over here. That does not work on a wide scale level. So we need digital currency that is not controlled by the central banks. Okay, the central banks have how much have they caused in the environmental impact of central banks? Now let's compare that to crypto with some electricity. They tell you this narrative of the amount of electricity it uses, Bitcoin specifically. Now I can tell you where all the miners are. Most of them are out of near Langley, Virginia. And we know there are some alphabet agencies there in this part of Virginia, just south of DC. So that is a narrative that environmental impact is brought to you just from the exact same people that bring you the phony climate agendas to take over even more control and bring you their form of CBDCs, central banked. Central backed. Oh gosh, I can't even remember the acronym. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. You get it. They want to destroy Bitcoin. They want to destroy crypto and take it over. So I hope that's not boring. I can go on, but I'm an expert in this field, and every time I hear about the environmental impact of crypto, I want to reiterate, what's the environmental impact of fiat currency and central bank? You tell me. So that's that. Censorship-free money, meaning when you donate to those Canadian truckers and you donated to the wrong unapproved side, your bank accounts got frozen. Well, if I use privacy coins, you can't tell who sent it, who it got sent to, or the amount. Tell me that's not freedom. Peer to peer. So there.
There's no doubt that the banking system is shite and that they've caused a lot of damage. I wasn't assuming or trying to pretend that the fiat system is a system that's worthy of anything other than spitting at, although it might be a waste of saliva. Though my point is just the way things are in this world right now. It's come to the point where we are really just using electricity willy-nilly, it seems, and we're using the wrong kind of electricity. What we really need to be focusing on is other forms of electricity that we know are out there. We don't need to be on this old 60 hertz, 50 hertz, whichever, whether you're in America or England, electricity, because it doesn't work. I mean, it's not practical, it's not resource friendly, and it's very wasteful in terms of the way in which we're transporting it around through wires. We figured out how to move information through optic cables with computers. There are other ways of moving electricity without losing a lot of it through the conductivity issue. But yeah, you're right, totally right. I don't discount that the vankers, the vankers have been basically causing so much of our trouble. I mean, you want to talk about damage? Look at those fiscal trillions and trillions and trillions they handed over from taxpayers' money to be used in the airplane game to bet against real resources. So there's been a lot of damage done by criminals. There's no doubt about that. But it just seems like whichever way we turn, we're being shortchanged. That was sort of the point I was making, is that we're being shortchanged on every corner. Even when we're trying to stand on the right corner, we're still getting shortchanged somehow.
Right. So I agree with you. That's why I'm so pro crypto, in that there's no middlemen, so you cannot tax what's going on in the shadows. I'll reiterate, I am all about money laundering. I believe it is a virtue to actually money launder and not pay for your own enslavement. I teach money laundering. And yes, to have actual virtue and not paying for your own enslavement in the war machine does take some effort. And I do not virtue signal. I have actual virtue, and I starve the beast, and I do not pay for my own enslavement as much as I can. Right? I drive around. I pay sales. I pay all the little taxes, but I try to minimize as much as possible, and I launder money, and I don't owe them anything. So that's just another part of that part. There's a battle going on in the financial, in the crypto streets, that I'm a big part of, and we're doing our best to thwart that and have solutions as in this current iteration. Now, as far as the actual electricity grid, you know what I mean, like the power grid, that's a bigger that's a bigger that's a bigger thing to overcome, you know what I mean. We become independent as much as can off the grid as possible and generate your own energy, but that's another conversation.
You bring up an interesting point, Ronan. When we look at size and scale and scope, it doesn't matter where we look. we're collectively feeding off of the wrong sources. We, when we go back to this era of the 1800s and even before, we can see the evidence of free energy. My grandfather worked for General Motors in Detroit, the Motor City, back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And he built engines that ran off of water. We've had this technology for a long time, the same way we've had the technology of cloning. But running off of electrical grids, the side effects of dirty electricity are ever evident. Our lifespans are getting shorter and shorter on top of medication, on top of pollution, on top of the food. Everywhere we look, we're being poisoned, but nowhere more so than energetically. So we're feeding off of the wrong things. I love the idea of crypto and what it offers in terms of freedom. But, as with anything, when we put something under a microscope, you're going to see filth. You're going to see the reflection of light and shadow. You can't help but to.
Now let me continue and thank you, Kilelle. Franklin, the whole median of exchange, the whole transactional relationships, that is a whole bigger consciousness shift. Right now we measure, it's called currency, right? So that is one metric that we use as a medium of exchange for goods and services. I'm not talking about, and like Kilelle is saying, yes, if you're talking utopia, which that word is, I'll leave that word alone, that breakdown. But if you're talking utopia, then yeah, nothing right now is as far as money is righteous, if you will, on any level. But as it turns out, and when I'm talking crypto, or anything, I don't even care. That's where we are right now. That's, in my opinion, the best, the least filthy. Kilelle, it's the least filthy option right now. You know what I mean? Until something else happens, until some whole. I mean, obviously, we want life. You should have life skills. You should learn how to feed yourself. You should learn how to generate your own electricity. You should learn how to be completely off the grid and independent. That is the most valuable thing, right? Getting so powerful and so healthy on the spiritual level, the emotional level, everything. But what in this case, I'm talking about the mundane, the material, only in reference to that. So I just wanted to clarify my my take on that.
I feel that. Take the power back. Get our sovereignty.
100%.
Yeah. I want to add a note about the changing of us by the orphan train and stuff. I know I've been studying the giants for a long time, and I know that there was legends that came through, and stories that came through the lost diaries of Magellan and Vespucci and some other explorers, that some of the giants were born regular, but they would do a certain practice when they were infants and like break their bones or something and like stretch them out to make them into giants. And so there could have been some practices that was going on that they stopped and abducted the infants and raised the kids in factories or whatever out here.
Oh, Indy, what about that practice in the, I don't know if it's somewhere in Africa where they'll put rings on their necks, one ring, another ring. I don't know that culture, but that's it. Yeah.
They would do skull binding too, so they would make the skull look taller.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
Maasai.
And other tribes do the lip thing. They got some wild stuff they do.
If anybody would like an example of that, my father was Kenyan, and I was born through a cesarean section. So this kind of, I guess, this goes back to what something Slick was talking about earlier. When you understand that it is a woman's womb pushing you out, giving you birth, that shapes your skull, right? It contours the way you think. I was not privy to that because I was born of a cesarean birth. So you can look at my head, my massive big ass head. I have fear of what it would have looked like had my mom pushed me out. But you can see the essential natural shape of my tribe. When you look at the ritual of drinking from a skull, you're essentially drinking the wisdom, the law that's being given out from the divine feminine. So as repugnant, as morbid as that idea might be of drinking from a skull is where we get the word school and skill. Skull is the one thing that remains when you cremate someone. Your skull will not burn. It has to be crushed. It has to be pulverized, right? So that's just something to think about.
And real quick, if someone wanted to extend a limb, does anyone know a practice for that? Asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend.
Yes, actually, if you look at, see, there's a level to technology. Every bit of technology that we have today that we think it has been so innovative has always existed in much the same way that anything that exists, the energy frequency for it is already there. You just have to tap into it. If you look at Yao Ming, who was a basketball player from China, played in the NBA for a while, he couldn't really play competitively because his bones kept breaking. There's a process they have to extend your bones. It is very expensive, so they don't really promote it. Much like back in the day, we had Betamax and then we had VHS, right? But there was also something called Laserdisc. Laserdisc was essentially DVD players, but you had to be pretty much rich to even know that they existed, right? The technology has always been there, but sustaining it and what it takes to actually maintain, depending upon, of course, what you're doing. If you're living a normal life, just walking and perhaps running around, probably wouldn't break your bones. But the density is the issue. The process has always existed.
Okay, so this particular limb I'm thinking of, I would put it to a lot of work, brutal work. So I won't go further with that. Sorry, I'm being silly, guys.
And this cryptocurrency story and the global currency is right at the heart of the Black Cube. Since, the early Saturnial churches were essentially, or temples were where the money was stored. And it was these priests that calculated the money. And hence we've got Big Brother, watching over us. This is Saturn. And the whole, as we mentioned, tax, which is essentially, as was broken down earlier by Slick Dissident, the T and the X are so important. The crossing of the T and the crossing of the X brings together two aspects within oneself. So there's definitely something that's been going on here for a long time. There's no doubt about that. I also think that, since we're on that topic, it's very important for us to understand that the economy of life is being replicated by the economy of finance. Because there is an economy of life. And it's sort of like they're trying to, the people that have constituted money in the way that it is, seems that there's been an attempt to constitute to copy the constitute of life, if that makes sense.
Bitcoin, not all cryptos, but Bitcoin itself is ruled by Saturn. And other cryptos are ruled by other astrotheology. There you can gematria it, and that there's something very real that you touched on, Franklin. They have natal charts. You can look at they call them Genesis block, which is the first block of a particular chain. So yes, my wordplay, don't be chained to the block. But it's funny that you mentioned Saturn, and yes, Bitcoin is very much tied to and influenced by Saturn. You can literally track it based on what Saturn is doing. You can literally track it on the price and all kinds of numerology involved. So that's I just wanted to. There it is. That is a factor. I'll put it that way.
Well, I thought to maybe start getting towards wrapping it up, because we're at 6 hours and a half. We can't do these 8-hour sessions all the time. People are going to be like, that's just too much. But what are the last ideas that you guys have? Let's throw the last bits at the wall and see what collage we've left with before we say goodnight. And yeah, I'd love to see any other ideas. I mean, we've covered the Bitcoin, we've covered a lot of the occult principles, we've covered a lot of the tinfoil hat stuff with regards to, the way in which the Cabal is moving. We haven't necessarily specifically looked at the archetypes of the tarot too closely, although we have touched on it with regards to the way in which the scythe wielding character is essentially in the card of death, of transformation in Scorpio, which is interesting. Even though Scorpio is Mars, it does carry a lot of something that relates to Saturn, which is quite interesting in terms of the way in which this movement operates through this particular funnel of energy, if we can call it that. But yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys have got to say before we say goodbye.
Ultimately, I would love to use the opportunity to thank you, first and foremost, Franklin, for the space. It is so wonderful to see you and everyone, Indy, Soraya, Mystic, everyone who joined us today, Lily, everybody in the chat, Indy, Slick. I really, really appreciate everything that you guys dropped today. It's wonderful to explore. In this season, Saturn is ultimately, to me, about time, and it's about parental energy trying to advise us. Saturn is ultimately daddy enforcing mommy's energy. So I would implore you all to journal, especially in light of this full moon, in light of this eclipse, in light of the season of the spirit that we are in. The veil has been removed. Pay attention to where your mind goes, where your sight goes, what you hear, when you hear it, and why. I can't stress that enough. Love, peace, and power to you, and I very much look forward to the next session.
Thanks, Khalil. Yeah, I want to thank Franklin for this amazing space for the show, and what a good show. 6.5 hours, and still there's always more to cover, but it's such a great issue. And I think we touched on a lot of the main issues with it, and touched a lot of the bases with this subject tonight. I know that Saturn was also associated with the goddesses
Lua, and Ops, and we never got around to getting to them. But if you want to check that out, there's some interesting information on that to be found. If you want to check me out, you can find me at my blog. I have the link down here, Vibe Tribe Scribe at WordPress.com, rather, or Indy Sage on Facebook, Indy with a Y. Cool. Thanks a million, guys. Thanks you, everybody on the panel, Khalil, Ronan, everybody else that was here earlier, Soraya, Lily. Huge love out to Lily. I missed her in the chats. Huge love to everybody here. And huge love out to our audience. Thanks to everybody.
Thank you to both of you, Kilelle and Indy. And Indy, you're literally turning green, brother.
I love this green.
What are you smoking, man?
Green light
I
on.
love this green light.
It's interesting how the lights are mirroring. You've obviously, okay, you've got purple lights as well. No, it's funky. It's cool. I thought that was quite cute. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, your time, your ideas, your energy. Thank you, Kilelle and Ronan and Soraya. We didn't hear much from you today, Soraya.
No, I was mainly listening because I've learned a lot about Bitcoin. And I was like, let me listen to that.
Let me just say my goodbyes, because I do want to I'll make it fast, because Franklin, I could tell you're struggling right now. Well deserved. Franklin, I greatly appreciate you, man. I appreciate the space and your the messages you share and the wisdom that you share, and just it is incredible, and I highly value it. Thank you so much. Thank you for this space. Thank you for putting up with me. I like to be silly, guys. You know what I mean? It's not all doom and gloom. I know giants and cubes and all this stuff, but it's still a very beautiful and complex realm that we live in. I enjoy it. I think I'm having a wonderful time here in this experience, and thank you for this space, Franklin, man. Indy Sage, appreciate you, brother. I read your vibe scribe tribe.wordpress.com. I do, guys, check it out. It's free. Just read his information is great. And Indy, I appreciate you as well. And I don't expect. I'm just here. I just share. I learn and I share my take on things. And I'm definitely not trying to. I don't. You guys get it. I don't need to break it down. Thank you so much. And Kilelle, of course. Kilelle's amazing. We know what's up. And it's always Kilelle always breaks it down. He's really starting to shine, and people are really starting to see how valuable he is. He's put in decades of work, and he's really coming out. And it's great to see people showing Kilelle the respect that he's earned, and he is a true treasure. He's a Vibe Tribe treasure, and must be protected at all costs. And Soraya, you're amazing. Thank you so much. And yeah, guys, massive love. Appreciate the chat was on fire. So many cool people, so many different thoughts. Franklin's like, okay, wrap it up. I'm trying to get out of here and go to bed. Guys, thanks. Thank you, Franklin. Later.
He's on the phone stumbling over.
Well, thank you, brother, as well, and for your shares. I love your word games, because those games are like the Olympic Games, and it's really what we're suffering from here, are the word games that have been played on our heads. So the more we can unravel the word games, the better we can get into understanding this true game of life, because it is a game of life. Life is like a bit of a game, and there's winning and losing involved at the end of the day, and on deeper levels, not on the obvious levels. So Thank you so much for your input and your sharing and your time. Thank you for understanding that I'm trying not to fall asleep here. I didn't realize we were going to do another 6.5 hour session. It's incredible that we go for so long. It really is. It's
Dude,
like
you
we-
put together, bro, you put together a bunch of chatty Cathys over here. We all just want to hear ourselves talk. It's your fault, Franklin. You did this.
And Soraya, my dear, thank you so much for bringing your heart to the sphere. Even when you don't add too many words, you do add presence, and your heart does definitely inspire the hearts here, because there is a lot of ancient wisdom in your heart. Thank you, my
Been
dear.
around here long, so that's true.
And I hope your day is going to be good tomorrow. I hope the rest of your days are going to be good for the American. And thank you all that were here, that have left, that were a part of it. And thank you all that are in the chat, that have been, I hope, enjoying our conversation and our madness as we take you on this journey of interesting thoughts. And sending so much love to you all. Om Shanti, big bless. And it seems like the next one will have to be Jupiter, because it's the one left out, which is the expansive principle. And from then on, we're going to go into the deep psychology, I think, putting it all back together, which is really going to be another word adventure on a very broad level. We're probably going to have to at some point do a 12-hour session. So get ready
Oh
for
my
it, you
God.
guys.
Are you going to manage that? I
I
don't
do
think so. You
I,
have to hang your eyelids on the wall or
I
on
will
the
have
ceiling.
naps in the afternoon, so that I'm like ready to go, like literally all night. It will be one of those sessions. I can see it happening. When we do the psychology, we might end up breaking some kind of world record or something for the longest panel discussion ever. Like, maybe we should be contacting Guinness Book and saying, like, by the way. Anyway, so much love to you guys, and thank you all.
Good
Big
night.
bless.
Loves you.
Good
Take
day.
care. Have a great day. Om Shanti.
Okay. Om Shanti.